What up? What up?
Draft party. Kyle's over at the draft party right now, out in LA right now, checking him out. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him.
You have a good time. Oh my gosh, that's awesome.
Oh, what a good time out there, man. What a good time. Dude, it's just great to be able to be back around like other. Great to be able to be back around a bunch of other Charger fans once again, man.
Yeah, we had Charlie Joyner, Dan Faust, and Kellen Winslow on the stage just now.
Oh, that's killer. That's killer.
Awesome.
Yeah. That is killer, man. You know, it's a great time. It's a great time, I'm sure.
Yeah. Content. It's hard to come by. Yeah. Oh, wow, you got people up. Yeah. And we got Justin here.
Yo!
Hey, what's up, Justin? I ain't seen you in a bit, dude. How you been?
Let's go.
Yeah.
Yo.
He can't hear you at all. It's all me.
I was gonna say, yeah, you're pretty muted too, Kyle, as well. I know, guys. This is the awesomeness of live podcasting.
Yep.
Kyle's out in LA trying to make this work. I know the sound is a little bit off, but we'll keep working through it as we go, guys. This is gonna be a lot of time, right? So, I got my coffee here. I got a bunch of water. Hopefully, we can get through this entire draft together as a Bolt fam. Good to see you, Robert. How you doing, buddy?
What up, big dog?
What are we doing? Hey, how does everybody sound, though? Do we all sound good? I know you just give us a thumbs up in the chat how we sound or how we don't sound.
Yeah, it all seems pretty good so far. I'm you know, I was thinking a lot about this draft, man, and you know, the thing about the draft is that it truly for the fans is when the season starts, in my opinion. I mean, obviously you got your free agency and everything too, but I think this is when you kind of solidify your team. And this is when confidence is back up once again for your team. And I'm excited to be able to see where the Chargers are at this year and what we're going to get here in this first round. So we're excited to be with you guys. By the way, we're going to throw in our link so you could join in with our live. If you would like to jump in and say what up and start chatting with us live. All you need is a cell phone, guys. Click the link, jump on in. We'll let people in and say what up, dude. Bolt up, dude. Let's go. Let's go.
Let's go. Yeah, so I think it's pretty exciting. So I think bottom line, I'm looking at what channel are you looking at right now, James? What channel are you watching the draft on? I think I'm on. I got to find the damn remote too. Hey, what's up, guys? How we doing?
I think it's only on CBS or what, or ABC or whatever.
Okay, is that what it is? Okay.
So I'm actually trying to jump on it online right now. Yeah, I think I'm about to get up in there right this second. And by the way, yo, I got my snacks with me though. Look, I got my popcorn ready for the show, dude. Let's go. Let's go. And check it out. I'm prepared even on top of that. I even got a little protein drink over here, dude.
Yeah, I just hammered one of those just a few seconds ago. I love that. Yeah, it's good stuff.
Got my water jug over here. Let's go.
Sick. I love it, guys. I love it. So yeah, I'm actually doing this in my living room. So I got this piece of my artwork behind me right here. I'm sitting on the sofa, trying to get comfortable, man. It's gonna be a long haul for us, guys. So you know, I wanted to be comfortable doing this whole thing. By the way, I did have a dream last night that we actually got Jackson Smith in Jigba in the first round. So we'll see how that plays out. I would love to see that happen. Don't think it's going to happen, but we'll go.
Yeah, you never know, man. I mean, this is such an interesting draft for us because, I mean, just like the whole thing that's been talked about with Tom Telesco, he's kind of saying we don't have a bunch of huge holes, but we got a couple holes that we need to fill. Sure. More depth than anything. So it's going to be exciting to see kind of where we go. I mean, remember last year, guys, like we talked about a bunch of random names.
Who the hell is this guy?
Yeah. Where'd Zion Johnson come from all of a sudden? That was such a random pickup. So it is going to be interesting to see how it all pans out for it, man. So what up, Robert, man? Man, I'm ready. I'm ready. All around ready, dude. By the way, let's throw out just some news here too. I don't know if you guys heard about it, but the Lamar Jackson contract that was just signed. Let's pull that up right now.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
I'll show a quick screenshot on it right now. Here you go. Here's the quick Google search here for us, boys. So it is reportedly a $260 million contract that Lamar Jackson has signed for 5 years. That's some cheddar right there, boys. Big money signing for him. Yeah, that's some cheese. Yeah. Apparently, I heard it was something like $170-something million of that or whatnot is actually fully guaranteed. So big money. I mean, what does that mean for Justin Herbert and Joe Burrow? Like, he's probably going to get pretty big contracts too, right?
Justin Herbert's there. Justin Herbert.
Let's go. J Herb, where's he at? Oh,
hell yeah, there's Herbie, baby. Let's get it.
Formed.
Oh my gosh. Run up and give him a hug and kiss. Run
Go, quick, both bros. Let's go.
Let's go.
That was epic. That was epic.
Sick. That is so sick.
Oh, man. Oh, what up?
Gosh.
What up?
Oh, Brisket Bros.
Brisket
What's up?
Bros.
What you doing?
Yeah, we just saw Justin Herbert.
Look at this.
Oh, but you didn't give us.
I love that you got the Staley artwork. I love that.
You got to show them. You got to show them that I'm rocking their deal right now.
Oh, heck yeah. What's up? What's up?
What up?
Oh, my gosh. That's amazing.
Let's go.
Man, Kyle, I wish I was there with you right now, bro.
Woo! Let's go. Dude, epic time. Epic time with you guys.
Amazing. Oh my gosh. So Kyle, what's it like down there? Give us like the on the scene, feeling of what's happening. I know.
I'm trying to get away from the hang on a second.
I
know. Hey, by the way, okay, can we just talk about how we?
Boltman, let's go.
Boltman's back.
Let's go, Boltman. Boltman, Bolt Bros, let's go. Let's go.
Let's do this.
Yeah. Let's go, LA. Let's go, son. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah.
All right.
So sick.
Dude, the vibes here are so good. Hey, Primo Pablo's here too.
Pablo! What up, Pablo?
What's up, guys?
Let's go. What's up, Pablo?
All right, I'm gonna sit down for a second. As you can see, the vibes here are freaking through the roof, man. It is incredible out here right now.
Awesome.
It's so good to join the Bolt fam again, even though it's just a day. We got after today though, we have like just a few more days of draft picks and stuff. But then,
yeah,
I mean, I just the season can't get here enough. It's just incredible. So,
yeah, no doubt. No doubt, man. It's just like, it's awesome to be able to have a bunch of people there once again. I saw that the Brisket Broads are there at like 9:30 this morning hanging out. Ain't nobody there at that time, but they were having a good time. And the thing is, though, it's just fun to be amongst other Chargers fans. Like,
yes, exactly.
It's just like being at Thunder Alley a little bit. This is Thunder Alley Light right now,
Yep. Exactly
so
right now.
It's killer, man. It's killer. It's awesome that we're doing this stream live right now. Kyle's basically our reporter out in LA. Hey,
that's right.
Kyle.
Reporter in LA.
Man in the field, baby.
The man in the field.
I love it. I love it, man.
Hey, well, I will say this. I bet you the energy there is incredible, Kyle. So I know we're getting pretty close to getting a pick. I'm actually watching it on. I got my TV in front of me right now. I got my setup in front of me. I'm sitting on the couch. Oh my gosh, dude. So this is gonna be so sick. So I guess the pick is coming in. Who do we think? They're interviewing Bijan right now. Man, I would still love to get Bijan, but guys, there ain't gonna be no chance he's gonna be there at 21.
Yeah.
I mean, I just don't see it, dude.
Yeah.
I don't see it. I know that's what all of us Charger fans want because we're probably losing Eckler. But
yeah.
So
what's going on, y'all?
What up? Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Dude, great to see you, man.
So
great
sick.
to see you.
So sick, guys.
Oh, right, that's good. See,
Let's go.
We got
Oh, I love it. I
love it, man.
Love it.
Yeah, nice to meet you too. What was your name? My name is Drake.
I love it.
Nice to meet you. Right.
So, guys, I know the pick is probably going to be coming in here pretty soon. So maybe we should throw some predictions out there. Who do we think first, second, third picks are going to be? And when the team is on the clock, the format we want to go with is please, put your thoughts in the chat, who you think is going to be picked, what your thoughts are. And we want to discuss what actually happened and why they picked this player, right? We want to actually have the conversation and really make it as interactive as possible with you guys. And that's a big part of what we wanted to do here. Again, the whole channel is we want to just be involved with, an awesome family. I mean, the Charger family is absolutely amazing. FTR family, respect. And guys, if you have not been to a Charger tailgate, you've got to go to a Charger tailgate. They are off the hook. I mean, Kyle's having an absolute blast down there. And so that's how it is, Joe. I mean, that's just how it is being a Charger fan.
Yeah, no doubt, man. And it's just a killer time all around. Just to be around fans, and I'm sure it's only going to get crazier as the day goes. What do you got there, Kyle?
We got King Aiden on the stage. Oh, he just took the shirt off and twirled around, but he's last post on Instagram.
Say again, Kyle. We can't hear you.
Oh yeah, sorry. I stepped closer to the speaker a second. Oh shit, I gotta get away. Yeah, King Aiden, the kid that always takes his shirt off.
Oh
yeah, Aiden's there, huh?
Yeah.
He has the seat of honor.
That's awesome.
Oh, yeah.
That's awesome. Can't have a draft party without him, man.
Oh man, he's good luck. He's good luck. All right, 30 seconds, guys. Let's go. Let's get it. All right, guys. Prediction on the first pick. Throw it out there right now, guys. Predictions on the first pick. I mean, we all know it's going to be a quarterback. Now,
Yeah.
I will say this. Again, they let their head coach go, Carolina. I think it'll probably be Bryce Young. That's my prediction. What do you think, James? What do you think, Kyle?
Yeah.
Bryce Young for sure.
Bryce Young.
Look, I think Bryce Young's the guy. I mean, I don't know why they wouldn't, right? And so makes no sense to me to go with anybody else. I think Bryce Young's the best guy out there.
Robert's saying Zay Flowers. First
No,
pick.
Robert, don't say that. That's who we want, son. Hey,
That's what we want.
Robert, that's not good, dude. That's not good. We don't want that. We don't want that.
Oh,
Yeah, that's great.
I got it up.
The whole thing is, though, if you're looking at the Panthers right now and what they've done and how they've got to pick one, they have to be picking, basically. They have to be picking, basically, a quarterback. They don't give up all that draft capital and players to not pick a quarterback. It's just
100%.
no way. No way.
Oh wait. Yeah, they got CBS is definitely here, so you will see us in the shot. They just showed it on screen over here.
Oh, right on.
Yeah,
That's so sick.
They just showed Warrior because they're up on top right now. But yeah, we out here, baby.
That's so sick.
Yeah.
We
So
representing, yo. Good job, Kyle. That's awesome that you're out there.
Yeah.
So, okay, so we got Zay Flowers, we got Bryce Young. Oh my gosh, guys, this is gonna be so sick. All right, so hey, Kyle, I know you are monitoring Twitter quite a bit, and maybe we have James monitoring Twitter. We should figure that out as well too, because typically the pick comes in a little sooner than that, right? Than we actually see on the screen. So we gave everyone a little sneak peek. That's what we did last year. And by the way, guys, we went back and watched our live draft episode from last year. Man, we were such rookies at this whole thing, dude. It was hilarious. I was like, oh my gosh. I mean,
that was for
it
comedy.
was pretty funny. Yeah, it was pretty funny.
Yeah.
I think, Kyle, you were doing a lot of didn't you go on Reddit a lot to kind of track everything?
Nope.
No. Oh.
No.
Just Twitter.
Nope. Okay, where'd you get
I
it?
thought it was.
I sent some messages on Reddit. That's about it. So,
Got it.
No.
All right, that's cool. Oh no, I was thinking that you did how you got like kind of the picks before everybody kind of thing.
No, I didn't. I mean, I can't really do much of that scouring right now.
Yeah, no, of course.
Oh no, I know what you're talking about. No, I went on this YouTube and I was like looking at what everyone was saying that they wanted. I basically made my own version of 32 GMs by finding all the other teams, fans, creators, and found what they wanted for their team. And I did a draft that way.
Right.
So,
Well, no, and that's totally true. And I remember you did that video, but I was saying for last time we did the draft, you were tracking a lot of people and their picks. And then I think you were on Reddit or on something like that to see the pics of what people were talking about. But
Bro, I don't even remember what I did last year. So,
yeah,
I mean,
it was such a long time ago.
It was Twitter.
Yeah,
It was Twitter.
That was ancient history, man.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of who I could go. Ian Rappaport, possibly.
Yeah, Ian Rappaport, the way to go. By the way, this is a pretty good little article. I read this morning. Right, it basically talked quite a bit about this. Said, hey, look, first pick is in. It's going to be Bryce Young, but they basically say all bets are off after that. And look, guys, I know a lot of us want to have Bijan Robinson, some of these other folks out there, right? Zay Flowers. But look, at the end of the day, you're exactly right? I mean, you never know how it goes. Again, I did a video yesterday on Tom Telesco talking about his sort of views on the draft in general. And bottom line, guys, who knows, right? These teams are going to pick people how they want to pick them. And, it is what it is, right? That's just how it's going to play out. So, you never know, man. People fall. And a great example, Derwin James was not supposed to come to the Chargers, right? Everyone picked him way higher. He kept slipping, and we got him. So we got lucky. So we'll see what happens, right? I think, again, I'm still a big believer. I'm trading down that 21st pick, getting a few more. But, we'll see how it plays out. So, we'll go from there.
Yeah, that's the one thing. Like, I remember reading this article talking about all these mock drafts and talking about that this guy's going to be in this level at this point of the round, so on and so forth. He's usually 15 picks generally after that. It was like a crazy divide of what the experts think to basically when they actually get picked. So
100%.
Anything could be completely possible here. So, hey, Andrew, you want to send over basically the link for people to be able to jump in too, by the way?
Yeah. Let me do that real quick here. Hold on. Yeah, let's do this here. Okay. By the way,
what up, Abby? Abby, what up? Good to see you. Good to see you. Let's go. Bolt up. Let's go. Got my brother over there, Kyle. Kyle over there. Wait, I'm confused on the angles here. Kyle is over there at the draft party right now in LA. And then Andrew's obviously, he's out in Utah. I'm obviously here in Arizona. So what up, Abby?
So I know Bert called me. We're going to get him on as well. Okay, here we go. All right. So
hey, I'm going to try something real quick.
So, guys, this is going to be sick. This is going to be exciting. So, also,
look
guys,
at this.
Throw your
I got
questions.
the stream going on, boy.
Oh, I've got an ad going.
There you go, babe. There you go. Actually, I think we can do that. I think we can do that. I don't think that's against the rules.
I don't know if we can. I don't think we can, honestly.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's probably gonna pull down real quick.
You could
We'll get blocked and banned.
Put up like ESPN or something like that, like just like what the pick was, but not like the actual rebroadcast.
Yeah. I was like, I could do it. I don't think I should, but Marcus is saying Kyle is literally smoking crack live. Nice.
Yeah. Kyle, hey, we need you to take it down just a little bit. We need to take it down just a little bit. Yeah. Yes, I know. And Kyle, the audio, your audio is pretty bad as well, Kyle. So it's you may have to repeat yourself or talk louder.
Here you go. There goes the
where the hell is this?
commish is on stage. Dude, they're just straight booing him hard.
Yeah, they are. Which is weird. I mean, I don't understand.
Well, I'm sure he's wiping away his tears with all those millions,
Yeah, right. Hey, he ain't got a bad life, dude. I'll tell you what. He ain't got a bad life.
Sorry, I got my private jet and I can do whatever I want. It's all good. So it's interesting. A buddy that lives out in KC, I was chatting with him. I was like, man, you going to the draft? And he's like, dude, it's like $1,500 to be there, like in the front rows to be able to be at the draft. And I'm like, yo, what? Like, that's insane to be able to see that. Like, to go to the draft, $1,500? Like, okay. I'll just go ahead and just get some season tickets for that price. Screw that. What, the actress and comedian? Like, what is she doing there?
I know. Yeah. What is that all about?
Yeah,
Like,
who
that
invited
freaking
this lady to go up there?
Is that guy? Like, what is this?
Yeah, what is happening here?
Yeah, I'm trying to put the link in the description here, guys.
Who is this dude?
Hey.
Get this dude out of here.
No,
Get this.
Snappy.
Oh, no. I was saying the guy. I was watching the stream. What up, Snappy? What up, dude?
Hey, what's up, dude?
What's up? Let's go. Let's go.
How we doing? That's awesome. You guys are there having a good time.
We out here. We drinking the Spanos today, baby. Yeah, we are. Yeah.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Oh, I know who this guy is. That guy's in what's that show?
Patrick Mahomes over here. Who's guy?
No. The guy that oh, look,
Family.
All right. Enough. We got to face those guys twice a year, guys, right? That's rough.
Yeah.
That's freaking rough, dude. And you know what? Here's what sucks. We should have beat them at least one. We should have split with them last year. We should have split with them the year before as well.
Yep.
But man, Patrick Mahomes, man, he got lucky rabbit foot up his ass. You know, he just I don't know what the hell goes on, man. Like that guy, he sold his soul to the devil. And he keeps winning. It is what it is, dude. You know?
Yep.
Okay, guys. All right, so we got Patrick Mahomes walking around, having a good time. Cool. Whatever, bro. Anyways, yeah. So that guy, that guy's on a TV show. What's that TV show? The one that's the family. Oh my God! What?
Yeah, I can't remember what it's called. Didn't they just like end it or something like that?
Yeah, they just ended it. I cannot remember the name of the TV show for the life of me, guys. Yeah, like help me out in the chat here.
He was I can't remember what. I didn't really watch that show that much.
It was okay. It wasn't great. It wasn't my jam.
I think Kyle went to the party for that show, like the last season or whatever of it, and he went to like their last season to something or other. Yeah, and he went to their party.
I think Kyle even worked on that show for a while. Yeah. He did the sound for him for a little bit. That's cool.
All right, here you go, boys.
Man, see,
looks like we got Bird over here.
Bird, let's let Bird in. I gave him the.
Yep.
Sorry, say it again, Kyle. We can't hear you.
No, he's on mute. Oh, this is Bird.
Matt Money Smith is on stage right now, too.
Killer. All right, let's bring in Bert.
Bert, we love you, Bert. Big Bert, what's up, dog?
What up, Bo
Oh,
fam?
I love it, man.
What up, bro? Dude. Hey, wait, are you still out in Mexico?
I'm in León, Guanajuato, Mexico.
Yeah, bro.
Dude, killer.
We're going international on this channel, boys.
That's how we roll, man.
International. That's what we do.
We all over the place, man. We got Bo fam worldwide, baby.
That's right. That's right, dude. Let's go.
That's so sick. So sick. Hell yeah,
Dude.
Bert. I love it, man.
Yeah, we're actually heading to Mexico City tomorrow to meet up with all the Padres and Giants fans.
Whoa.
Oh my gosh, are you serious?
So sick.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. That game's happening. Yeah, that's badass, dude. Oh
Yeah,
my
Oh,
god.
I forgot that's happening. Wait,
Yeah.
that's in Mexico City? Is that the first time they played in Mexico City?
Yeah, they played in Monterrey a few years ago, but yeah, the first
Yeah.
time. Yeah.
Wow.
You're saying that wrong. It's just pronounced Monterey. I don't know where that Monterey. I don't know where that came from, Bert. Come on now.
Monterey cheese. Well,
Monterey cheese.
That's right. Monterey cheese, Bert. That's it. Come on now.
Justin Herbert! Justin Herbert!
Oh,
Justin
Herbert. Let's see him. Let's see our captain. Is he on stage?
Let's see our fearless leader.
Now I
wish
can't.
there was a-
I don't have ESPN or anything, so I'm gonna need you guys to give me some play-by-play.
Oh,
Okay, I
most
will,
def.
for sure.
Most def.
All right, so
Jay Hurd's on stage.
Oh,
Let's
my
go.
I got a man crush on him. Should I get a tattoo of him on my body somewhere? This is number 10. How about that? Number 10.
Just a number 10. Just get his
You know what?
signature.
I should do 10, and then I should do 19 for Tony Gwynn, and then 21 for LaDainian Tomlinson.
There you go.
I like that. I like that.
It's a good plan. It's a good plan.
I just have a bunch of numbers on my arm, dude. Everybody like, what does it mean? What do those mean? They're all sports legends. That's what they are. They're sports legends.
That's no doubt. Bert, by the way, man, what are we thinking, man? I know we're so early on here, man. So early on. But I know you and we've chatted about this. We've talked about some ideas. You know, a lot of people are saying the same kind of things. What's your thoughts, man? You still sticking with it?
You know what train I'm riding, man. You know what train I'm riding. I've been on that since day one, bro.
Hey,
Bijan,
you know, it's interesting to see if it happens. You know, a lot of these mocks are even showing him not even getting out of the 10th round or 10th pick. And so, man, but earlier on, Andrew, I, and Kyle, we started chatting a little bit about that. All these like so-called experts out there just saying like, hey, he's going to be at this point, and then the draft position is completely different. So who knows, man? I mean, we're in a crapshoot here, you know, 100%. So Bijan might be the guy. That'll be interesting to see.
It's the Eagles and and the Texans. Those teams don't take him. I think he's going to slip by.
I think there's a chance even the Bucks, though, too, before us.
I've talked about it quite a bit.
The Falcons fans have been like, let's get Bijan ASAP, please, which I think is kind of a crazy idea.
Who's their quarterback?
Because, I mean, they got Tyler Algier over there. They got Cordell Patterson. I know they got a young quarterback over there, but, man, I don't know, man. It's who knows? What if we're getting Bijan Robinson as number 1 pick all of a sudden here? No.
Yeah, right.
That's happening, right. But, yeah.
Hey, so your prediction for the first pick to Carolina, what you thinking there, Bert?
Quarterback, Ohio State.
Oh, C.J. Stroud then, huh?
Ohio State. You think C.J. Stroud? You think Stroud then? Okay, all right, all right.
Wow. Let's see.
A lot of people are thinking. A lot of people thinking it's gonna be Bryce Young. I mean, they're showing Bryce Young like crazy. Oh.
It's funny how like the first pick essentially should have already been situated.
I don't know if I told you this.
Look at that. They look like they already put in the pick. There it is.
So, guys, in the chat, also be monitoring. Yep, here we go. Bryce Young. Yep, Bryce Young. All right, guys. The draft has begun. Bryce Young is here. I love
you know, I mean, they already figured that pick out a while ago. Like they knew what it was. Come on. I mean, when they ended up doing the draft, or excuse me, the trade with the Bears, they knew what they were going for at that point. I mean, they jumped up tremendously, gave up a lot of players and everything too. DJ Moore also multiple picks. They're going quarterback. They ain't no way that they're going with some sort of anything else other than that. So they were going to go with whatever they thought the best quarterback was. Interesting thing though, Bert, about CJ Stroud is that there's this little talk that like he could be falling kind of far out in this draft.
Really?
Which is what I heard too. Really wild. Like, because Will Levis seems to be getting kind of hot all of a sudden. Anthony Richardson got a little bit of hot too. So like, I don't know where CJ Stroud will go, but I think at the moment I will probably say he'll go to the Texans on possibly their second pick. I think they're going to probably end up going defense on their first pick, and then second pick they'd probably go to the Texans. So we'll see.
Yeah, that's a rumor. Yeah, which is interesting to me. I don't know why they wouldn't go CJ Stroud. I mean, and people keep talking about Will Levis, man. I heard that guy's kind of a bit of a head case. I'm not a fan of that dude. I did see people talk about Will Levis going to the Raiders. I still think they're going to go for Gonzalez, that cornerback out of Oregon. But, man, you never know, man. I mean, it's just and I did read an article today, too, that talked about the Cardinals trading up and getting somebody as well, too. So, which I thought was really weird. I'm like, you really need to trade up again?
Yeah.
I mean,
the Cardinals are a mess.
Kyler Murray, that dude's
dude, in a disaster state right now. So they need to figure out a way to just revamp
big
the
time.
whole team.
Yes.
Yeah,
agreed.
there was. I think the Cardinals are looking at. Was it Paris Johnson Jr., Ohio State tackle, I believe?
MVP.
Oh hell yeah! MVP.
Let's go, J. Herb.
Oh my god.
Oh, dude.
Herbie,
you know,
Herbie goes bananas, dude. That's gonna be my next video, dude. Herbie goes bananas.
Love it.
Oh my god.
Yeah, no doubt. Bert, how long are you staying out in Mexico, by the way, dude?
I've been down here for over a month now.
Yeah.
Probably. Well, actually, I'm coming back next Thursday.
Oh, really? Okay, cool, man. Sick.
Yeah,
you guys been having a ball out there from seeing from your Instagram, dude.
Yeah, we'll actually be in Orange County by next week, sometime next week.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
very cool. Very cool.
Is it for the barbecue? I think that's happening out there.
Oh, I didn't even know about that. Is that happening next weekend?
I think that was that next week. I want to say it's either that or it's like this upcoming weekend or something. Maybe it is. I don't know.
Which one? What are you talking about?
Which barbecue is coming up, Kyle?
It's the We Charge LA barbecue this Sunday, right by
this Sunday.
Park over by the Dodgers.
Got it. I was thinking it was next week for some reason. Here you go. First pick. It is in.
Bryce Young.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what?
Bryce Young.
I didn't realize you guys.
Bryce Young.
I didn't realize you guys are behind. We actually knew about that a little bit earlier, so we can announce it a little bit before.
Well, you didn't.
Oh,
you didn't tell us.
Yep. Tell us.
Tell us, Kyle, because we didn't know.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I will.
Yeah, give us that inside information. Yeah, we got the commish coming on right now on ESPN.
What else are you thinking about, Bert? Are you thinking Eckler gets traded if we get Bijan?
I don't know. That one's a tough one. I can see us having both.
It would be interesting, right? Thinking of you having two of those dynamic backs in the backfield. Yeah, that'd be wild. I mean, the other flip side of it is if we ended up trading off Austin Eckler, and then we save about $6.5 million on the cap, give or take $7 million on the cap. We got a little bit of money to spend around at that point to add a couple other filler-based players in our team. So, there's a lot of talks about like John Johnson the third coming over too. Probably not going to be a big contract, but it'll fill a gap for us in our safety position. So who knows, man? Who knows? Who knows what happens here? But it's exciting. It's exciting to watch.
All right, guys. Yeah. So pick one is in. Okay, what's everyone's predictions for pick two with the Texans? And what do we think of Bryce Young? What do we think?
That's a good pick. That's a great pick.
Yeah. Yep. And necessary pick for them too. I mean, once again, they got a new head coach. New head coach wants his guy. And that's what they had to do. I mean, like I said, they did trade up a ton of picks. They gave up a lot of their future for them. So Panthers pretty much had to do that. Just had to make it happen. I mean, I'm sure they didn't feel very comfortable with the current situation, and they had to make it happen.
Look at Herbert over there, dude. Just milking the crowd. You gotta love that, dude. He's over there just kissing babies. He's gonna be mayor. He's gonna be mayor of LA one of these days, guys. Hey, you heard it here. You heard from the Bolt Bros first, dude. I tell you what. So Texans. I tell you what, dude. So. Yeah, I think it's going to be C.J. Stroud. Personally, if they get with Will Levis, man, they are stupid, dude.
Yeah, I don't see that happening. I don't see that happening.
But it's weird because people keep hyping on Will Levis, and I'm like, man, I don't know about this guy. I'm like, I don't know. Now, I will say this, guys. There is a lot of talk that, Robert, great point here. So, and again, guys, the link is in the description. I'll post it periodically. If you guys want to hop on, love to have you hop on, right? Again, we do this podcast so you guys can hop on as well. But yes, I see people talking about going quarterback, but a lot of people are like, yeah, I don't know that they're going to go quarterback for sure, right? So, I think that's partially why I like that Athletic, article was it said, hey, first pick's going to be Bryce Young, but all bets are off beyond that. So, we'll kind of see how it goes, right? So, man,
Texans a lot of the Texans.
Yeah.
And the thing about it now.
Man, look at Herbie, dude. Look at Herbie goes bananas, dude. Remember when he shaved his head? What was that? Was that a year ago or 2 years ago? Man, he looked weird. He looked like a little 2-year-old boy, dude. I was like, oh my God. You feel the same way, Bert?
You look like young Patty one.
Yeah, no joke.
I was like, what in the hell is this guy doing, dude? I was like, he looks so strange to me. I was like, oh my God. Bro, that is so sick.
Oh, I love seeing that, man. Justin Herbert, dude. Just the man, dude. Just the
Look
man.
how casual he is, man. He's just so casual.
Let's
casual.
go, baby.
Yeah.
Let's
Really
go.
casual.
That was amazing.
So
That's
sick,
so
man.
sick. Did you get a big hug and kiss, Kyle, or what?
No. No homo. Yeah.
No?
But so he was up there talking to Matt Money Smith and the guy from CBS. I can't remember his name, but
Chris Avery.
he was just saying how his ribs feel a lot better, and his shoulders feeling a lot better, and that he's 100% going to be ready for the season.
Beautiful.
Game one. Yeah.
Beautiful.
So sick.
Yeah.
So sick.
So
that's what we want to hear.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yep.
You know. He said some other things, but I didn't hear it all. But that's about it. So sorry for terrible reporting on the field.
Hey, that's all we needed to know. He's going to be ready for the season.
Hey, that's better. Ain't nobody else on this thread there as well, so that's good. You're giving us some inside information. I love it.
You're doing good, man. Keep it up.
We got Houston on the clock.
Yeah, it looks like they already got their pick in too.
Oh yeah, pick is in.
Yeah.
Pick is in. They're not messing around.
Kyle, you're gonna have it first. Let us know.
Yep.
Yeah, I think. Yeah. So let us know as soon as it comes in. Okay, I think it's going to be CJ. I mean, I don't see why they wouldn't, man. I'd say what though. People were saying Levis. I'm like, man, they go with him. Oh my God, that's just, man.
Yeah. You know, it's the thing about it is like you probably could, and they have a 12 pick that they got from the Browns. I mean, they could realistically go after another quarterback at 12. Like,
that is true. Yeah.
Anthony Richardson's another guy they could go after. Will Levis potentially could get to that point too. I mean, you got to think the Colts are probably the only other team right now, possibly the Seahawks, which I've seen some mock drafts of them going after a quarterback, which is kind of weird, but with Geno Smith, but do they really feel Geno Smith's going to be the guy for the long term?
Houston Texans select CJ Stroud.
CJ Stroud. Okay, good. Hey, this is perfect. You are giving us way because hey, we ain't seeing none of this right here, dude. So this is awesome.
Still haven't seen it.
Yeah.
He just got to the podium.
Yeah, I just got it now. I just got it now.
Yeah, Kyle, you gotta have your ear to the mic. Oh yeah, word on the street is blah blah blah. You know, I like that. So this is good.
My sources say.
I love it, dude.
Exactly, Bert. My sources say. I love that. Oh my God, that's amazing.
It's the best. So what do we got? We got pick 3 here, Bert. What's next? This is going to the Cardinals. Man. Wild to think about. Wait, they got pick 3 right now for the Cardinals. For some reason, I thought they were going to go back. For some reason, but
they need to trade this pick. They need to trade it down.
Yeah,
I think they should too. They're already paying Kyler Murray a ton of money, right? Yeah. So, and that dude sucks. I think he is like a piece of trash. Look at that chain he's got. Good God, look at that thing. Wow. Look at that. It's just a 7. It's like a platinum 7. Woo.
Yo.
I'm not a huge fan of that suit though. That suit don't look that fresh to me. I don't know. It looks all right.
Yo, I'm
over here like I'm over here capping on his drip, dude. No big deal.
Dude, it's Andrew and I. We would do on our lives. We would do drip checks before games drip checks, Lord. Dude. We would drip check the players and talk about their clothes. Now Andy's over here doing that already with the dudes that are just getting drafted. You know, that's hilarious.
Yeah, I'm over here with the Bolt Bros hat on and a Bolt Bros t-shirt. Like he gonna check my drip. He'd be like, "Man, you suck, bro." Okay.
Yeah. What's up with your drip?
Hey, man, you had to be the second pick in the draft, dude. You look like a buster. Actually, he looks a little better. He had some like weird little like things on there. It looked a little strange to me for a second there, but. Man, that chain, though. I want to see him play in that chain.
Marcus over here is saying Falcons trade up to the 3rd pick and take Anthony Richardson.
Keenan Allen's on stage now, baby.
How wild would that be? Keenan Allen?
Is actually okay. Pick is in. Wait, who do we got?
He was saying Keenan Allen.
Keenan Allen? They trade for Keenan Allen?
Keenan Allen's in the draft. No, I think Kyle was saying Keenan Allen's going to be on the stage.
We're singing happy birthday to him.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Keenan Allen.
So guys,
dear Keenan Allen, happy birthday to you. and get us many more touchdowns in the end zone.
Hey, James, you're not a good singer. I just want you to know that, dude. Like, I mean, hey, remember what we sang at that bar in Phoenix? Oh my God!
Go Chargers, go! Hit them high, hit them low. Oh, that was classic, dude. That was classic.
God. We were not singing on key, boy. That was.
That makes it that much better, man.
Yeah, that was interesting.
There's Keenan.
Anthony Richardson, man. I am not a believer in that guy. I think he's got talent, but I don't know, dude. That guy's only played 1 year, really, and I just don't know, dude. Like, I'm not a believer in that guy. I think he's still got talent, but I don't know that he's going to step in and be a solid quarterback.
Right. And the thing about it is, he's only had, I think it was roughly like 12 to, it was maybe 17 games that he started, or maybe it's less than that.
He's about to sing for us because he was on Masked Singer.
Oh, that's right. He's about to sing.
Oh, here we go.
Here you go. Look, he's working that crowd.
Oh, yeah, he is. Check that out. Hell yeah. Look at that.
You got some coaching on that one.
So sick.
Look at him go.
He is working the crowd.
Oh, man. Yo, Keenan is the man, dude, flat out.
That's amazing.
Good old CJ Stroud. Yeah, so Bert, okay, what's everyone's predictions for the Cardinals? They have not picked yet. Kyle, let us know if they pick. As soon as you find out.
Yeah,
also,
pick is not in yet for them.
What's that?
Pick is not in yet, so we'll see.
I still think they should trade it because, I mean, doesn't everybody want out? Like, I heard their wide receiver wants out of there now.
Yes.
Their
DeAndre
safety
Hopkins
wants out of town.
Yep.
Yeah, Hopkins wants out. Buda Baker wants out. There was this weird rumor that the Chargers, that they were connecting the Chargers with Buda Baker and trading him with Austin Eckler to the Cardinals. Obviously it's total speculation, but if you put Buda Baker next to Derwin James,
That's nasty.
that would be scary.
Mark nasty right there.
Yeah, no doubt, dude. No doubt. That would be incredible to see. So who knows what really happens there? I mean, I think, to be honest.
Looks like a trade's happening.
Oh, trade just happened, huh?
Oh, they traded. Okay.
I told you they're going to trade.
It makes sense, man. That team has got so many holes and so many cultural issues. And by the way, just for everyone's, I want to hear your thought on this.
Trading with the Texans. It was to the Texans. Trade to the Texans. So the Texans are trading. They're trading to the Texans right now. So the Texans are now the third pick. So they're probably giving their first pick, and then obviously multiple picks. So what are the Texans going to get right now at pick 3?
Who's their quarterback?
Oh my gosh.
They don't really have a quarterback. I mean, well, at least CJ Stroud is now their quarterback, right?
Oh, yeah.
So now you got to think defensive. You got to think offensive. You got to think Bijan Robinson.
No.
I mean,
no.
I mean, I know they got a good back over there. They got a very good back over there, but I don't know, man. He's a local guy,
They may get the best offensive lineman on the draft.
I could see that. I could see that. I'm just pulling up their depth chart right now. By the way, I think we got another guest also in here too. If you want to pull them in, or if we want to be able to kind of just bring anybody else in. I think Richie just jumped in. By the way,
Richie. Love it, dude. Richie. I love it.
You want to pull them in, Andrew, or you want to?
No, you go ahead. I'm actually pulling a couple things up right now.
Richie, we're about to bring you in, my man. Richie!
Hey, guys. How are you?
Hey.
What up, dude? How you doing, brother?
Big dog.
I'm good.
Let's ride.
Let's
ride. Let's ride. Oh, my God.
Well,
hey,
has this ever happened?
What's that?
I don't think I can ever remember a team trading back into the first round and picking picks like 2 and 3 or 4 and 5.
Yeah.
Like that is so
here's the pick.
high.
There goes.
Okay. Yeah, let's hear it. Let's hear it live from the streets.
We might get clapped if I do this a lot, though.
Yeah, don't do that. But just let us know. No, it's fine. You can do that. You can do that right there. That's perfect.
That's cool. Hey, by the way, I got the breakdown of the trade. This is for sure the first time I've ever seen this.
Linebacker.
Will Anderson Jr.
Will Anderson.
Really?
Wow.
Anderson.
Yeah.
Whoa.
So they got a quarterback, and now they got a wide receiver, right?
No. Will Anderson's linebacker. Or edge. Yeah.
Edge.
He's
Oh,
edge.
that's
So
right.
he's
My bad.
so they literally went for the 2 marquee positions in the draft.
Big.
The edge and the quarterback, right?
That's smart.
Wow. That is crazy.
So
Guys,
what's insane about that, though, I mean, DeMarco Ryans taking over that team is big. I mean, you're going to get a guy that's a very, very good defensive coordinator, a guy that's a very defensive-minded guy. He's building his team once again with a new quarterback, and now a stud on their defensive side of things. That's big for him. By the way, I got the compensation of what the Cardinals got out of that trade.
Let's hear it.
Cardinals for the number 3, it's number 3 and 105 for the Texans. So they're getting pick 3 and pick 105 from the Cardinals. For the 12 for the Texans, 2024 first round pick and 2024 third round pick. That's not that big, honestly. If you think about it, that's not as much as I thought.
No, but they traded the 12th in this year's draft, which has a lot more value because the Cardinals are able to still stay in the first round this year. So there's a tremendous amount of value in that. So that makes some sense to me, actually.
But it's crazy because when you kind of go back to when the Bears traded with the Panthers and getting players and multiple picks, like even more picks. Now, once again, one pick has a lot of weight to it if you got that guy. But going from like pick 2 to pick 3, I mean, is it really that much of a drop in a sense of having multiple second rounds, multiple thirds, or whatever it might be, even multiple firsts? It's like that big of a drop from 1 to 3. I mean, that's wild, but it is big once again to stay in pick round 1 for the Cardinals to build off whatever they want to build. I'm sure they're going O-line with that 12 pick, in my opinion, but
it's big.
Crazy.
I'll tell you what, I don't think they got that many good offers, and it kind of forced the Cardinals to kind of take the best offer they got. Which
agreed.
Possibly. I mean, that's totally a big possibility for them. I mean, maybe they were just on that 10 minutes and they got the call right from the Texans, and they were like, "Whoa, we got to make a deal here in 10 minutes." Yeah. Like they took what they could get, I guess. So
I got a question for you guys. Do you think that was a smart trade? Given the fact that they have a rookie quarterback. So just to give you kind of a prefix as to why I asked the question, I have always been of the opinion that if you get a rookie quarterback, that you need to have an absolute legit stud O-line in front of them because they're going to have a learning curve when they enter the NFL. Do we think that they have a good enough offensive line to simply say, we're going to trade that much draft capital to get an edge rush when we don't have a good enough O-line or a stud O-line to help protect our rookie quarterback? In my opinion, the answer to that is no. Curious to see what you guys think.
I completely agree. I think when we said that, I said I would take the best offensive lineman.
Left tackle. There's 2 or 3 studs. 2 or 3 studs in this draft.
Because you got to protect the franchise quarterback. I mean, at the end of the day, right? I mean, you got to keep him upright. You're paying him a ton of money. You know, it also boils down to coaching, right? So maybe they got some sort of thing. And this is why the draft is so interesting, guys. Like, look, nobody saw that coming. I was like, what the hell? That had to be some kind of NFL history. I never heard of that happening.
Insane.
So, I mean, that's crazy.
I mean, the one thing, too, with the Texans, I mean, Laramie Tunsil, which in the chat, they've said Laramie Tunsil entered the chat from Marcus. And really, if you start looking outside of their line, you go, okay, Kenyon Green as a left guard, Scott Quisenberry as your center, Shaq Mason as your right guard, and Titus Howard as your right tackle. Like, there's only one guy really on that line, in my opinion, if I'm just basing on it, that is the guy for you. And it's good that it's the left tackle. You would assume now from the point with the Texans, they're going to be looking at O-line probably in second round at this point. Second and third round, they're probably going O-line pretty heavy at this point because they got their quarterback, they got their stud defensive player. It's about protecting their quarterback now and make sure they have a good solid run game because they do have a good running back. You know, Dameon Pierce is a good back. He did really well for him last year. So we'll see, man. I mean, as a rookie head coach with DeMarco Ryans, you hope that he's going to build those lines. And Richie Richey is big on that. Build through the lines. And to be honest, they don't have a pick till round 3 and 4. So they're in the mock draft. He was just talking about building defensive line and offensive line. And that's the smart move. Yep. And even Sean Payton's doing a lot of that too. I think all your guys' free agent picks were dang near mostly offensive line.
Or D line. We got a D line as well in there as well. Now I am free to move to Texas if they are looking for a lineman. Just throwing it out there, as an option. You know, I'm 6'2", 235. I can put on weight pretty quick, and I can move fast. So just tossing it out there for the world.
And if they need a lawyer, to negotiate, you could double that. That's a little side hustle that you do on the side there. I like that. I like that.
There you go.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
The Colts just got their pick in. Anthony Richardson.
Anthony Richardson.
Wow. Richardson. Well, that's a better pick than Will Levis to my. Man, I don't even know. Will Levis seems like a good case
quarterback.
That's wild. Yeah.
Okay, so this is gonna be one of those drafts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Bert.
That's crazy. Quarterback.
All right, so
Florida.
So let me ask you this question. So Anthony Richardson moved up the draft largely because he did well in the combine, right? So my question is, again, his body of work in the college years were not great.
Yeah.
Not a lot of work. But just because he did well in the combine, can throw the ball downfield and yada yada, that seems a little risky to me. So what's your general take on people in the combine doing well and performing well, but having a light body of work in the college system? What's your thoughts on that? I'm not a big believer, and I personally think they need to have at least 2 years as a starter, in my opinion. And that's across the board. I mean, that's even every position. So what's your guys' thoughts?
The guy's an athlete. You can't take that away from him. He's
100%.
He's an athlete all the way around. The guy, I mean, he looks solid. And I don't know too much about Florida. I didn't really see too many of their games. I do know that they didn't have a whole lot of players with really big numbers. So maybe that just says they didn't have that much talent. I don't know. I could be wrong, but what I have seen from this kid, he's got all the talent, all the measurables in the world. So I don't know.
Yeah. He is a highly athletic quarterback. He's going to be one of those guys. I mean, if you really look at the depth chart of the Colts right now, he's basically got the reins to this team unless it's going to be Gardner Minshew for a little while or Nick Foles. Like, we saw what Nick Foles did last year when we played them, when we locked up our playoff spot. I mean, Nick Foles did not look good. Now, once again, Jeff Saturday was the head coach at that time. Totally different. But once again, you have a new head coach for the Colts, by the way, right? Generally, that's a guy that wants to have his quarterback, and he has now chose his quarterback. So, wild to see. I'm excited. I've been a pretty big fan of Anthony Richardson. I think that he's going to be a very, very good quarterback, and you're going to see a lot of big downfield throws for the Colts. Now, they probably got to work on their wide receivers. Obviously, you got Jonathan Taylor as a back. Good, solid back. Michael Pittman right now is your main point. Alec Pierce from last year. Isaiah McKenzie is a speedy guy downfield for him. So I would assume they would have to go with some sort of wide receiver in round 2. But big pickup for the Colts. They need it. They've been going through a lot of quarterbacks.
They made a mistake.
They made a mistake. Yeah. Let's go, Richie. Let's say, hey, bring the heat. Let's go.
They made a huge mistake. So for example, look at other quarterbacks that have been in the same mold as Anthony Richardson when they've entered the NFL. For example, now could he be the one that breaks the mold and does the thing? Maybe. But the thing is that they got to deal with faster, bigger guys at edge than they're used to in college. So basically take all of the best guys that they ever faced in college and multiply that by 32 or 60 or a total of 64, because it's all the best of the best of the best at the NFL level. They don't get soft college teams like they get when they were down at the collegiate level, where they have like a cushion game sort of thing where it's just like, it doesn't matter. Yes. Like you just don't have that in the NFL level. And the other problem that you're going to have with a guy like Richardson is that his intermediate part of his game sucks.
Yeah.
He bombs it down the field.
Yep.
Yeah.
He bombs it down the field, and then he likes to run it. So all they have to do is have a spy at linebacker when you're playing against him, and then cover halfway decently down the field, and he's going to get crushed.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of sounds like Lamar Jackson to me. And I was never a huge fan of Lamar Jackson. You know, he just got paid today. But here's my thing. I don't know.
Well, there is, and I'm kind of just basing it off of arm talent with Anthony Richardson, but you got to go back to Jamarcus Russell. He got picked up because he had a big game in the Rose Bowl against USC. Arm talent for days and everything like that didn't work out at all. Like, didn't have a huge career in college, by the way, too, from what I remember at LSU. It's very, very comparable in that sense. I really hope that's not the case, because I watch the Pat McAfee show a lot, and I'm sure they're probably pretty excited about this pick. But, man, pick 4, we'll see. Chris Ballard, that's a big pick for him, because, I don't know, man, there's been a lot of shaky years with the Colts recently. That's putting his job on the line.
It sure is.
I think this is a Pat McAfee stand up and flex kind of moment. Like,
let's go.
I love that. Oh my God, yeah. At H4, this is true, man. It's a soft division. You know, getting a guy like that, you know, you can probably do fairly well, right? So, but yeah, you know, Marcus, you know, hey, you know, he's good. He's got the talent, but he's still got to go out and perform. Look, if I'm going to invest that much into a quarterback, I want a guy that's actually done it for at least 2 years, and you have more of a large body of work. And I'm not a believer that you go after a guy that just it could be a one-off season, man. I don't know. I don't know. Not convinced.
And the way I look at that,
have been going early though, so I mean, we've been seeing that. I would say at least the last 3 to 4 years. I've been seeing just quarterbacks, whether they've got a whole lot of body work or not, they've just been flying.
Well, they've been flying, but none of them have done particularly well, right? They're not lighting the league on fire. Andrew, I'm going to kind of take what you said and kind of add like a bit of a catchphrase to it. You're looking for a guy from college who has taken the first step to then take the next step. And right now, I think what you're seeing in Anthony Richardson is you're still waiting for him to take the first step. And I don't think you want a quarterback to do that at the NFL level, because, man, do you ever have to take a huge leap at that point rather than a step.
It's huge.
Yep.
Like, it's just massive.
Perfectly said.
Yep.
Perfectly said.
Yeah, you're playing against the best of the best of the best of the best, right? And like pre-snap reads are ridiculous, right? You're going to sit back and say, okay, this is quarters. Is this man? You got to do motion. Is this man? Is this not motion? You know, is this man? Is it zone? Then they go back to zone. They show man. They go to zone. It's hard. I mean, that's actually a big reason why Brandon said talks about NFL smarts, and diagnosed is a very important thing, right? So he looked at that heavily. So, yeah, we'll see.
Kyle, grab us a shirt. Kyle, grab us a shirt.
Yeah, look us up.
Don't throw so many balls out.
Hey, the Seahawks pick is in, by the way, too.
Tell the guy behind you to give me whatever he got.
Yeah, just grab it from him. Yeah. By the way, there's this rumor going around right now that the Chargers are exploring a possibility of trading up in the draft per Albert Breer. So he has also reported that Zay Flowers is a popular man with the Chargers right now. So
yeah,
that'd be nice.
We'll see what happens, man. Get that downfield speed guy.
Yeah, because he definitely won't make it to 21st. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of talk about him going to the Titans. I've seen him even go to, I want to say it was Seahawks too, which is kind of wild to think with DK over there and everything too. Like that's adding a third guy to that team when having two, actually essentially three downfield kind of guys there. So wild.
That's possible. You also have to look at with Richardson coming off the board, in my opinion, far too early. He's kind of reshuffled a few things for a lot of these draft boards because some of the other teams that were likely thinking that he could be near the back end of the first round here.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's not an option anymore. So.
Yep. Yeah, it's crazy.
Running backs don't get paid a lot of money, right? Yeah. Sorry, say again, Bert.
I like what Robert's saying on the bottom.
Yeah, I know. When I read that, I was like, Bert's amped. Devin Witherspoon. Wow.
Devin Witherspoon.
They're trying to rebuild a defense like they had from before.
Yep.
You saw what they did last draft. You saw what they did the draft before. They're doing that whole back end to linebacker position, and they're trying to rebuild the kind of the legacy that they kind of moved away from, realizing that it's kind of what served them well.
Yep. What was the name? What was the whole name of that team back in the days when they won a Super Bowl? What was that? Legion of Boom. That's right.
That was old Gus Bradley, man. That dipshit. I hated that guy. Oh my God. I wanted to punch that dude in the face all the time. I was like, you freaking idiot.
He sucked when we had him.
He's like, let's go prevent every single time. Prevent. Zone. Prevent. Zone.
It's like, you asshole. Okay, so all right, so Flowers. Look, so we do got Jalen Guyton as well too, but I tell you, Flowers and Jalen Guyton, man, I tell you, interesting. Yeah, Devin Witherspoon. A lot of mock drafts I saw him at like 7 or 8. So yeah, he's solid though, man.
That's about right. Well, that's actually giving him
that's team need and where they weighted what they wanted, right? And so was he that far off? No, like a couple picks, like that's a nothing. And when you're talking about a first round talent within the upper tier,
well said. All right, so guys, in the chat,
I mean, they're getting the top cornerback of the draft, essentially.
Exactly.
Guys, in the we got Lions on the clock. Who do we think they're going to pick in the chat? And let's go around the horn real quick. Who do we think is going to be picked by the Lions?
This is where I've heard Bajan being as a rumor there too.
Yep.
Brent's like, nope. Stay away from my guy.
No, I think they're going to go linemen. I think they're going to go offensive linemen, in my opinion, because I think they need to.
Cool.
I think that the Lions seem to have the right mental math when it comes to things, and I think they're going to go either interior defensive line because Campbell's my kind of coach. He's just a dude that just wants to hurt people, and I like that. Or I think they might go with an offensive lineman like a left tackle or one of the top O linemen to kind of bolster.
They got Goff at quarterback, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Goff,
yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, I mean,
and also you got to think if they stink it up, then you want to get the second year lineman to take that next step for when you bring in another quarterback, and then you can then just toss picks out the window to then try to bring in a quarterback for next draft, right?
Yep. This is going to be it's the defensive lineman, I think, from Georgia. What's his name again?
Jalen Carter.
Carter. Yep. Yeah. It's got to be Carter. It has got to be Carter.
But that's a Campbell style pick, right? That's what I said.
100%. 100%.
Defensive lineman, right?
Yep.
Okay, Carter. Okay, tight end. Larry says tight end. Oop. You're hitting the buttons too, James. Okay, here we go.
Sorry, dude.
Okay, no, you're good. You're good. Edge rusher makes sense too, I think. But yeah, I think Carter's my guy. Of course, I was reading an article that said that he had some sort of like off the field problems.
Yep.
He got some issues going on. I don't know. So that's a little spooky.
Yeah, but he's going to Detroit.
Hey, you get a lot. I tell you what, you can get a lot of trouble in Detroit for sure.
Yes, but that's like guns and stuff. Like I'm talking like it's Detroit.
It's so cold and
organization wise. Yeah. It's so cold in the D, dude. Classic song. But yeah, I get what you're saying, Reggie.
It's trade happening. Trade just happened.
Trade.
Uh-oh. Let's see what I got. See what I got on some rumors on this trade.
Chargers? Huh? Bijan?
Cardinals are trading with the Lions.
Oh, so they're moving up. So I'm wondering if the Cardinals are concerned that the Raiders are targeting the same dude.
Yeah, I think they're going for that edge.
By the way, we got Marcus that just chimed in. You want me to bring him on in?
Yeah, bring Marcus in.
Marcus, what up, dude?
Marcus?
Yo, what up, man? Hey, wait, you got a pull-up bar over there, man? You pulling some pull-ups, dude? Get yoked, get ripped.
Get nice
getting
and
yoked.
yoked.
I love it.
James, if you notice, his camera is a little angled high. What you don't see is that there's a step stool right below that's off camera, and that's how he does the pull-up.
Oh, man.
It's all good.
You know what, man? You got all that Broncos country gear back there.
Dude, good to have you on, Marcus, man. I mean, what's new? What's your thoughts? What's going on, man?
Let's see.
Pick is in.
I can't believe. Okay, so the Cardinals just traded up.
Yep.
That's interesting.
Dude, this is it's funny going into this draft. So the Cardinals trade with the Lions
we got Antonio Gates about to step on the stage.
Dude, legit.
Gatesy.
Canty? Is it Canty? No way. So check it out. Here's the trade the Cardinals end up doing. So it's for the number 6, for the 12, and the 34. So they basically just gave up a second-round pick to basically get to the Lions. So the Lions basically are getting the 12 pick and a second-round pick for that trade-up. That's kind of light, in my opinion. That's very light.
I'm telling you, they're going to get Carter. They
got to go with Carter in this pick.
Yeah, that makes sense. Marcus, what do you think? Who are they going to go with?
I think they could go with Paris Johnson Jr. They need to really shore up that offensive line over there. Kyler Murray just gets killed every single game.
Every game.
Yep. Well, and he was talking a lot about it, I think, today about Paris Johnson as the guy that they want him to go with, or he wants him on his team. So that makes a total sense for them. Build that O-line. Just like Rich A's philosophy, build that O-line. Build those lines as much as you can. So, and I mean, Cardinals, it was interesting. They were chatting about what team could be the worst team this year, and they said the Cardinals could be the worst team this year. Just because
I can see that.
You got to think Gannon came over there now as a head coach, and you got Budda Baker that wants to leave. You got DeAndre Hopkins wants to leave. Like, dude, that's going to be a work in progress. Sorry, I live in Arizona, so I'm going to – and actually, Bert and I live in Arizona. And, man, these Cardinals fans, they're not going to have a good season by any means. No. It's not going to be fun for them.
Ooh, Gonzalez. Is it Gonzalez? Oh, my gosh. Because I
go with Pigs in.
Okay.
Yeah, well, he's the next ranked cornerback. You already had the guy off the board. So
yep.
That was going to be my thing, where you could go the next cornerback where you're like, I don't want to lose him.
Nope, I got it. It's Paris Johnson. It's Paris Johnson.
Paris Johnson.
You nailed it, Marcus.
There you go, dude.
Good job. I'll tell you guys right now, I will say, based upon that trade that just happened, it is very ripe for the Chargers to trade up if they want to at this point. Very, very ripe for them. Like, we could give up a second-round pick and go up and get a dog that we really want right now. Like,
let's get a dog.
Even if they get in the top 10, maybe it'd end up being a third-round pick or whatnot. I mean, these picks are not it's not big jumps by any means. You're not giving up a lot. Oh, Charger, hey, Chris. Broncos have to be sick about not having that pick 5.
No. Oh, throwing some haterade at our friend Rich over here. It's all good, though, baby. All good.
Yes.
He agrees.
Yes.
I love it.
Were you expecting a different answer? I don't know. But yes, I would very much I want my last year's first round and second round pick back, and I want them back this year as well. So yes.
Watching this
I love it, man. Yeah. All right, so once again, we got FTR going on right now, guys. By the way,
Family trust respect, baby. That's right.
Family trust respect. Let's go, Marcus.
Hold out right there, man.
I don't. Rich is over here totally outnumbered.
Hey, I respect that, man.
No, Rich is the homie, man. We love. He's our plug for the Broncos, man. And put in your plug. By the way, Rich, tell us where you're from, and what you're all about.
Well, I'm from Canada. I'm like
some
of the. Actually, the funny thing is, in my area, there seems to be like this massive group of Broncos fans.
Really?
Like huge. And
wow.
It's like every time I go down to the waterfront here, which is only like 5 minutes down from my house.
Yeah.
I'm like one of like 10 every time I go down there in Broncos gear.
Wow.
It's hilarious. So, and I don't know the reason why, but there seems to be just like a cluster of us here. So I'm from the MHRT network. I am one of 4 co-hosts of a great show called the Wild Wild West podcast. We talk about all 4 AFC West teams, and a lot of our shows kind of intermix the different teams within the division, where we kind of compare each team against the others, which kind of gives a bit of a unique perspective compared to most podcasts. But I get guest appearances on a ton of different podcasts to talk about the Broncos. Unlike most Broncos fans, I'm not an idiot, and I refuse to simply just say we're going to win because it's my team. I will quite literally give an honest and blunt opinion, which will often align with my divisional rivals as opposed to other Broncos fans.
Yep. Yeah, man. We love watching your guys' show, and I honestly love hearing your opinion too, Richie. Like, you always have such a good view of your team, and we all get so it's our team is perfect. There's no problems with us by any means. We won't admit mistakes. That's a lot of fan bases out there, and we love to be able to have a guy who's just not going to be in that mindset always. And by the way, the Chargers are going to win the Super Bowl this year. We're going to go.
Let's go.
Hey, I will add, this means we got all of North America covered. We got Canada, we got U.S., and we got Mexico on this call right here.
Let's go. International, baby. Let's go. Marcus, where are you from, by the way?
I'm from San Diego.
San Diego.
At La Mesa Hospital over there.
Sick.
Mm-hmm.
Right on. Yeah, I was born in Santee, and Kyle was born in Santee too. So roots are there, man. San Diego's the best. San Diego's the best, man.
I still love it there.
Guys, go ahead.
Great times.
Go ahead, Marcus.
What's that?
By the way, guys, it snowed here yesterday.
Oh gosh. Oh gosh.
Because I live in Canada, so why not? That's just kind of the way we roll. But it went right back up to like 70 degrees here again today. So it was just, this is like a typical Canadian spring, which is, by the way, you still live north.
Yeah. Here you go. Yeah.
Yeah, Rich, where I live in Yuma, Arizona, and we get a lot of snowbirds out here, is what we call them. People are coming up from Canada up north. We have a ton of Broncos and a ton of Seahawks fans, and they're all up from Canada. I see Saskatchewan license plates, Ontario.
Pat Bolin had a bunch of. There's a lot of Bolin fans for the Broncos because he started his businesses up in Canada, actually, which is where he made his money in the oil sands and whatnot. So he was in oil and whatnot. That's how he's able to make the money to them by the Broncos. And so as a result of him having kind of Canadian roots, a lot of that kind of chunk there in Canada kind of became Broncos fans, which is really remarkable to see, like all the orange and blue up in that little section of Canada. And you want to talk cold? Saskatchewan is freaking cold, and I mean Like
Yeah.
I will not go there. It is that cold, and I am like a cold weather person. I wear shorts and t-shirts in the middle of the winter. Saskatchewan is a different level of cold, and my answer is no.
No, thank you. It hurts.
That's wild. Hey, by the way, you guys want to chat about what's going on with the Raiders? Who do you think they're going with? I mean, Will Levis was connected a lot with the Raiders. I mean, Jimmy G's their quarterback, by the way. You know, he's not very reliable.
I think it's a bad look if they take a quarterback right now. I don't know what that says, you know, as a franchise when they're out here paying a dude, you know, that, you know, whatever money that they're paying him right now. I'm not sure about what the contract details are, you know, when they'd have an out, you know, if it'd be by the second or third year and Levis would be a backup. But I truly think that they need some help on defense because
Big time.
have some good young players on defense. Whatever that slot corner is they have, he's pretty darn good. And, you know, they have some edge rushers. So I think that they could go and try to get that outside corner. Maybe Christian Gonzalez is the pick.
Pick is in.
Gonzalez.
Pick is in,
That's
yeah.
my pick.
Uncle Rico.
Uncle Rico.
Uncle
Throw right
Rico.
over that mountain right over there.
I love that.
I could see them going
mountain.
after Skronsky or Levis at that pick. Skronsky is a guy that's a multi-positional player who fits into that kind of Patriot-style mold where they can kind of move him around. If he doesn't work out at one spot, they can move him to another. But another thing is with Garoppolo, for all we know, he could have been brought in being told that you're going to be basically a quarterback coach on the field. And they're targeting a guy, and I think that's also a possibility. So Levis could actually be the pick here to secure him, especially given the fact that we've had like
Wilson?
what three or
I can
four,
see that.
like three, four quarterbacks already taken.
Tyree Wilson.
Okay.
Dude, I'll tell you what. That man, you're starting Jalen Carter dropping down on this these picks. Raiders suck.
Family trust
Respect.
Family trust respect, boys. Come on now, family trust respect.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That is crazy. That is
insane.
crazy. It makes sense, though. I mean, it makes sense. They need a lot of help across the board, man.
You know what's wild about that pick though is that they do have Chandler, right? And then they do have Max Crosby, who he's one of the top edge guys in the league. Now you can throw in Tyree Wilson. Are they going to get rid of Chandler now? They're going to move on from him? Or are they going to keep
be a
him?
rotational guy?
Rotational guy? Yeah.
I think he should be a situational pass rusher at this point, but I think early on in the season you could probably see him being the starter as they, you know, rotate in Wilson, see how he does, you know.
I think it all depends on how Wilson does in training camp and all the mini camps and off-season stuff. And if he's starting to look good, I could see Jones just kind of being a guy that's brought in as someone to get the guys a breath, right? That's it.
I agree with that 100%.
Well, and he's a smart player, so they could run stunts off the edge with him and Tyree, and they could work together as a tandem on that side.
Yeah.
So I got one thing to say about Garoppolo, though. You know, he's there for the hookers, anyways. He doesn't care to play football, man. You know, I mean, he's in the land of milk and honey, as the good book says, right? With hookers, that's all he's cares about. So, I mean, what does it matter?
They're called escorts now, buddy. They're called escorts.
There we go. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious, man. Jimmy G spot, man. I tell you what, dude, hilarious. No, but anyways, I think it's interesting, but yeah. Be interesting to see what happens with him moving forward.
Well, you're going to know exactly what section is there for Jimmy G when they pan up to the stands and they're scantily clad in a small section, and then they all lift their shirts up and it spells Jimmy G across the chest.
Oh boy!
Up on that all day, he does not care. Captain Jack is fine with it. He's like, hell yeah, sign me up. I want to be in that. Oh my!
That's hilarious. Hey Andrew, throw in the chat if people want to join in the stream and everything too, because I'm thinking this is the Falcons pick now. So I would think the Outer Falcon Mind guys will come in here shortly. The pick is in for the Falcons, by the way.
Okay.
So
good. Okay.
I keep saying this.
I'll try and do it.
I keep saying this. All the fan base wants Bijan, and I keep saying that as many times as I can here until it's going to hit. At some point, it's going to hit, guys. But do you really go running back at 8? Is that really a need? Like when I was on the Out of Your Falcon Mind podcast, I was in the Lions Den. Essentially, what basically Richie is right now with just Chargers fans on board. But all of them wanted that, and I was like, guys, is that the smart pick? You guys got to start looking at your needs, not your wants on your team. You got to grow that team where you have a need, not just say, hey, let's go with the flashy guy. At your point, like even to say us as Chargers fans, we still got caught up very heavily in are the flashy based players in our mock draft versus like finding what our needs is. So where would they go from here? I will say this. If they really want to build on their lines, you have Jalen Carter right now, your local guy in Georgia, ready to go for you. Like, ready to go right now for you.
They need O-line. They're in one of those spots. Yeah, they need O-line because they're in a spot where they don't really have a solidified quarterback, much like I was saying with the Lions in terms of Goff. They are one of those teams that needs to build out their offensive line ahead of when they finally get and or target their quarterback of the future. You look at what the here's the greatest example in recent history, which is the Buffalo Bills. Buffalo Bills, before they got Josh Allen, literally bolstered their offensive line, bolstered their defensive line, and then went out and targeted their guy and said, "Thanks, we're done." And they've basically been perennial playoff teams perennial playoff team ever since.
Yep. That makes sense. I mean, Peter Skoronski right now, I think that's how you say his last name, right?
Skoronski is one option. Another one would be Broderick Jones, would be a potential other option for them at that kind of offensive line position.
Yep.
And then you start to get into some real reaches once you get outside of those two for where they're picking.
They picked that stud tight end last year, right?
Pitts.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Pitts has been okay, but he needs a quarterback to throw him the ball, right? And I'm just not convinced that his name's Ritter, right, from Cincinnati. I'm not sure he's really the right guy. I think he's okay. Marcus, hell yeah, it's 5 o'clock. It's way past it. Let's get it. It's
5 o'clock.
Make it happen, baby.
Hey, check out this cup.
Wow.
Oh,
I love it.
Freddy Krueger?
Yep.
Jason?
Wow.
Oh, man.
Wow.
Where'd you
That's
get
killer.
that, dude?
What?
My cousin's wife made it for me. She makes them all custom. I don't know if she has it on a website or anything, but she makes them here locally. But yeah, they're really, really cool cups.
Very cool.
Oh, we got Robert. We got Robert in. Robert's ready to hop in. Robert, you're pretty dark in there right now, just so you know. Yeah, so okay, who do we think the Falcons are going to get, right? Guys, I think it might be Bijan, man. I get a little nervous about it. I think they're pretty enamored with that pick.
I think it's a really solid pick, but you know, they are building off of last year where their entire identity was based around the run game. You know, maybe they need a defense that can, you know, keep the games closer. Could pick a defender here. I don't know who they'd pick, though.
Well, I mean, the Falcons have just got a long-standing history of drafting dumb
Take us in. What do we
players.
got, Kyle?
Yeah.
Yeah. They about to announce it.
Could it be Skoronski? That might be a smart pick.
Yeah, who is it? Let us know as soon as you can. Reporter on the street, Kyle. There we go. I see it right there.
I can see the bottom of it.
Yeah, I can see the bottom there.
Falcons, man.
Are a big-time supporter for the organization, and they're thrilled to have Chris and Shane making their pick. Okay, guys, take it away.
Eagles have traded up one pick too, by the way.
Eagles traded up one pick.
Yep, they're up in the 9th spot now.
Oh, that's Bijan, dude.
No.
That could be the pick.
No, that's what they're doing. They're going for Bijan, I think.
Yeah, 100%.
And the Falcons aren't picking them here, and they found that out. They're like, we're going to trade up.
Wow. It went
Bijan.
done. Wow.
Joker called it.
Look at Rick.
At least
Look
you
at Rick.
don't have to worry about that no more.
Dude.
Called it. Wow.
Wow.
Well, that sells in tickets, but it's not going to help them.
Yeah. Well,
So okay, I'm going to say this. This is where that whole scenario, if the Eagles wanted to get a running back and they trade their 30th pick for Austin Eckler, this is where that potentially could come around. This is.
Don't have to hear about us not picking him.
Yeah. That's right,
about
Senior
us not
Snappy.
picking him.
Yeah, that's right. That's right,
Unfortunately, we
dude.
don't have to complain about it. We didn't have the opportunity.
That's right.
No more
That's right,
complaints.
Senior dude.
No, yeah.
Yep.
No opportunity.
Yep. That's right.
And your
But
team
like I
immediately
said, this
got
is where
better.
Eckler could get traded. This is where Eckler could get traded at this point.
Yeah, but your team immediately just got better.
immediately.
Immediately.
You're right.
Yeah.
No, I don't mean the Falcons. The Falcons just shot themselves in the foot because they're
Yeah,
the
they
Falcons,
did.
and that's what they do.
Oh yeah. Absolutely.
I mean the Chargers, because picking up a different type of player other than Bijan is going to make your team better. And yes, I actually said that out loud.
Yep.
I immediately have regretted having said it, but I did say that out loud. That I think that by not getting him, you have now made your team better because you will pick a player that is actually going to improve your team in the long term as opposed to a short-term flash in the pan.
Big time. Big time. You know, and the thing is, though, are we going to go flashy player? Are we going to go with a Zay Flowers? Are we going to go with, I mean, no wide receivers have came off the board yet. I mean, I think top 10, I don't think that there's going to be many wide receivers that go top 10, but it's going to start changing probably at pick 14, pick 15, in my opinion. We could get a higher level wide receiver at that point. Is that a need or is that a want for us?
I think it's a
The
need,
need because Allen and Williams are so expensive. Allen's supposed to get paid $30 million next year. $30 million.
And
You know what I would do with $30 million?
You had a block of time this past season where you were like 4 wide receivers on IR.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right.
Good.
And you can't have a quarterback like Herbert who's looking at a dude that's been on the practice squad and is likely no longer even on your team this year saying, that's my guy.
Yep.
Yeah. Mike
You
Vandy.
can't do it. Yeah,
Undrafted
you can't do it.
You fumbled in the playoffs, man. That was no bueno.
I gotta text out of your Falcon mind, guys.
Yeah, we need them to hop on. Get them to hop on.
Congrats, boys.
Yeah. So, okay. Eagles are in. Who do you guys think? Oh, they're going to get Bijan. Oh, wait, he's gone.
They're gonna get off Eckler with the pick 9.
Do you know who they're going for? They're getting Carter.
Yeah, I was going to say,
I
Robert might get richer right
They're
here.
getting
They seen
Carter.
him falling, and he fell out of that top 6 area, top 7. Detroit traded out. You know, that's a really high possibility.
You got to remember the Eagles have coveted that defensive line position with those 2 guys that they have had there forever, but they're getting old. Like they cannot play at this level for much longer. They need to bring a guy that can learn from the best, and the Eagles have been used to having kind of staples at those positions.
Oh, yeah. Fletcher
I think Carter's the guy.
Well, and then they also brought in Sue. They brought in Linville Joseph to try to fill some gaps. It didn't. They got to a Super Bowl, obviously, but they have some gaps in that D line, and so get that staple, that anchor for their D line. This pick makes tons of sense if they go with Carter.
Didn't they lose the safety? I thought they lost the safety this year.
They lost a lot of players on that line. They're hurting.
No, this is a very deep draft when it comes to safeties and cornerbacks, where you're going to get some good guys in like the 2nd and the 3rd round. So I think that they're going to say we can probably get a decent enough safety or corner in the 2nd and 3rd round, but you're not going to get like Jalen Carter on most boards is in the top 5 on every single one.
Easy.
Yep.
Right. He's there for them at pick 9. That's like a run it up and give him the contract.
Kind of sounds like Derwin James because Derwin James
Yeah. Oh, he fell to us big time.
Yeah, outside of quarterbacks, I think we're seeing pretty much the last of the absolute elite, bona fide blue chip defensive players coming off right here.
Yeah,
That'd be the reason to trade up, in my opinion. But we'll see. We could be shocked here, but I think it's Jalen Carter for sure.
Yeah.
And Smith is the only other one that's like a kind of maybe, but he's not a reason to trade up because he probably would have been there at the next pick down. But Carter's the guy you trade up for something like that, in my opinion.
Are you talking about Mozzie Smith?
Pardon me?
Are you talking about Mozzie Smith?
No, Nolan Smith.
Oh,
Nolan Smith.
Okay, got you.
I wonder what they gave up to just jump one. I mean, the crazy part of it is like that's just such a small jump from the Bears. So the Bears are doing the right thing, in my opinion. Get as many picks as you need. Mm-hmm. So, dude, if they're only going back one pick and getting more draft picks, that team needs a lot. And it was a very smart move for the Bears to do that. I wouldn't be surprised if they go back even more.
He's been
I think the Bears are currently shopping their new pick right now to try to see if they can get even more.
Makes sense. Here we go. Good. Eagles received the 9th overall pick. Wow.
They gave up a 4th rounder next year to move up to the 9th. See, it's getting cheap, guys. It is getting cheap. 4th rounder to go up a pick. I mean, wow.
Jalen Carter.
Jalen Carter. Right move.
Our reporter on the street. Good reporting there, Kyle. Jalen Carter. I appreciate it.
Hey, we got Robert hanging out in the back. I'm going to pull in Robert. We also got Mike from Out of Your Falcon Mind. So let's pull in Robert first and say what up. Robert, what up, brother?
What up, guys? How are you?
Dude, glad to have you on, man. Love having you guys on,
dude. Thank you guys for having me on. Appreciate it.
Yeah, man. Love the background, dude. What are you thinking of the draft so far?
I see either a receiver or a tight end being there for them.
Yep.
No tight end, no wide receiver yet. It's getting better for us, right? If that's where we're going.
We got more options. I see if I had to predict like down to the last player, I would say Flowers or Mayer.
Definitely.
I was really reading up on Mayer this morning, and he talked about how he uses his body a lot for to control basically, how to be able to separate himself from like a defender or whatnot. So it kind of makes me think a lot about Antonio Gates. He was the same way. Basketball player, uses his body extremely well. When you got a guy who has body control, Steve Smith talked a lot about that with wide receivers. Elite wide receivers have very good body control. When you got a tight end that has body control, that's lethal. So you never know. We'll see where it's going. But first 9-10 picks has been awesome to watch. This has been fun.
Definitely. Very exciting.
Really fun.
And I just hope they get some kind of top tier talent on offense to give him another weapon. We need Herbert to have more ammunition.
Yeah, James. Well, too. We need offensive weapons because, again, Allen Williams, too expensive. Bosa. I wouldn't be mad if it was a edge rusher, if there's a good one on the board, or a good wide receiver, or the top tier tight end. That kind of makes sense.
Most definitely. Hey, you know what? I'm going to bring in Mike from Out of Your Falcon Mind. His mind is out of your Falcon Mind right now. Let's bring him in.
Right now.
Mike!
Bijan! Bijan!
Yeah,
Do you guys understand what's happening?
Congrats.
Congrats, man.
How good has this draft been so far? We got Bijan, buddy.
Yeah.
Bro.
Hey, Bert wanted Bijan. Bert wanted Bijan.
My heart's a little broken right now.
I wanted Jalen Carter, but damn it, I wanted Bijan, man. I'm actually, man, we're in heaven right now. The whole Falcons community is having. Twitter's going ham. Man, I absolutely love the pick, man. What y'all think about it?
Bro.
You need some linemen.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need linemen. You need linemen.
No, we do.
You need linemen.
But I'm going to tell you, it's like a beat-up car. It's sometimes that you don't think, and you just buy the radio first. You got to get the radio first, man. And we got the radio, man. It's a nice system. It sounds good, man. Damn.
Shit.
Kyle, what's going on, Kyle?
Dude, love it. He's over at the Chargers draft party right now.
Oh, sweet, yeah. Man, hey, so who do y'all want? You have to tell me who y'all want.
I want Zay Flowers, man.
Zay Flowers?
Yeah.
I think Zay Flowers.
A guy that
Zay
has,
Flowers.
you know, body control. That's the guy right there. To your point, James, earlier, he's got tons of body control. He's super good in space. He's super good in tight spaces. He's friendly to the quarterback. He's fast to get behind the defense. His route running tree is the best, in my opinion, of all the receivers. I think he's the best receiver and he's the best fit. And if they don't take him, they shouldn't take a receiver in the first.
Well, here's a question too, right? So what if? Well, first off, what's your guys' difference on Michael Mayer and Dalton Kincaid? Right? Who would you pick, or who would you put 1 and 2? Right? And what are your thoughts of maybe going after one of them instead of a receiver? I mean, who's our tight end right now? I mean, we got
Trey McKinney, Parham, and we got Everett. So it's a pretty crowded room. That's why I'm more wanting a wide receiver, especially with the amount of salary cap that's going to be popping up here pretty soon with the Chargers. With
I'm looking at height, man. Sure. These tight ends are way. I mean, I know we're going to lose some speed, but man, we got some height. Those tight ends, 165, the other one's 6'4". If you look at the wide receivers, them wide receivers, I mean, I think Quinton Johnston's the only one that's 6'3", but he's going to get picked up. We're not going to get him. I mean, the next guy over 6 feet is Jackson Smith.
Jigba.
Yeah. I had a dream that we got him in the first round. I'd
be happy about that pick, though.
Yeah.
Y'all all would be mad if they picked it. Who would y'all just be like, God damn it, the Chargers are Chargers?
Oh, Bijan, man. Y'all took my guy, man.
You took me.
Man, who would we be mad about? It's kind of funny because I've been hearing a little bit of things about Quinton Johnston not being the dude that everybody thought he was. And
he's been dropping.
He's been dropping a lot. And I mean, he is kind of a typical guy that I think Tom Telesco would want to go with, a kind of taller receiver, not like super speed or whatnot. But if you get a guy where you just don't feel like he's like this 4.38 kind of speed burner kind of guy, that would kind of disappoint me, in my opinion. But once again, to Andrew's point, we got a lot of salary issues next year. And we got to think about, we got $60 million plus tied up in Keenan Allen, Mike Williams next year. You got to think, man, could we go out and get another guy that's a Keenan Allen kind of guy?
The Bears selection said.
That'd be more like your Jordan.
Who did the Bears select?
Darnell White. Tight tackle.
Wow.
White.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
There was some rumors about that. I heard about him going to him instead of Skoronski or.
Wow.
Yeah, it was him or Skoronski, but I heard a lot about right going there.
Right there.
Hey, who is the car stereo who you want? The car who you don't need but you want? Who is your car radio? You don't need him, but you want him.
That honestly, I don't know. At this point, I don't know. I feel like I'm so like. In my opinion, I think we have a lot already. We have the car, we got the frame, we got the engine. We just want to be able to get some upgraded subs, basically. We want to get some like 15s in the trunk rattling, Yeah. That's what we want. I think Outcast had a line, 2 midgets in the back seat wrestling, I think. That's all we get, That's what we're trying to get.
I want a PS2 in there like a Fast and Furious.
That's a nice upgrade, right? That's a nice upgrade.
So we got to go to the chat here for a sec. We got Wes Kine. He said, let's trade up for a new GM. I think that's hilarious, man. I know, hey, look, guys, I know we all hate talk. I'm indifferent with Tom Telesco, but I know everyone has a horrible, horrible time. But Trey McKinney, horrible. We have no blocking. And we actually drafted Trey because he was a good blocker, and he's been a horrible blocker for the most. Horrible. So it's been pretty frustrating.
It would be an interesting thing, and just a thought of what the Chargers did last year. Getting Zion Johnson, who is absolute stud. And by the way, I've been wearing my Jamari Sawyer practice jersey for a really long time now, just because I'm trying to get those luck picks to be able to come to us, because that one
that's a
worked out. extremely well for us. But I would think at a point, Mike just jumped back in here. Let me pull him back in. Yo, Mike, you just went out on my joke, dude. That was it. You were gone.
I just had to pop over. I got to pop over back on my stream. And
no, that's all good.
But I fucking love you guys, and I'm happy. I'm happy for whoever you get. I fucking love your show. I fucking love James. I fucking love Drew. I fucking love Kyle. I fucking love the bros. Okay? Happy draft night, guys. I fucking love you.
You too.
Love you, Mike. Hey, let us know if you want to get on your guys' show. We'd love to chat with you guys about further on this too, because I got some things I'd love to ask you guys.
So here's what I'm saying. James, Drew, if y'all want to pop over, just text us and we'll join, and you can join ours. All right.
Yep. Let's go.
Hey, by the way, I love you guys. Y'all got the best prices in the NFL. Food, drinks, man. Y'all, hands down, best stadium situation to go to anytime.
I love it, buddy.
Love it.
Man, y'all have the best podcast in the NFL with the bros. Come on, man.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Out of your fucking mind, bro.
Join the stream. We are eating. We about to drink some alcohol. We about to celebrate, man. So you can join at any time.
Have fun, bro. Have fun.
Right, I love y'all, man. See you.
See you, Mike.
Take care.
Peace. Going back to my thoughts, what we did with Zion Johnson last year, that kind of came out of nowhere for us. So
totally did.
If I was to say if there was a draft pick, that'd be like, that's kind of a little strange. What if we did end up getting Soronsky available for us at 21 and pick him at 21 when we just signed Trey Pipkins and then we have Slater as a tackle? What do we do? Why would we pick that guy? That wouldn't make any sense to me.
In my opinion, and the way that I could justify it is that, you got Pipkins on a contract that's really not terribly high. I think he's averaging around like $7.5 million. And you're not going to make it through the entire season with everybody healthy. So
100%.
Having a pick like that, I haven't done a lot of research on, offensive line prospects this season, but that guy could be a plug and play starter. But I don't know what that says about Pipkins. Like you said, they just re-sign him. So I don't know if it makes sense from that perspective, but Pipkins could be a great swing guy because I think his natural position is probably left tackle, but we got that situation covered over there. So, we'll see where it
Look
goes.
at that. We got Eric Kendricks up there doing some autos right now.
Yeah. So, guys, Titans are about to pick. So, who do we think they're going to go with right now? Actually, I wouldn't be surprised if the pick. Oh, pick is in. So it says pick is in. So we got to see what happens here.
I just hope they don't take Zay Flowers.
And that's a big rumor.
That was the discussion. Yep. Okay, here we go. Rich is back.
Crossing my fingers.
I mean, they could pick basically any top wide receiver right now. There was some rumors that they're obviously dropping their third quarterback too. So do they want to try to go after a new quarterback? Is Tannehill the guy anymore for them? I don't know.
They're like tall receivers.
They got to make up for getting rid of AJ Brown for sure.
Agreed. Big dude.
Najigba could be the guy here. I think.
I think so too.
Zay Flowers are number one to me. It's just pick your own flavor. But those are the two best in my opinion. I just think Zay Flowers fits the Chargers much better.
Robert, what do you do?
To me, Jigba to me is more of like he's got speed, but he's got toughness, and the Titans like going for those tougher receivers. So I could see Jigba going here too.
Yeah, H4 says Levis.
Yeah,
I could see that, but it would be a little weird to me that they would draft him when they got that. Was it Malik?
Yeah, they got Malik Willis as well. I don't think he's the answer, but they did.
Robert, I agree with you. I think this is a Jigba. I think they're going to go Jigba here. I think he fits what they're looking for, and they need to appease the fan base by saying we understand we did not have a good wide receiver core, and we're going to fix it now.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Treylon Burks didn't really pan out for him that well last year too, and so they have to find a way to be able to upgrade that position. And right now, you could get the number one wide receiver right this moment, so it makes sense for them.
And they've been competitive for so many years; they just keep falling short.
Yep.
Yeah. I personally think they're going to have to kind of rebuild the roster in the next couple of years because they're going to be losing Derrick Henry from what it seems like. And, that's the entire identity of their team outside
100%.
of the head coach. So, I think that they need to have offensive playmakers and a good defense until they can find themselves a franchise quarterback in the next couple of years. But they got to build their team up first because they're not going to the Super Bowl or anything anytime soon.
The selection's about to be made.
Okay, here we go.
You mean
got the beat on the street, boys.
Reporter on the street. Reporter on the street. Let us know, Kyle.
Come on.
Marcus, you mean to tell me that in this year's draft, defensive end
He's going.
Yeah. And that's the right move, Rich. You know,
Yes.
that's the right move for
By
them.
the way, it looks like my phone's like literally about to die, so I might lose camera feed, but I'll be able to text you guys still. So keep a look at your phones and stuff.
Yep.
Okay, we'll do, Kyle.
All good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Keep it going.
Kind of like how Marcus was saying, looks like they are trying to rebuild that offensive line too, besides quarterback and wide receiver.
They did lose a couple of their linemen as well, so I guess that that they lost 2 or 3 to do that. Believe it or not, they have quite a number of holes, and so they have to they have to backfill the wide receiver, they have to backfill O-line, and they're going to need a stud running back to fill in for Henry and start playing more, because if they're not going to have him next season, they need to get a guy in the mix that they can see if they truly need another guy or not. I also can see the Tennessee Titans going after the guy that the Broncos had, because they're similar sizes between he and Henry, potentially to try to just go after 2 big, massive bruising dudes who are kind of similar fits.
Yeah, you can't run the ball if you don't have big bodies on the line to move people around, right? So, and look at the 2 teams that made it to the Super Bowl this year, right? So you had the Chiefs and the Eagles, arguably the best offensive and defensive lines in the league. Bottom line, they could run the ball, and it's 8 games are won and lost in the trenches, and you don't got a defensive line, you don't do too well. So it makes sense.
Andrew, what was the first move the Chiefs made as soon as they re-signed Mahomes?
Offensive lineman.
They went 2 or 3 offensive linemen, bang, 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 and that's like literally all they focused on, and they reaped the rewards, right?
Yep, agreed. I think one thing I will say with the Chargers, though, we're in a tough position to go for a lot of offensive linemen right now early in the draft, just because I think we have our 5 set and we have some depth behind. Having said that, you would get more value out of a wide receiver or a tight end or maybe a defensive lineman, because we haven't had a lot of continuity on that on those positions. But I do think we're going to get a lot of offensive linemen later on in the draft for sure.
So here's an unpopular pick for you. Offensive center.
Lions pick
Offensive
is in.
center.
Lions pick is in. Sorry, who? Say again, Rich?
Center.
Oh, yeah.
Cyrus Torrance.
Yes.
Guys that can slide inside. Center
Yeah.
position?
There is a center that I'm drawing a blank on his name.
Michael Schmitz.
Schmitz, that's who it is. Yeah. I know there's a center. I saw, yes.
Here you go. Lions picked him back. Jahmyr Gibbs. Yep.
They got wow.
He's a player.
Okay.
That early?
That's a lot higher than I thought he was going to go.
Yeah. I thought he might go to the Chargers.
A lot higher. Yep. The thing is, though, I heard that Gibbs ran like a 4.38 40. It was kind of a late talk about his 40 time, that it's a lot faster as a back all around. So wild.
I love Gibbs, man. That guy, he's got that home run threat ability. He can truly outrun those elite safeties that were, at the top of their game in college. If he can outrun those college safeties, he can outrun NFL safeties. That guy's fast.
Yep, for sure.
I had to miss that one because the Thunderbolts were too busy doing their stupid thing.
We need to get some cheerleaders. I'm kind of done with the Thunderbolts.
I'm so done with Thunderbolts. We need the Bolt Babes to show up. That's what we need, baby.
That's what he said.
Bolt
Bring him back.
Yeah.
We need
Bolt
to
baddies.
feel on that field.
That's
You know what I mean?
one too. Bolt baddies. I like that.
The Bolt baddies.
Baddies. I like it.
Yeah.
The Bolt baddies.
Hey, that could be me, Bert, and Robert. We could be the Bolt baddies.
No. You need to be called Thunder and Lightning, and then they need to do the whole twerking thing, and that's your Thunder, and then they kind of do the shimmy shake at the Lightning. So
Shimmy shake.
Yeah, there you go. You're welcome for that idea.
twerking at that point. It's thunderclapping. Woo!
Yeah.
That'd be amazing.
Thunderclap.
That sounds horrible.
Sounds horrible.
That does sound bad. Yeah. That's a bad bumper sticker, Kyle. That's a bad bumper sticker. Green Bay on the clock. What do we think, boys?
And you are related to him.
Yeah, he is my brother. Yes.
Kyle is a sick man.
Hey, they hate us because they ain't us, you know?
That's right. That's right.
They hate us because they ain't us.
That's right.
You know, I think we might see Jackson Smith and Jigba go here, guys. That kind of breaks my heart to say, but I think it might be him. It's either him or Zay Flowers, in my opinion.
I would say Jackson Smith and Jigba or Michael Mayer, possibly.
I think it could be Kincaid.
Broderick Jones,
upside guy.
Broderick Jones.
Broderick Jones
Kincaid,
is
okay.
another one. You could see go here. You could see Porter Jr., who would be another interesting one for them. Or you could also see the top tight end go here instead of a wide receiver to Green Bay, because they've got a bit of a standing history of having their tight ends kind of be used fairly heavily in their offense in the passing game and blocking game. So you could see a top tier tight end go here for them, because that would be pretty fitting, I think, as well.
Yeah, it makes sense.
I think someone that you can. Sorry, Andrew.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, I think someone that you can use like Kincaid as a move tight end. You get him in those tight end screen opportunities.
Yep.
You know, let the quarterback roll out and you can hit him in the flat, turn into 10, 15-yard gains right there. That'd be a good
I'll tell you something. It would be really kind of like a knife in the back for Aaron Rodgers if they did go first round wide receiver for once after he leaves. Like, they never really gave him a first round wide receiver pretty much ever. That would be wild if they end up doing it finally after he leaves. That's kind of jacked up.
Great. No, that would be great. Like, just do it. Just do it.
I mean, early on, he had some pretty ridiculous wide receiving cores, but
big time
over the last 5-6 years,
and
James, like,
think of the social media options that Green Bay could do with that. They could say, "Hey, Aaron, look what we did. Have fun with New York."
Yeah, we got pick 13. Guess what? We got the top wide receiver. All right, enjoy New York. Have a good time.
Let us know how the pizza is. We'll keep eating our tea. Yeah, okay. So H4 says Levis or Kincaid. Man, I don't know. You know, I think it's a wide receiver, guys. That's what I think.
Yeah,
I could totally see tight end here for them though. That's a total Green Bay move. And they also lost. I think they lost their tight end, if I'm not mistaken, or at least were struggling to keep him on the roster due to the salary cap. Although maybe with Aaron Rodgers gone, that's not as big of an issue. But
he had a really cool name. It was like what's his last name? Like Tractor Tubbs or something like that, right?
Yeah. I mean, if you look at their tight ends, I mean, they're guys I've never heard of.
Was it Tonka? Is that what his name is?
Yeah,
Tonka or something. Yeah.
Yep.
Like Brooke.
Right now they have tight end Josiah DeGuraria or something, and then Tyler Davis, Austin Allen. Like, who are those guys?
Yeah, and you know, and again, I wouldn't be surprised if they did go quarterback here. I mean, you got to wonder, like Jordan Love, right? I mean, you know, how good is he?
Wow.
Tunyon.
That's true.
That would be, if they go quarterback here,
that's
like a stab in the back once again for who they had waiting in the wings. Like,
here we go, Tom.
That would be 3 times in a row they did that if they did that.
Tunyon.
Yep.
Oh yeah, it was Robert Tunyon. That's what it was.
Well, then James, you know what has to happen is that Love then has to go to the Jets once Aaron Rodgers retires.
That's the way it works, right? That's the way it works. Yep. And we're right over to the Jets.
There you go. Selection in.
They're about to
Okay, guys. So this will be interesting. I mean, because look, like they're in rebuild mode. Good friend of mine down in Arizona that I met when I was there.
No.
It was
Lucas
Wow.
Van
Van Ness. Lucas Van Ness, yes.
You
That's not a
called
bad
it,
pick.
Joker. What's up?
That's not a bad
Wow.
I'm shocked by that one.
Yeah. Once again, they don't go wide receiver. That team just does not like to spend first round picks on wide receivers ever. It's incredible.
So I guess the argument is that there's a lot of depth in this class, you know, and wide receivers and offensive weapons are being coached up better and better in college. But yeah, there's a certain amount of you need a banger. You need a guy that's really going to step in and do it right. Now, we got lucky with Keenan Allen in the 3rd round, but Mike Williams was a 1st-round pick. Well, Keenan Allen was a 3rd-round pick, but he was dropping because of his injuries and he didn't even participate in the combine.
Yeah.
You know, it's wow. Look at that jabroni. Look at him, dude. You're freaking jabroni, dude. Look at that guy.
He's a beast.
Oh, dude. Oh my gosh. Look, he's got the V-neck and everything.
Yeah, well, they picked the small model, right?
He's an Abercrombie and Finch model. Is that what you said?
No, they just picked the small model, right? They picked the small dude just to prove a point.
Yeah.
Yeah, Van Ness is a little guy.
He is.
I think Richie Rich, if he was up against him, you know, he'd be Pro Bowl caliber offensive guard.
There you go. Put a little whiskey in his gullet, you know, and he'll do just about anything, right, Rich?
Oh, good.
Patriots at number 14 select. Steelers are on the clock now with the trade.
They traded.
Steelers just traded.
Yep. It's the Patriots. You know the Patriots always trade back. They always trade back.
Yep.
I think the Steelers might go for a corner here.
Yeah, I think they're going Christian Gonzalez right here, and they know what the pick is.
I think so.
Because the Patriots were going to take Gonzalez, and so they're trading back. And then it's going to be Joey Porter next. Watch. They're taking that bloodline. It's going to be
Marcus, I don't know if you know this. I was a national rugby guy here in Canada. So I hit people at full speed with no pads. And so they would not let me play football. My buddy's hockey coaches tried to get me play, and I proved that I was okay doing it. Where I put on a full hockey gear, and I had guys swing baseball bats at me, and I thought it was hilarious.
Sounds like Happy Gilmore a little bit in a way, dude. You know, take a baseball to the chest.
I was so used to just getting hit at full speed with nothing on that I was like, I'm literally wearing a plastic exoskeleton. This is great.
He had that Bobby Boucher tackling fuel.
Yeah, it's great. And I was like, you're legally allowed to hit people with this much armor on.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was like, oh, this is dangerous, right?
You're licking your chops at that moment.
Oh yeah,
so crazy.
I was gonna say, there's a lot of rumors that the Steelers are going wide receiver in this draft, and now they could really pick up the number 1 receiver right now.
So what did they get, by the way? Are we looking up this trade at all? Let's see what they got.
I'm looking around. The thing about it, I guess I'll say this, and I'll maybe pull back what I just said. They did get Allen Robinson. They do have Deontay Johnson over there. They do have George Pickens, who I think is an absolute stud as a wide receiver. So. Let's see what they got as compensation out of this one, and it's going to be interesting to see if it's only like a 4th round pick or something like that.
Steelers proposed Braves sends who is it? There's rumors that they were sending a quarterback.
A quarterback, huh? Huh.
Don't they still have Chase Claypool as well?
Yeah.
No, he's with the Bears. He got traded to the Bears last year.
Oh, wow.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I think the wide receiver hype with the Steelers is all draft smoke.
Yep.
I'm taking Porter here because
I
truly believe Gonzalez is the pick right here. And
Yeah,
they know that they won't get Porter if they don't trade up for him.
Porter makes a ton of sense for them. Ton of sense. Just for the whole, Porter being on the team back in the days. Hey, do a solid and get my son on your team kind of thing. That makes a ton of sense.
He's a very clean prospect. I think there's some really good corners, and I think he's not a second-tier guy. He's still a first-tier guy to me.
Yep.
In terms of corners.
When you move into when you start making trades up, perfect example. Like K9, we got K9. We traded up to get him. He's been a bit of a bust. You put your head on a chopping block when you're putting away draft cap. Oh, here we go. Patriots receive 17th overall and a 2023 fourth round pick. Wow, that's it.
Gosh, small like trades.
That was an easy.
They just moved up 2 spots, right? 2-3 spots.
3 spots.
3 spots.
But when you trade away draft capital and your pick does not hit, and they are not a good position player for you in the NFL, that's when you start losing jobs as the NFL, as a GM specifically, right? So the safer move is just to take your pick and just move forward. But man, Bill Belichick loves to trade down. That's his thing, man. He loves it.
So I'm looking at Gonzalez compared to Porter, and Porter
Broderick Jones, O-line. Broderick Jones, O-line. Wow.
That was the guy I said. I thought he would go earlier, and that makes some sense.
Broderick is really good, though.
Yep.
Yeah.
He has, you put up like Slater type of numbers coming out of college. He's good. There's some good tackles in this class.
Broderick Jones, was he? No. Ohio State is the guy that was called Big Thanos. The tackle that's out of there. I can't remember the guy's name for the life of me right now, but I was thinking that was the same guy. But hey, build that O-line once again. Smart organizations build their lines, right?
Well, Darnell Wright is 6'5" and 333.
Wow.
So I mean, that's like.
Yikes.
Man, that's a big boy, dude. That's a big boy, dude. Oh,
that's
my
a grizzly
God.
bear.
Yeah.
The Jets are up next. I think they should get an offensive lineman to protect the new quarterback that just got. Otherwise, if they pick a flashing receiver at tight end, I mean, I just think they're setting him up.
Yep.
Man, he's all buttoned together, boy. Look at those guys.
Yeah.
Get more protection for Aaron Rodgers.
Maybe behind scenes, Rodgers said, if I'm going to get traded over the Jets organization, he talked to the guys over there and said, those guys over at Green Bay, they never draft me a receiver in the first round, and that could make it the pick right here.
Yep.
They go receiver.
Well, yeah.
Andrew, talking about the K9 pick to trade up for that one, I was extremely ecstatic when we got K9. And, he hasn't translated in the NFL, but just watching his college highlights and tape, I mean, the guy was just so good coming out of college, a true first-round linebacker, which you don't see that all the time.
Yeah.
At the time, I thought it was a good pick. It hasn't worked out so far, but
I think he's been getting better, though. I think he's been progressively getting better.
Yeah. It's field smarts. And you're right. Okay, so
football intelligence for sure.
It really is, and you got to remember, Brandon Staley runs a pretty complicated defense, right? And well, again, moving from college to pro, he has all the right tools, but he's made. This is perfect. H4, you said it exactly correct. Zero instincts as a football player, and I think that's a big part of it, right? Pre-snap reads, he struggles with it. I also think that's a big reason why Drew Tranquill is no longer with the Chargers. I really don't think he did a great job. He missed a lot of spots. Run stopping wasn't great. His coverage wasn't great. Kendricks is a much better pickup, and he's better at all of that, as long as he can stay healthy. Gonzalez, he's still there. I'd love to get Gonzalez, but we'll see.
Dude, it's crazy. I mean, I'm looking at some of the best players available. Miles Murphy is still available. DN.
Miles Murphy. Yep.
Nolan Smith obviously is still available. Joey Porter Jr., the Jigba, like Dalton Kincaid. I mean, it's really wild to see what's happening here.
I could see Washington being picked up here by the Jets, a taller, kind of well-rounded type player. I think Rodgers, given his accuracy, can also help some of these younger tight ends at the NFL level because he's so accurate. Yep. They're not going to be stretching and trying to, course correct for a younger quarterback. So I could see tight end rounding out because the Jets got a whole whack of wide receivers already in the offseason to sweeten the pot for Rodgers when he was coming in. So what they are missing right now is that middle of the field, tall, kind of well-rounded type guy at the tight end spot. So I could totally see a tight end here.
Me too. And I hope it's not Meyer. I like Mayer more than Austin Kincaid.
Yeah,
The thing is, they have Tyler Conklin over there, CJ Uzma also too. I mean, really adding a third one in there, man. Wow, that could be dangerous to be able to have that much depth in that tight end position. Double tight end sets out there. That would be wild.
By the way, just a little update with Kyle. He is swapping SIMs. He's going to try and hop in on his other phone, so he'll hop on when he can. Okay.
We need our beat on the street, dude. You know.
Yeah. I know. So we need. Come on now. We need that inside track.
Hey, Robert, I wanted to ask you, man. Where are you from, by the way?
I'm born and raised in San Diego.
Cool, San Diego guy. Here we go.
Yes, sir. I was there. I was there at that game when Drew Brees injured his elbow.
I was there too.
Game that I went to.
I was there too. That was it was a slight rain going on there. I remember it kind of just added to the effect of the end of Drew Brees' era with the Chargers. And I remember driving home and being like, well, seems like Phillip Rivers is going to be our guy now. Like, that's probably what
the same thing. Yep.
Yeah, that was
how many kids did Rivers have at that point?
I can't remember.
Seven? Probably 7. I don't know. Probably 7. I don't know.
I lost count after the first 2.
Yep. That's a prolific man right there. He doesn't believe in birth control. Ain't no condoms in that household. Aether. Okay, it's looking good for the Bolts to trade down, bro.
Dude.
Kind of felt like, Aether's got 9 kids. 9 kids. I could see us trading back, guys. I really can. Yep. We need
the only thing that Rivers sees as Trojan Man is an outfit in the bedroom that he wear, and that led to kid number 10 on the way. Apparently,
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, yeah, Aether, I agree. I think trading down would be good too. We're getting close. We're on the clock, boys. All right, so. We got the Jets in the chat here. Who do we think the Jets are going to go with? I like the tight end comment there, Rich. I think that's a smart move. Better not be Mayer, though, dude. Like, I like Mayer a lot. I think he's the right guy.
Yeah.
Especially if we're running a lot of that 11 personnel stuff. Back to our tight end room, Everett was not a tight end when we signed him. He's a big receiver. I'm sorry. He's not a tight end. He's just not. He's a big receiver. And, I feel like having that 11 personnel with Mayer in there would make a huge difference in the run game, trying to get some of those runs to the edge, especially on the strong side with Slater. It could be nasty over there on that with Mayer. And, getting him on those moves. But I also really, really like Laporta, a lot. I think we'll take him in the second if we don't get a tight end here. He's very
my thought is we go wide receiver and then we go tight end. That's what I do. Wide receiver, tight end. That's what I've always said. And then we pick up an edge rusher at some point. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think if you have the edge depth right now that's on the board, you got to go edge in the first.
Yeah, agreed. You got a guy on there that's ranked really high as an edge guy for us. Miles Murphy. I think he'd be a great fit for us on the edge.
I like Miles Murphy a lot. I think he has a good floor, but I think he's really, truly reached the ceiling in terms of, he hasn't really upped his production, and he had a down year this year compared to last season. But I still think he's a very good player and a safe edge player for sure. More of your defensive end / edge guy, more like a Bosa style player.
Yep.
Nolan Smith is an outside linebacker guy.
Hey, Andrew, what do you think about Darnell Washington for a second-round pick?
Oh, hell yeah, dude. That guy is a 6th offensive lineman. And, dude, he moves mountain. You saw him push that sled. You're like, holy shit, bro. Mm-hmm. I mean, ain't nobody should be able to do that.
I actually think he should go to the Jets.
He could. Because,
man. I mean, when you're that tall and you have a guy that's that accurate with Rodgers, he could just pick you off in the back of the end zone over just about anybody.
Man, his catch radius is 2 times that of a normal normal tight end, for that matter. His catch radius is crazy.
See, and I like that guy a lot. You just got I just feel like right now the Chargers need a wide receiver now with the Allen and Williams conundrum, right? Because I by the way, I love Josh Palmer. I think he's fantastic, but he ain't Allen and he ain't Williams. He's just not.
Second
I don't
round.
know. Yeah, no, and I see that. I think that could happen as well too, right? So, I mean, and here's the thing, guys. We all know that the Chargers have their top 15. And Telesco, as much as people hate him and dislike him, and also even Brandon Staley, they have picked 15 players that they want. If they are available at 21, they will probably just take that player.
There you go. Jets pick is in. Got a little kid on stage hyping up the crowd.
They just flew in that pick.
This guy.
The Jets. And yeah.
Jets.
McDonald.
McDonald?
Joker said,
All right.
McDonald, huh?
Yeah.
Wow.
I think he's a safer pick than both Miles Murphy or Nolan Smith.
Wow.
McDonald
has a little bit more tools.
So think about this, guys.
Pass defended. Yeah.
I mean, there's a chance that we could even get Nolan Smith at 21 now. I mean, this is
the only issue
wild.
I have with him is that he's a little undersized for edge right now in the NFL. He's like 230, 240 or something. He's not too big. So,
well, he's definitely bigger than Chris Rump in a sense.
Rump shaker.
Rump shaker.
That's a stretch.
Hey, by the way, Mark, you live in Yuma, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you need to connect with Bert. Bull Pride. You got to connect with Bert.
Are you over there in Yuma, Bert?
Yes, sir.
That's awesome, man. I'm over here in the foothills.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, look, I'm out in Buckeye. Been there for. I've been Buckeye since I moved to Arizona. So.
Wow, that'd be cool to hook up.
I think that was
barbecues or.
Yeah, it kind of depends. We do a little bit of mix of barbecues at some of the folks' homes, or like if it's a larger group, sometimes we'll just pick a restaurant, usually downtown, somewhere, and then we'll all meet there. Just because it's kind of, I mean, there's been some games where we got a lot of people come together and to kind of have it at someone's house. Kind of depends. We got to pick and choose what game to do that for.
Yeah,
but you guys should connect up for sure. Like it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's cool.
These guys have been out a few times, man. I mean, I don't know if you want to share kind of your overall experience. How many times you guys have been
great.
Oh, it's awesome.
100%.
Dude,
it's amazing.
The last experience that we had watching a game was not fun, but it was great while it lasted. I mean, it was, dude, we were going bonkers. We had a good crew in downtown Phoenix watching that Jags-Chargers game. I mean, it was rocking, man. Asante Samuel looking like a beast, and then we started getting that feeling of a Charger fan where you're like, we've seen this before. I've felt this before, right? And that sinking feeling came in, and people vacated the restaurant without saying goodbye, and that's everybody was pretty ticked off. But outside of that, guys, it was a great time. It's a great time hanging with Chargers fans. So always fun.
Good location. I mean,
great
right
location.
Across the street from the Suns Arena.
Yeah,
it worked out really cool.
It was great. And by the way, I'm going to say something about the whole Will McDonald pick. Robert Saleh, man. Once again, he's a defensive head coach. He wants to always think defense. He wants to build defense. That's a pick that Robert, a.k.a. Coleslaw, will choose,
Hey,
so it makes sense. It makes sense in that sense.
The Jets were really close to making the playoffs, and they just totally took a dump at the end of the season. I mean, they just really
Big time.
did. And I'm glad they did because we were able to, seal our playoff spot in part. it was just like the AFC East was just beating up on each other, and I was
Exactly.
like, let's go.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the
Yeah,
real
they're
problem was
not
their,
a bad
their
team.
quarterback was too busy in the back of minivans
Mhm.
to actually play the game. And, you know, that's really what the problem was, and you kind of saw that on the field where, you know, the soccer moms were there waiting for him at the back of the stadium, hoping that they get a piece. But he really didn't play particularly well. He didn't play particularly well during the game.
Yeah.
I think it's a stretch, man. I think they could have got him in the second round if they like, even if they tried to trade up maybe a little bit to get him.
I agree. That seems like a It's, I don't know.
That was too early of a pick.
Yeah, but that's the draft, though, guys, right? And that's the thing that I think is so interesting about this, right? Is you just never quite know how it goes. You know, love him or hate it, Tom Telesco, he kept talking about that. All we're doing is making educated guesses. We're doing our best to figure out, and then they're going to make a decision once their pick is in, and go from there. And that's it, right? So, yeah. And by the way, this I wanted to talk about this, Larry Castro. So we should probably talk about this. And guys, throw your questions out there. We're getting close to our pick. I know right now we're just kind of flapping our gums at this point. So, but why don't we, kind of talk about where we're at now? First of all, should we go wide receiver, tight end? What grouping do you think we should go after in the chat? But I think it's a good point, Larry, that, look, we don't got a lot of edge rushers left, and both Mac and Bosa, they're injury prone and they're expensive.
Yeah.
And their best years are behind them. Let's just face it, right? They really are. So it's a good point.
As a Broncos fan, you need to draft a long snapper. And
overall, yeah,
just go for it. Just absolutely just go for it. But I mean, literally, all joking aside, I actually think, given who's left on the board, given your current injury history at the position, and based on draft value, as long as you still have one available that's reasonable, you probably should go edge, or an interior D lineman who can rush the passer. You have issues at both of those spots on your team with injury history. Those spots are worth more, especially if they are even modestly successful at the NFL level. And I think that as your team, that's where you should be going. I do believe, Andrew, you made a comment earlier in the pod here, and I agree with you, by the way. These wide receivers that are coming out of college are so polished now compared to where they were. That's why you're seeing them drop the way you're seeing them now, is because there's just so many that are so good. The value just is no longer there in the draft because there's just so many of them that can play so well right out of college.
Yep.
Yeah, and you know why that is, though? It's because there's all these camps that these guys can go to. Like, think this, like there's the collective bargaining agreement. There's only so much time coaches in the NFL can coach these guys up. So when I interviewed Josh Palmer, I don't know if you know this, Rich. I interviewed Josh Palmer. He was at a camp with Jalen Hyatt from Tennessee, and they were there learning how to be a wide receiver. And so they're getting coached up in the offseason. It's not just spring training.
I'm gonna disagree, and this is why I disagree. The college game has dramatically changed from what it used to be.
For sure.
And the college game is now almost exclusively passing, and running the ball is kind of just like I guess we can do it. Right. And so what you're seeing now is these wide receivers, they're catching triple the number of balls that they used to. And by the way, that's also the reason why you're seeing quarterbacks coming into the NFL now, even the guys that are
Emmanuel Forbes.
Wow.
Emmanuel Forbes.
I saw that.
Wow, guys, like this is getting spicy. This is working out great for
weird territory here.
Imagine Nolan Smith. Ooh.
Matthew, I'll
take it though.
Yep. Well, guys,
what up, Matthew?
This draft is working out great for the Chargers because look, trade back makes more sense because we can get more people. If we go down maybe 3 or 4 spots, get another second round or a third or something, you get more depth.
I mean, we're talking about linebackers and edge.
Look at what the trades have been. The trades have been like nothing.
Yeah,
there's still Miles Murphy from Clemson still out there. Nolan Smith from Georgia still out there. I mean,
all right, so
all the wide receivers.
Yeah, literally all the wide receivers are available. I mean, you got to think New England now being on the clock, you would think they would go wide receiver at this point. You would think.
Especially with Jacoby Myers leaving the team. I mean, they really don't have that number one true receiver on their roster.
Yeah.
No, they're going to draft a fullback for sure.
Yeah. That's the right choice. That's the right choice.
Yeah,
I like it.
draft Darnell Washington to be their fullback and move tight end.
Somebody out of BYU. I already know it.
Yeah.
Or
Hey, you know
Iowa.
that guy, Blake Freeland from BYU. That guy's a stud, though, too. Oh, Patriot picking it. Actually, you know what? It could be Blake Freeland, man. That guy's kind of a freak of nature. Remember last year, their first pick was some guy out of like Butthole State. What was his name? Strong or something like that? You know what I mean?
Butthole State.
He was
Yo, wait. What's the mascot look like? What's that mascot look like, though?
Like a hemorrhoid.
You don't even want to know. Bro. You don't even want to know. No, but I kept thinking, I'm like, oh my God. Say again?
It was a poop emoji as a mascot. That was
Pick
the
is
mascot. Poop emoji.
They call him Dingleberry.
Dingleberries, the Dingleberries.
Yeah.
Dingleberries.
Dingleberries, dude. Oh my God.
Christian Gonzalez is the pick for the Patriots.
Guy.
Christian Gonzalez.
Okay.
Hey, that makes sense. So
That's a Patriot pick right there.
That's a
that
Patriot
slid in
pick.
the draft. A guy that slid in the draft that they feel that they can coach up and be a guy, right? So
Holy moly, guys. I don't know about you guys, but my heart is pumping a little bit more, thinking, holy smokes.
It's getting closer.
Wow.
We
We could really get after it. There you go. Let's go. Michael Meyer over there.
man, I'm telling you guys, it's just getting exciting.
My worst fear is if that we pass on Flowers and somehow he ends up with Kansas City.
Yeah, I know. I thought the same about Bijan Robinson if he was actually going to drop that far down. And I was thinking, man, would they do that? I mean, Isaiah Pacheco worked out extremely well for them. But I was thinking, man, Zay going to KC would be tough to watch. And he did passes with Mahomes too, by the way.
Quinton Johnston, what do you guys think about it?
I love that guy, dude. I think he's great. By the way, Coach, you can hop on our podcast right now if you want. The link is in the chat, so hop on if you want to hop on. Okay, Coach?
Oh, he's in right now. Let's go.
Oh, he is here. Okay. Oh man, sorry about that, Coach. You've been in the lobby forever, dude. You should say, "Hey, let me in, dude." Come on now.
I'm over here giddy because I'm like 2 picks away from my dream.
Yeah, no doubt.
I know, dude. I'm shocked.
I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. Not until 21 comes up and he's still there. I'm not going to say it. That's all I'm going to say. If he's there at 21, damn it, and we don't pick him, I quit. I quit. He's out off. I'm going to cry about the corner with my bottle of liquor, and it's just going to be one of those nights. Oh, man. What we had? 2 picks left?
2 picks left, dude.
I'm
we
amazed
got the Lions.
that Christian Gonzalez lasted that long, but it's working in our favor.
Yeah.
Now,
hey, Coach, is it defender? Is it a defender?
No, not at all. It's
okay.
It's an offensive player.
Okay.
Offensive player. That's all I'm saying. I ain't going no further than that. I don't want to jinx it. I'm 2 fingers across right now.
So it must have been a fullback, like what Rich was talking about. We got to go fullback, right? Big fullback.
We
Y'all
need
just stop
another
listening to
Steven
Rich
Anderson
when
type.
it comes to division competition. Rich is a hater. Rich don't want to see us be great, okay? He knows that we get we know we get the weapon we want. They're in trouble.
Yeah.
They're in trouble.
Hey, they're already in trouble. They got freaking Rusty Wilson, dude, freaking throwing the football. That guy's old. He needs to be put out to pasture. So, Coach, just so you know, I had a dream that we got Jackson Smith and Jiba. So he was our first pick.
You said it. You said it, didn't you?
You said it.
You said it. Oh, you said it. Damn it.
Oh, the curse. The curse.
I wasn't going to say it until the 20th pick was in. I wasn't going to say it. I can't believe he's even here at this point. So I got my fingers crossed. I would like to believe the Lions are going to go. Lions going to go defense, the edge, I'm assuming, but we'll see.
Yeah, Miles Murphy or Nolan Smith is what I'm thinking.
Or they're
going Nolan Smith.
Well, they also need a corner. They need a corner. So they could go Deontay Banks because the Forbes was gone, Gonzalez was gone, Witherspoon was gone. They could go Deontay Banks.
They kind of need a lot of things too.
I would like to believe receiver isn't high on the list, but you never know.
Yeah, Brian Branch, remember he's out there too, and we do have a need.
Coach, I'm at least going to be kind. I think you guys should go after Hunter Luepke, a fullback from North Dakota.
See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying about him? See, I tell you, you don't want us to be great. You don't want us to be great at all. A fullback on the first round. That's worse than a kicker in the second.
Hey, I'm gonna put you in the penalty box, Rich. I'm gonna hide you off the stream right
there. You go. There you go.
You're done.
No, I was actually serious with you guys before. I think that there's enough edge talent left in this particular side of the draft that you guys should be targeting it. And I'm saying that not as a hater, Coach. Simmer. I'm saying that.
Simmer, not a hater with Simmer.
No, I'm saying that because you have two dudes that have an injury history, and that is a premium NFL position. And if I'm putting aside the orange shirts and all the gear behind me and saying what's in the best interest for your team, you should be targeting a guy that can backfill those positions because they're incredibly valuable. And frankly, they're an important position on the team to rush the passer.
Yeah.
Well, not only that, you can get them for 5 years for cheap.
True.
Right. Exactly.
I tell you why I slightly push back on that particular aspect at the first pick, because I always have an issue with drafting a person when you have an incumbent already starting. So hypothetically, let's say that Khalil Mack and Bosa play the whole season. You're kind of giving them a red shirt year if you're going to draft the first round edge rusher, so they won't get a lot of snaps. Hypothetically, like that same ideology of drafting a lineman when you have 5 already early, because he won't see the field unless a guy gets hurt. So, and you don't wish that. So, in a perfect world, a guy doesn't get hurt. You kind of delay the development of your first round pick a year, in a sense. So, I think you go pure need.
Coach, the last time both of those dudes played a full season, Andrew and I both had 6-packs.
That's right.
Okay.
That is true. But I've never had a 6-pack, Rich. Never had a 6-pack.
For the record, you never had a 6-pack. Yeah. So I think you should go pure need and somebody that can start right away in a position of need if you're gonna go first round, if it's available. Now, if it's a situation where you don't like the guy that you have a need for, and it's a guy that you just can't pass up on at a position of not of need, then you go best available. But all things considered, it has to be a weapon on offense in some facet if that is available at 21, in my opinion.
Well, you go back to, say, Uchenna Nwosu. Remember how long he kind of sat behind Ingram and Bosa? Right. Finally got his chance when Ingram left. Right. Had a pretty good year. We let him walk. Basically had about the same exact year as Khalil Mack for way less money. So if we do think about defensive end, I mean, my concern is that Joey Bosa is just way too injury prone for us. And it just I mean, do you think Chris Rump is your guy? I mean, Kyle Van Noy is a guy that we need to go after again, in my opinion. We need to fill that gap again. But I don't know, man. It would, for entertainment's sakes, if we get the top tight end or top wide receiver, to give that to Justin Herbert to allow him to grow with that guy, it will be fun to watch. Rivers to Gate.
That's where I'm at with it. And that's exactly where I'm at with it. Yeah, I think that's the primary position you should address, either tight end or wide receiver. I'm more leaning towards tight end, but yet again, whoever's the best available, that's the biggest, most brightest weapon is going to start day one.
Yep.
I realize that Bosa is in California, but he's got to drop those fruity drinks.
What? What? He's have what is he having? What is he having today, by the way?
Well, I think the last time he got in trouble, he had some Smirnoff blackberry. Oh, good Lord! Just stop it.
I think the new thing now is Bud Light, right? Didn't Bud Light get?
It was like a Bud Light poster or something like that. It was something crazy.
Bert, you can't go there because Bosa already wears a man bun.
Yeah, Bosa would be the first person to play in the NFL.
Lions, here we go. Jack Campbell.
Really, linebacker?
Jack Campbell. Oh my God! Look at those lines.
Wow.
Dude, hot as hell, dude. We need cheerleaders back in, guys. Come on, guys.
Man,
Bud Light.
These ballers just keep dropping us, man. We don't have options.
This is, guys. I'm starting to envision a trade back here at this point. I don't know.
I agree. I agree. It is interesting. some of the, yeah, I actually want to hear what you want to say on that, Robert.
I would not, because there's too much value to pass up at this point. At the same time,
I agree with
Unless it's like
Kincaid,
2 or 3 picks down.
JSN.
Maybe for a few picks.
it's like a buffet at this point. Pick
At
whatever
this
you
point,
want.
we can get one of those because no matter who Seattle takes, we have the option to get either one.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like you got to stay pat at 21 right here. I really do.
Yeah, I agree.
There is too much cream at the top of the barrel right now for you guys to not use that pick to get a guy that you know is effectively a sure thing.
Absolutely.
I agree.
Coach,
I agree.
I said that as a Broncos fan, so you can lay off on the comments on me now.
He wants forgiveness.
Look, you talk about the Chargers one time. I got to talk about the Broncos one time, and now we're even. We're good.
I know. I feel like we
Seattle's
should be
gonna stick with
talking some more
defense.
trash.
I got a feeling.
Well, I was going to say something about like the wide receiver class. Like I heard some of the experts talking about the wide receiver class that they were kind of a little concerned that it's not like top end talent. There's good guys out there, but there's not like top end talent. And I thought that was a little strange to be able to hear because I think JSN, I mean, if we kind of look at some of the history of the Ohio State wide receivers, they've been really good for the most part.
Olave.
Yeah, Olave, stud. Having him. I watched an interview with him this morning on what's her name? Kay Adams' show on whatever network she's on now. But
I'll be right back. Couple of seconds.
Yep. I mean, he seems like a genuine dude, like a really, really good dude all around. And he kind of talked about what if we were able to get to Chris Olave and JSN over at New Orleans together. Like, think of how wild that would be for him. So I don't know, man. It's just insane that we could literally get the top tight end, top wide receiver potentially at 21 at this point. It's
so crazy to me.
Wild.
I'm
wild.
So let's take a look at the chat here real quick. We got Daryl talking about all the people we want are still out there. Absolutely crazy. And
that's not true.
And then,
a bunch of you guys wanted Robinson. He's gone.
That is true. That is
that's not true.
That's true. It is still on the board, by the way. But people are projecting him to go like second round probably. He's badass. So we'll see what happens with him though for sure.
And I do think that we got to go wide receiver. Now, once again, I'm just going to say interchanging wide receiver, defensive end. Personally, I think defensive tackle is my opinion. I think we could still get a tight end possibly in the third round and do pretty well based upon the way it's moving right now. Like, we could really go deep in this draft and get a very solid tight end.
Go ahead, whoever.
Oh, no, I was saying, do you think Laporta slips into the third round?
I think he does. I think he totally can. The widers or the tight end from Old Dominion, what's his name? Kuntz or something like that, or whatever his name. There's a lot of hype going on around him.
Yeah,
so
big time.
6'8", runs a 4.5 40. 40-inch vertical, 44-inch vertical.
Yeah,
I mean, you can't coach that. You can't coach that at all.
You can't coach that.
Can't coach that. Hyper
he's not
athletic.
a very good route runner, man.
Chancey just went. They took a chance.
Wow.
Bucks got Chancey.
Wow.
I guess we're not taking a Chancey on Chancey. Shit.
No Chancey on Chancey.
No chance
No
on
Chancey on Chancey.
Chancey on Chancey.
Dude, I'll tell you what, guys. That's a beefy line with Vita or whatnot with Chancey.
Vita Chancey. Yeah, that's the formidable. I think them and the Eagles, the interior D line, best in the business right now.
Yep.
Best in the business.
They're building.
Yeah. I was surprised they didn't take a shot at Levis here and let him sit while Baker starts.
Yeah. You know, and it's funny that Levis keeps dropping, but you know what? I thought he was just all hyped in. Right? So,
I think we're seeing the truth about Levis at this point. They were talking about him going number one overall and all this stuff. I think we're starting to see the truth. People understand what they're getting with him. It's a project. It's definitely a project.
It was all smoke.
That is a big son of a bitch. Look at him, dude. He is huge.
But he's small for Jim. He's only 6'1". He literally mirrors Aaron Donald. He literally mirrors Aaron Donald like everywhere.
Literally does. Literally does. Yeah, the one thing that I've what's that?
6'1".
Yeah,
he's
small guy.
6'1", 281. He's not that big.
No, he looks big on TV. Is what he's meant. I think it's what he meant. He looks big on TV, but he's probably everybody else is probably 5'5", and compared to him being 6'1".
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I'll say one thing too. It kind of makes sense that Cansey goes to the Bucks because in a way I think of everybody says Aaron Donald, but I kind of go even further back. I feel like sometimes Warren Sapp comes to mind when I look at Cansey too.
That was a comparison to Jalen Carter and Warren Sapp too, so that's a good one as well.
Right. So ironically, the Bucks go back and go get a guy that's like a Warren Sapp potential type player for him again.
That's a good call. I like that. That's a good call. Good call. Okay. One pick away and I got a feeling, fellas, that Pete Carroll can ruin our dreams here. I think that he might pick offensive player because he picked defense all last year practically, and he picked the one early in this draft, so he could go offense here.
They still go after Nolan Smith.
No matter what,
they do need an edge rusher. They do need an edge rusher.
Yeah, they need an edge rusher. Big time.
They do need an edge rusher. So we'll see. So we got one pick to pay dirt here.
Yeah, here we go. So we got Daryl. So Daryl says, "Hey, do the Chiefs dip in now, man? Look, I'll tell you what, they might. You know, by the way, my mock draft, the one that I really thought was the best. The Chiefs did trade with the Chargers, and we got a bunch of picks, you know, as it went down the board. But I mean, it was ridiculous. I got like a second and a third and like a fifth, you know, for a 21st. Like that ain't gonna happen. But would be interesting to see. We are going to get a top wide receiver, guys, and I think that's what we need, guys. I really do. We run a lot of 12 personnel. We're going to see a lot. We're going to see a lot of spread. I think.
I see if Kincaid doesn't go here, I see a lot of trepidation of picking which one who you pick, JSN or Kincaid. I see a lot of I don't know. Like I don't think they expect to be in this position. Do you have a choice between the two? I thought they might think they can get one out of the other, but not both. They had the choice at. That's crazy.
Listen, let's a little talk back to our one of our live episodes. Chargers need a dog, not a chihuahua. We need a real dog.
I know. It's Larry says we need to draft a dog. You know, and I said all Chargers players are dogs. What are we talking about here?
Hey guys, okay, so
not
guys,
a dog. He's an injured dog, and that's about it.
He's got a little limp there, you know.
Yeah,
I get it.
yeah.
I get it.
A little limp in his spine. No big deal.
Yeah. You need a vet on your team to help Bosa out.
Yeah,
I'm amazed. The Lions took Jack Campbell.
The other thought about bringing an edge rusher in now, you could sit Bosa and Mack on certain plays. They won't have to be out there all the time.
Yeah.
And, you know, because, all right, we're not really going after the quarterback. Great. Third down, guess what? You got Mack and Bosa out there, but maybe first down, maybe second down, you got the rookie setting the edge, giving them some experience and keeping it simple. Robert, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, I think it's either going to be Nolan Smith, if I have to guess, or a wide receiver.
Yep. That's my
there was a lot of talks about Zay Flowers going to the Seahawks. You know, if we go back to our earlier conversations of when the Seahawks ended up doing their earlier draft pick with Weatherspoon, you got to start thinking maybe what if they end up going for the top safety in here of Brian Branch now too. I mean, they got Jamal Adams over there. But if they're going to really try to sit there and bring out, you know, a little bit more on that defense. I mean, I guess Quandre Diggs is pretty solid over there too.
Yeah.
So maybe that's not going to be the case, but defensive end makes sense too.
They could go interior O-line as well. They got tackles, but they need interior O-line. They could need interior O-line, interior D-line. Linebacker need linebacker too. They need a linebacker too.
Yeah.
They brought Bobby Wagner back for a year, but they need another one. I don't know if they believe in Jordan Brooks has been a long-term solution or not, but
yeah,
they could use that.
So Antoine wants us to get Kincaid.
Did you say a linebacker?
Yeah.
Yeah. They definitely need a linebacker in Seattle to kind of backfill the guys they lost. So and you know Carroll values linebackers pretty highly. Like
they brought Bobby Wagner back for a year, so they definitely need a succession plan.
Yeah.
Seahawks using up that clock.
They are.
They are really waiting.
I bet you they're talking
making us sweat, making us all sweat.
I really hope it's not a trade. Please don't be a trade.
Somebody leapfrogs us to take JSN. I'm gonna be so blown.
Watch they don't get their pick in. Watch they don't get their pick in, and then all of a sudden we're on the board, and they're gonna be like, "Oh, we got
fine too. Whatever.
Hey, I don't mind. Whatever works.
Whatever works."
Man, okay, so all right, guys. So man, it's getting spicy, guys. I mean, anyone else's heart rate moving up? I mean, I'm checking out
Man,
my heart rate.
I'm trying to listen. Shout out to Larry Davis. I'm trying to curb my enthusiasm here, because if this pick goes in and Jason is still on the board, I'm gonna be pounding the table.
See, you know what? And this is
in Larry David fashion, our pick is going to be really, really, really good.
Yes.
Oh man, I hope.
Pretty good.
So, I think Charger Chris makes a good point, right? Look, at the end of the day, if they don't pick a wide receiver here, we have the pick of the best wide receivers in the draft, and we don't go after it at 21.
I have no faith. You gotta pull a trigger on it. I mean, it's like the Derwin James pickup. Like, I don't think they had Derwin James on their board realistically, but he fell to you, so you had to take him. So JSN is on the board here at 21. You got to take him. Like, even if he's not, he wasn't your top guy, you got to take the best wide receiver on the board. You got to do it.
Yeah. And my dream comes true, guys. My dream comes true.
Yours and mine both. Yours and mine both. I did a poll earlier. There you go.
Andrew should be the next general manager.
Nostradamus.
I'll take over from Telesco.
Yeah, you got to take an offensive skill position.
So I have a question for you guys. If JSN is your pick here, will you be pissed off if Zay Flowers is still on the board in your second round?
For Chiefs?
I would be pissed.
I would have to live with it because we got JSN. Like, if we didn't get either one, and they got Zay, then I'd be upset. But
but basically, my point is that
I'd rather have
if Zay's still there when you guys pick in the second round, are you going to then see the pick of the wide receiver, despite the fact that he's the one you guys actually want? Are you going to be upset that you picked him when you could have had arguably an equal or close to guy in Zay Flowers in the second round? Kind of
I'll be honest. I didn't talk a whole lot about JSN because I didn't think realistically we're going to get him at 21.
Exactly.
That's my guy. Like, that's my dream pick. Like, I did a poll on Twitter earlier today that said, "What is your dream pick for the draft?" And JSN was it. I didn't have to guess that one, but I didn't think by any means at 21 he was going to be there. I thought he's going to go top 10, top 12.
I didn't think it was a chance.
At all.
I wouldn't be mad if we get any one of them. Honestly, they're all good. I think they're all great.
Yeah, I think they can contribute in some fashion no matter who we get. But if JSN is here at 21, I'm like, look, hand the card in.
Yeah.
Hand the card in.
Also, I don't see Zay falling to a second round. I say he goes
not at our pick. I think he'll go. He might go second round, but I think
it looks like JSN is the pick. That's what Josh said.
I told you
on the run on receivers.
They got to go Zay Flowers.
You don't do that.
Chargers got to get Zay.
Damn it, Andrew!
Shit. I screwed it up, guys. Sorry about that.
You mentioned his name.
Look, Coach had it all going on. He's like, I don't want to say the pick. And you know what? You really screwed the pooch, Andrew.
Yeah, this is on you. This is on you.
This is on you, man.
Oh, man.
It's okay. We'll get Zay.
Can I still be the GM for the Chargers? Come on now. Come on. I still want to be the GM.
Yep, it is Jackson Smith.
Damn it.
It is him.
I had a feeling they honestly, without DK, because I actually, I'll talk about this on my show on Tuesday, that outside of DK, their receiving group isn't that good. So this is actually a good pick for them. To my dismay, one pick away from getting him. To my dismay, it's actually a good pick for the whole Seahawks. In all honesty.
So guys, is this where we see Austin Eckler traded off in some sort of trade down scenario? Right in the chat, what do you guys think? I know there's conversation. Think Flowers? We just go Flowers.
I go Flowers because there's not going to be much talent left on the board by then.
Yeah. Okay. So, guys, Flowers, Mayer. We got Mayer. We got Kincaid.
Johnston.
We got Nolan Smith.
Nolan Smith.
I don't want to see Michael Mayer in a Chargers jersey.
The Chargers guys here,
brother.
If the Eagles would give you the 30th pick for Eckler.
No way. No.
There was a whole scenario talking about that for a while. That would be a possibility.
You mean in a trade down, or we keep 21 and they give us 30?
You get 21, they give you 30, and they get Eckler.
No.
Oh yeah, done deal. Yeah, absolutely.
First round pick for Eckler, yeah.
Hell yeah.
I would.
Wait, if they give us their first round and we keep 21, yes.
Yes, absolutely. I'll do that.
Yes,
I'll do that
absolutely. Absolutely.
Damn it, dude. That
I'm sick. I'm so sick.
Look at that! Look at that chain. Everyone got a chain, dude. I need to get a chain. I need to step up my game, dude.
I'm actually glad that
that's the NIL money.
Robinson went earlier.
Yeah. Oh, you're saying that, Robert? You were glad he went earlier?
Because now that gives us an opportunity to possibly use Eckler as trade bait to whoever needed a running back and couldn't get the two that they wanted.
That's exactly it. Yep.
Good point. I like that. Good point.
I mean, even if we get a second for him and we end up getting salary pulled off, our cap in general, exactly. I mean, that's not even a bad bit. Because, even if you get a second.
About $4 to $5 million in extra cap space.
We could still get a top receiver and then maybe a tight end.
I think
you could get a defensive end. You could get a lot of gaps filled pretty quickly.
And you're saving money on top of everything.
Yeah,
I think Nolan Smith should be your pick here, and I'm not saying that because I know you
don't like it.
Offense.
That's not Herbert, man. Everything right now is about Herbert.
Eckler because
we need to get Herbert
way
out.
Too much value out of the guy.
I say Zay.
You can't replace that.
Rotational guy in the first round versus a bona fide weapon on offense. I think you're a bona fide weapon on offense, in my personal opinion.
Me too.
Yeah, especially with a lot of the personnel that Moore wants to put out there, right? I mean, we need speed. We need to get vertical, and I'll tell you right now, Guyton's not the answer. He was.
I mean, and he's coming. So he's going to be worked back slow. We're not going to expect him to be, flying around the field week one.
Yeah. Well, I mean, sometimes when the defense is getting shut down and they're doubling Allen and they're doubling Mike, like they were against the Jaguars in the first week, he came in and caught I think it was like 2 40-yard plus catches Guyton did, and that was all because of they were taking away our guys on the inside, and he was able to hit them over the top. So, and Herbert definitely trusts him. He's caught some contested balls in the end zone. I like Guyton a lot. I think he adds a lot to the team.
Yeah, I'm just concerned how quickly he's going to work back from the ACL because it's a trust issue where people hurt their knees. They got to be able to trust that knee and be able to get to back up to that full stride, that 4.3 speed that we've been loving for the last couple of years. So I think that's the only question.
It was the wrong year for him to get hurt because he was really catching his stride and he really finally claimed his role in the offense. Yeah. So,
I still see that giant cat in my mind getting the cover too. Herbert launched that ball he rolled right and launched that ball 60 yards in the air, right between the two safeties. It was beautiful.
That was amazing.
So, guys, this is a really unique position for us. I didn't expect half of these people to be on the board.
I agree.
No way.
I agree. So, what's the pick here?
I just kind of wonder if a trade down would happen, but
I say Zay or Smith, if I have to guess.
I wouldn't move off of Kincaid either. I think they might take Kincaid.
Yeah, that's a possibility too.
I mean,
look, I don't think they expected him to be here either. So I think it's Zay, Kincaid. I think they have I guess you can say a coin flip of who they want at this point.
All great possibilities.
Yeah, I don't think that the Chargers organization expected to be in a position where they could select 2 of the top tight ends and one of the receivers that they wanted. So that's why the
boys. Here we go. Buckle up.
Please, Zay Flowers, please.
Buckle up.
Oh, my God. It's going to be a thumbnail right here. Come on. It's going to be a thumbnail right here.
Buckle up, boys.
My heart rate just jumped, dude. My heart
is jumping.
Let's go, bros.
Come on. Please.
Yeah.
Man.
Mess this pick up. Come on, Tom.
Okay, come on. All right, anybody in the chat? Oh, Larry says Nolan.
I think that's who he wants. I don't think that's the pick yet. Don't spoil it yet.
Don't tell him,
He's let get down, get to the podium.
I'm over here refreshing Twitter like no other right now.
I ain't even looking at Twitter. They spoiled a bunch of pics for me already.
All right. Are we gonna just watch it on TV? We're gonna watch it on TV or what?
Let's wait for Goodell to announce it. I'm with Goodell announcing on this one.
All right.
Even though he takes forever.
I don't have to. Sorry, guys.
It's Will Levis.
No. Stop it. Stop it right now.
Man, if that happened, I turn my TV off.
Listen, I'm logging off.
I feel like I'm done.
I'm logging off if it's Will Levis. I promise you that. And listen, I'm wearing the Justin Herbert jersey. That would be hilarious if they draft Will Levis.
Hey, I'm wearing a Sante jersey. Imagine if they draft a corner.
I know, right? Deontay Banks.
Right.
This is what happens. The Broncos trade up for 21 and give us the rest of their draft picks for the entire season.
All right, there it is.
Come on, please.
I don't know if the draft room looks very happy. If you guys are seeing the feed I'm watching, they look like they're kind of like whatever.
I can't see them.
There you go.
Joker's not happy
go.
in the chat. Let's see. I think Joker's not happy.
Oh boy.
I'm not even looking at it. I'm just watching. I'm watching the feed right now.
What are we doing at
I'm good
21?
with this. I'm good with this one right here. He's the tallest one out of all of them.
Oh.
Okay.
Here you go.
Okay. All right. Let's see what Roger got to say on this one.
I'm good with it.
Oh my god.
I'm good with it.
Quinton.
Are you kidding me right now?
Wow.
Are you serious?
Wow.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
But that is a typical
Telesco pick. That is a
don't need another Mike Williams
pick.
We don't
Pick
need
Quinton
another Mike
Johnston at
Williams.
21. You skipped over a top end tight end and a slot receiver for Quinton Johnston, who has drop
You gotta
issues.
be kidding me.
Oh my god.
He's got high, bro.
Oh my god. I
You guys
cannot
saying
believe
this
it.
would happen.
Man hands.
I cannot believe it.
You know, so the argument could be made. He's tall, right?
There's no argument to be made. There's no argument to be made. I'm sorry. There's no argument to be made. I mean, come on, dude. Like,
Yeah.
seriously, man. Like, we're not serious. We're not serious.
Man, they did it
for
though.
me.
Is this a nightmare that we're having all over again, or what?
Oh my God! Out of all the people that you picked Quinton Johnston.
You know.
Oh my God.
Coach, on the plus side, he had -7 rush yards.
That's a plus. That's a plus.
You call that something good?
Quinton Johnston at 21. You skipped over Dawson Kincaid. You skipped over Zay Flowers. Even skipped over the edge rusher to take Quinton Johnston, who is inconsistent with his ball catching experience at this point. Oh my God!
He was actually ranked. He was ranked the highest receiver out of all the group. And multiple.
He looks confused himself.
I'm so sick.
He looks confused himself. Look at him. He looks confused. He's like,
oh my God! I cannot believe they picked that guy. Out of all the options you had, you picked Quinton Johnston. Oh man,
it's not so.
I can't believe it. I don't know what to say. You. I don't know what to say.
Do they see him as an Allen successor?
No.
Yeah,
or even a Mike Williams successor.
Or Mike Williams successor. Because
that's the thing. Mike is younger than Keenan, so if you want to get somebody, you get a Keenan replacement. He's not even that. He's a 50-50 ball catcher. He's a high point. He's more of a prototype of Mike, and Mike is younger than Keenan, so you're gonna have Mike for longer. So why would you draft the exact prototype of a Mike Williams in this situation? I don't understand.
Yeah, you didn't add difference to the team.
If they were going to do that, you should have just traded down. If you're going to do that, you just trade it down. You should have traded down.
Even better off.
Up as well too. So by the way, Chargers, Chris,
unreal.
You like the pick, honestly. Give us a reason why, and give us some thoughts as to why you think you like that pick.
So here we go. 6'3", 208. He was position rank of 1.
Yep.
60 catches, 1,069 yards, 6 touchdowns, receiving average 17.8, 40 time of 4.52. I think it went just a hair under 4.49 in the workout combine. we went size versus speed, in my opinion.
Yeah, we did.
I think it's a Telesco pick. This is a Telesco pick, 100%. Now, once again, we have Kellen Moore now as our offensive coordinator. Maybe he just wants more size. I know there was a lot of knock on a lot of these wide receivers that they were 5'9", 5'10", smaller size guys. And they were kind of like, well, they potentially could be guys in second round that we get, third round, fourth round, whatnot. They went size. 100% on this one. And I think it's an interesting move all around. Metrics-wise, he's in the 79th percentile, arm length 81 percentile, vertical 95 percentile, broad jump 99 percentile, 96% span arm lengths. So
those stats match exactly what Coach just said, though. He's a 50-50 ball guy, right? It's like I can jump high, I have long arms, and I can do the thing, but he's not your literally every single Chargers fan I have spoken to and heard from has said, if we go wide receiver, we need a guy that can stretch the field vertically, can kind of make defenses play off of us, because that's also going to help our run game. Like literally, that has been the entire consensus that I've heard from every single Chargers fan.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's not a great jump ball guy. He's not. He should be, but he's really not polished in that way. He looks like he is, but everything that I've seen
I
about
don't think
him,
he's polished in any facet. I think he needs a lot of work to be a top end receiver. I just really do. And you picked him in the first round. Like I think if you had to pick him in the first round, I think nobody would have honestly picked him in the first round. I think he would have slid at least the second round.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like a really odd pick for me. I feel like it's a tough one to process. Hey, why don't we go around the horn real quick? What does everyone think? Just real quick, your thoughts. Trash. What?
I'm not going to knock a player that got drafted. I didn't get drafted, but and I will never be drafted in the NFL. But hey, congratulations, by the way. You got Justin Herbert as a quarterback now. You know, the thing about it is about Justin Herbert is that I think that he could make good players great. And maybe there's going to be two veterans, Mike Williams, Keenan Allen, that could really go out there and teach him up quite a bit. But do they look at it as like he's going to be a wide receiver 4, which you don't do that with a first round pick, by the way.
He definitely is going to be.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yep.
I mean, Josh Palmer is probably ahead of him. Josh Palmer didn't have a bad year last year, kind of filling in the gaps.
So we have an average of 40 time on our receiving core line of about a 4.55.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. We didn't add speed at all. We're still the slow kind of team. Like slow. I mean, now they're relying on Guyton to be that stretch guy. Or do we double dip in a wide receiver later on? Like
if they don't take a guy like Tank Dell, Trey Palmer, Marvin Mims, somebody like that later, then I'm really sick. I'm really sick. I'm really sick. I don't understand.
I'm praying they get
Mims.
Mims.
Don't know. Sorry, go ahead.
Mims.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. That's all I wanted to say. Go ahead.
I'm just confused about what role they see this guy in. Is
I'm
this
very confused with that. That's a great question, Marcus.
Receiver next season, or what kind of role is this guy truly going to have? Because yes, he does possess those raw traits to be a vertical receiver, but he didn't even show that at the college level. He really didn't.
Yep.
So, you know, I'm just kind of concerned from that. He's got the long arms. You know, I could see some deep bombs going to him, but you know, the offensive line, when you're 4-5, you got to block for a long time to get to the second level of the defense. To be able to get him the ball.
And
I would have much preferred, you know, a guy that can really, when you get him the ball in space, he's a yak guy. Which that's really why I like Zay Flowers so much.
Dude, facts. That's exactly it, Marcus. Like I actually said last year, I wanted a yak guy. We needed that guy, and we don't have that guy. I feel like we're just that offense. And once again, my hopes is Kellen Moore has the ability to be able to create yak-based plays for our guys.
You know what? Let's go back to Richie's point. Now, I think that we get that 30th pick now, and then we're back in business. Like, We need to run this back with 30 and do this right.
Zay Flowers gone.
Zay Flowers gone.
He's going to go. Yeah, I was actually just going to say, I think he's going to be Zay, because I remember reading an article about this.
As long as he doesn't go to the Chiefs, I'm happy.
Exactly. Thank you. Don't go to the Chiefs.
Don't go to the
Zay
Chiefs.
Flowers to the Ravens.
Damn it, dude.
That's good for the Ravens. Lamar gets another weapon. OBJ, Zay Flowers, Bateman, that's actually good for them. But
DeAndre Hopkins is not getting traded then after all, if that's the case. Because they kept talking about DeAndre Hopkins coming over to the Ravens.
And how good is this kid after the catch, man? You were talking about stretch field, run after the catch, yak guy. He's the prototypical guy for that, and we passed him.
Yep.
That is unpolished in every facet. Like, tell me, if anybody can give me an honest opinion, what did Quinton Johnston do well?
Yeah.
What does he do well?
He was okay. He was
maybe
down the road. That's it.
There is a universe where this guy, year 3, we're eating crow like hell. And this dude's just out there.
And I'll be happy to be wrong.
1,200 yards.
Yep.
I will be happy to be wrong on it.
I can imagine him running those
right now, trying to win right now.
But
that's rough.
No. That's what I'm pissed about. Is it's not a win now thing. It's
no.
We go to the playoffs and we'll see what happens. But you know,
right.
I'll tell you once again, guys, this was another one of those Chargers picks that you're like, we didn't even have them on the board. We didn't really think much about him. I don't even think he was going to be available per se at this point. But at the same side, like, it's another Chargers pick out of the blue that you're like, why at this point? Like, you could have chose so much better, in my opinion. It's interesting doing a quick just search on videos with him. I looked at Steve Smith Sr. in his analytics and looking over the wide receivers. The first thing that pops up is Quinton Johnston.
He hates
Smith, he says, I'm struggling with him. Right. First off, he's like not understanding him as the receiver that he's supposed to be.
I've seen those. Yeah, I've seen those.
Yeah, so
I've seen it too.
There's a lot of things that are got a lot of work on him. I don't feel like we honestly got better, in my opinion. Now, I could be completely wrong about this, and I want to, just like what Coach Defense is saying. I want to be wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Last time we did get a TCU player was LaDainian Tomlinson, right?
Yeah.
And he was a stud. Different type
Way
of player
different
completely.
Way different circumstances. Like LaDainian Tomlinson looked like a first round pick when we got him.
Yes.
Everybody knew it was consensus. He was a first round pick. This guy isn't.
I think Kendre Miller would have been a better first round pick out of TCU.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, right.
Well, you know what this guy reminds me of? I don't know why.
His nephew would have been a better first round pick than this guy.
Tell me if I'm wrong. This guy reminds me of like a Larry Fitzgerald. What do you guys think?
A little bit.
But I wouldn't even give him that because Larry was a refined route runner. Larry was elite at route running. This guy
He's got to learn how to route run. He's got to work on his focus at the catch. He's got to work on a lot of stuff.
And James, you made up a good point about what Steve Smith brought up, because Steve said another problem he has with Quinton Johnston is that he disappears. Like he'll just go missing in games. So that if you do that in the league, you're not going to last long.
Yep, exactly.
It doesn't scream number one receiver to me. It doesn't scream next year number one receiver.
Look what got squeezed in the middle of us. We didn't even take Jordan Addison. Why didn't you take Jordan Addison if anything?
I would have been
seriously. I would have been good with Jordan Addison.
All right, I'm going to share something with you guys real quick. I'm going to share something with you guys real quick. This is on NFL.com. I don't know. This thing is going nuts right now with some ad right now, and I don't know where it's at. But hopefully you guys can't hear it. Oh, here you go. Sorry, guys. So basically this is on NFL.com, just talking about his analysts, what he's all about, what he does great, everything. NFL comparison, Alshon Jeffrey. You guys know about Alshon Jeffrey, right?
Oh, God.
Not good. Drops the ball pretty frequently. Athleticism score 67, 36th ranked wide receiver in this draft. Production score.
Who brought up the point that Telesco them didn't look happy? Because I think they were concerned
He
themselves.
didn't look happy. Like, I don't know what to take from this, guys. Like, I don't know what to take from this.
I'm legit curious about what you thought about Quinton Johnston was better than Zay Flowers or Jordan Addison. Like, what sold you on Johnston versus Zay Flowers or Jordan Addison? I'm curious about that.
Probably height, I would assume. That's probably more an NFL body. Now, again, guys have been flashing this up. I know we're all pretty heated, right? Okay, so let's just play devil's advocate for a second. I know we're all kind of stewing here, but again, so Charger Chris thinks he's a good pick, and he also says he does everything well. And bottom line, guys, he brings up a really good point, right? And I've popped this in quite a few times. What if 13 and 81 goes down? Then the offense won't skip a beat, right? Now,
I don't know about that either.
That's under Lombardi. This is under Kellen Moore, who's a completely different offensive coordinator, right? So
that's true.
They're going to have completely different philosophies, right? Now, again, that's the only difference that I have with it as well, too. So again, H4, man, I don't know.
The best we can hope for is that his guy turns into CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah.
What Kellen Moore did with CeeDee Lamb.
I'm about to say they're kind of using the same way.
Using the same way. That's the best we can hope for.
Yep.
Well, and the other argument too is a guy like that, you can rest Allen and Williams a little bit. They can take some breathers. They can take some breaths. They don't have to be out there all the time. You know, and you keep them fresh for the fourth quarter. That's one of the things Brandon Staley loves to do. He likes to keep people fresh for the fourth quarter for the big drives. You can use these guys, you know, the first half and, you know, kind of move the ball down the field. But then when it turns into red zone, you put Allen and Williams out there and they scored a touchdown, right? So, you know, we'll see. We'll see. You know, there's clearly some things there that we're not seeing.
One point that I looked on another channel just chatting about this pick. Somebody said, hey, look, he's really good at yak. Like, he's very good at yak. He's actually averaged 8.9 yards per, or like yak, average 8.9 yards after the catch in 2022, which puts him at 10th best in college football last year. And forced 18 missed tackles, ranked 8th this season among receivers in Power 5 conferences. So there is some levels that you could start saying that yak could be a part of his game. I mean, based upon what he did in college.
That might be true, but he has to catch the ball first. He also has to get himself open second and all of these other things.
There's other parts involved in that. Yes.
Yeah. And it's like, and then the other thing is that he's slightly undersized for his height to be a guy that can kind of box guys out.
Yeah.
Yep.
So he's 208 and 6'3". So if he was like 221 and 6'3", then you'd have a different, you know, we'd be talking differently about him, right?
Yeah, it's such a weird dynamic because he's built like Christian Watson, because Christian Watson is the same size and same body type, but Christian Watson runs a 4.2.
Yeah.
So if he was that, then I'd be fine with it. But the fact that he runs a 4.5 at that size is just a weird dynamic to be that size. You know, not your prototypical possession receiver, like you said, he's 215, 220, but he runs the 4.5 at 208. It's just weird to me. The pick doesn't make a lot of sense. Can we argue this is a panic pick? Was it a panic pick because they thought that JSN was going to be there? They didn't expect Seattle to take JSN, and they would just panicked and picked him.
Then why not look at? Here's my take from a Broncos fan's perspective is that the one thing you guys have is you have height and slow receivers. So the one thing that would have set you guys apart would be a faster guy that can catch the ball and get yards after catch. That's Zay Flowers. That's literally Zay Flowers. That's what he's good at. On the flip side, the other thing that from a opponent of yours twice a year is you guys kept on having all of your pass rushers getting hurt. So it basically made your team less potent on the defensive side of the ball. You guys would have done better going, in my opinion, getting an edge there are several of them available who would have supplemented and run behind better guys. I'm sorry, it's just a fact. And then in addition to that, you have a young up and coming quarterback who does not have a long-term versatile tight end that can do all of the things. You had 3 of them available at your pick. So I'm simply like, I'm literally trying to be kind here as best as I can.
You're trying to turn poop into fruit. I understand.
I'm attempting to polish a turd, and I don't think it's possible.
There you go. Yeah, you're trying to turn shit into sugar. I understand.
Yeah, you know, Daryl, that's a perfect conversation. We're in an abusive relationship.
We definitely are.
That's what alcohol and marijuana is for, guys, right? That's the whole point, right?
They just paired up Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison. Wow.
It looks like Addison's gone. It's going to be Addison. Yep.
Man, hey guys, I was going to jump over real quick to the Out of Your Falcon Mind podcast just to say what up to them and chat about that. So hang tight.
I'll run the things here. Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna head out. My Broncos first round pick ended before the draft started, so I'm good. So all is right with the world for me because the Broncos just apparently don't need first round picks because why have a good team? And that just makes total sense for the Broncos organization, I suppose. But if you have any questions for me about the Denver Broncos, or I actually happen to have a bit of draft information, although I like to crack jokes all the time, I'm happy to weigh in. Coach, we'll see each other next Wednesday. I assure you this is going to be one heck of an episode because wow.
Yeah, this is nuts. And by the way, Wild Wild West podcast, that's where you find Rich and Coach Defense. Good times over there for sure. Look, let's maybe think some, devil's advocate here, right? I mean, it's tough to find a silver lining. I know we're frustrated, but look, bottom line, we got a new offensive coordinator. You never know. And Chris keeps bringing up, he's got more targets. Is he the target we wanted? Right. We want vertical threats. That's what all the fan base wants as well, too. But again, hey, look, Zion Johnson worked out last year. I didn't even have him on my radar at all. And that guy's been an absolute stud and a perfect pick for us. So, our line is solidified, but who knows? Maybe this guy can do some other things as well, too. I know people are pretty upset, guys. I mean, the chat is pretty livid at this point, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I understand frustration, folks. I really do.
I think we might be the angriest fan base in the first round. I think everybody else pretty much got a good
I would agree.
person outside of us. I think we're the first person that people scratching their head like, why did he pick him?
No, I don't know about this. One or two teams definitely stretched. I know that much.
I think the Lions picking a third running back was a little bit interesting because they got Swift and Montgomery already in house. So picking Gibbs was a little bit of an interesting pick, but he had 2 first-round picks, so they kind of was, almost picking them from a luxury perspective. But yeah, this is a complete and utter head scratcher for me. I don't understand the pick at all.
It's a little different. Yeah, we got Moses Moore.
And I know we don't know the nuance of Kellen Moore's offense just yet, but I can't believe that having 3 receivers that have the same, level of speed is going to work, in tandem. I just don't see it.
Well, and Moore always says you don't need speed. You can make space happen even without speed, and that makes sense. You can draw it up, but I still think in the NFL you got to have speed. You got to have speed.
Speed kills.
In today's NFL, you require it. Otherwise, you're going to end up in a position where defensive coordinators will play one way for the first half and then absolutely slaughter you in the second half, and you end up losing the game as a result of it.
And that's a great point, Rich, because that's exactly what the Jaguars did to us in the second half of the playoff game.
Yeah.
That's exactly what they did.
You can and then all day, but you can't break, break away speed. You can't break, the guys that can just outrun the safeties. You can't. You can scheme against scheme all day. So, I really am confused about this pick. I'm not a total hater on it, but I just feel like there were some guys at the wide receiver position that fit more of the mold that the Chargers were missing. And it's just disappointing to spend a first-round pick on somebody that really doesn't fit that.
Out of all the guys that had first-round grades, he's the one that had the most questions.
Yeah, and one of the arguments you could say right now, tight ends are dropping so deep now at this point, right? We probably have a good shot of getting a tight end in the middle of the second round. There's a lot of people there, Now, I will say this. I like is it BJ Ojelari as far as the guy from LSU? Yeah, Ojelari. I like him as well, too. You could probably get him second, maybe third, who knows? But, man, it's an interesting situation. So – and, Chris, I hope you're right, man. So we're going to be doing a deep dive into this guy specifically. We're going to put a lot of effort into figuring him out. We're going to do some videos.
Yeah, I got to watch more film on this guy because everything that came out about him as a negative was definitely red flags for me.
Yeah, no, for sure.
The problem is everything that came out of him was average.
Yes.
Yeah.
Average.
Yes.
Let's remember, he was ranked number 1 by a lot of rankings. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind.
Yeah.
I mean, that was early on in the process too, though.
It was.
So here's the thing. Here's like his stats. When you look at them, he was middle of the pack in terms of receiving yards, which sort of flies in the face in terms of the whole yak comment, because you'd think that if you're a good yak guy at the college level with subpar defenders that you're going against, that you would have much higher yards total in terms of your total yardage. He was at 1,069 receiving yards. He had 6 touchdowns. He did average 17.8 yards in terms of a catch, which is good. He's certainly in the upper-ish tier there of those wide receivers. But on the flip side, he's clearly not versatile because he can't rush the ball at all. He had -7 yards. I mean, that was just me poking the bear, but nonetheless, it's true. And on top of that, he had 60 receptions. Now, that is about middle of the pack or upper middle of the pack. So basically, you're looking at average numbers. So I push back a little bit, Bert, on based on what metrics. So what are you looking for in your wide receiver? What is your offensive scheme going to call for in a wide receiver? And basically, if that's Kellen Moore's guy, my gosh, your offensive coordinator better be on fire when it comes to using him. Otherwise, you're done.
Yeah. And his head's in the nukes already, right? Yeah. And he's I mean, come on now.
Oh man.
I mean, to that point though, playing the devil's advocate, if his average reception 17 yards, that turns drives into 0 to 3 to 7, especially when you have Herbert and he can, he doesn't have to be the volume guy right away because you have Keenan Allen, you got Mike Williams, who's your big play guy. You got Keenan Allen on third down, so he doesn't necessarily have to be the available receiver all the time. So obviously they saw something in him to the point where, they thought he fit Kellen Moore's offense for sure.
Andrew, you mentioned something also.
I have to interject though. If you're going to use the metrics that you just used, Jalen Hyatt is 6 foot tall, 176 pounds. He had 67 receptions to Quinton Johnston's 60. He had 1,267 yards to Quinton Johnston's 1,069. He had 15 touchdowns to Quinton Johnston's 6. That's points. So the whole point that I'm making here, and sorry, before
that's more value.
And before you shake your head on that even more, I'm sorry to point out the also sad fact. He also had 18.9 average yards per catch compared to Quinton Johnston's 17.8. And he also didn't manage to catch a 0 or rush for 0 or for negative yards. He just didn't rush at all. And so it is what it is. So the whole point here is that you could have gotten a guy who is somewhat comparable when it comes to the actual stats and probably got him later and then drafted a guy who's probably going to be more valuable to your team as an opponent. I'm looking at you guys as an opponent saying tight end, edge. Those are two position groups that I think you guys could really use better as a team because you need more depth and you also need a guy that's not going to get hurt.
Andrew, you made a good point earlier. You said, well, I don't say good, but you made a point. It's valid, especially with history. You said this is a total Telesco pick, right? Yeah. But if I remember, and if I go back in history, I mean, we've done really well with really big fucking receivers, man. I mean, Vincent Jackson, Malcolm Floyd. I mean, think about we historically like going after big power. I mean, Mike Williams, right? I think Keenan was the only one that really I think we drafted such high that really didn't fit that mold. But overall, I mean, history says we do really well with these big guys.
Well, the game was a little bit different too. Like, you have to look at it from a perspective. It was a more running-centric game during the time of Vincent Jackson and Malcolm Floyd and those guys. This is a speed, stretch the field type of game here. You're throwing the ball not necessarily 20, 25 times. You're throwing it 40 to 50 times in certain aspects of it. So you got to have guys that can catch and run. In certain facets. I mean, think about all the teams that have won in glowing fashion the last 3 years. I mean, you look back at Tampa Bay and with Godwin, Mike Evans, and their slot receivers. You got Cooper Kupp and their guys, and with the Rams team. And you got the Chiefs last year. I mean, we don't give them a lot of credit for having speed, but I think Valdez-Scantling was a 4.3 and things of that nature. Even before that when they had Tyreek Hill. So I think that you got to have at least one or two guys that can at least make you think about how you play them defensively. Like so if I know nobody can run past me in when I'm not playing them defensively, then I'm gonna play you a whole different way. Then I got to take the top off.
Yeah. So let's I know we ranted a lot here. I think this is a good therapy session for all of us. One of the things I will say. When I interviewed Josh Palmer said something very interesting. As soon as Kellen Moore was hired, he's like, hey, I want to get the playbook. And exactly what Kellen Moore said was, the playbook's not made yet.
Yeah, we're going to build it. Yeah, I heard that.
We're going to build it. So the argument could be made that he's going to create a playbook with whatever he has from the draft, and that's really what the decision's going to be made moving forward. And that does make some sense, right? Because at the end of the day, you can say, okay, well, what's going to happen? Who's going to be doing what? But again, I think depth is good. And from hearing this entire conversation, I feel like this is a pick that one of our 2 wide receivers is not going to be with us next year, and that's going to be Mike Allen or Keenan Williams, or Mike Williams, Keenan Allen. Oh my God, I think my dyslexia right there. My point is, they know that that's going to have to happen next season, just salary cap wise. So we need somebody to replace who we're going to let go. That's it. I think that's the simple thoughts. What do you guys think? What does the chat think? Am I way off, or what are your thoughts?
I get it, but a logical choice would be Keenan because he's older. Literally, his birthday is today. And his birthday is actually today. It was crazy. He was on TV earlier today. I think he was on Speak. They were talking about his future and things of that nature. He literally turned 31 today. So, and I guess he's less punitive from a Cavs perspective to part ways with next year. So, so if you're gonna leave or lose a guy that's a refound route runner, a third down specialist, really good in the run blocker, you get a guy that fits that mold, more so, and it kind of be a prototype to Keenan versus getting a guy that's more of a prototype to Mike. Because if you line up, you have Mike and Quinton on the outside with Keenan no longer being here, you just got 2 50-50 ball guys on the outside. Nobody that's going to move the chains in a sense. So that raises a red flag for me as well. Like, what was the thought? I would love to hear his thought process behind why he picked Quinton Johnston over Kincaid or Flowers or Addison.
Yeah, so there'll be some discussion. I'm gonna hop on that real quick. I'm gonna piece it apart. Whatever is said about this pick, and I'm gonna do a video on it tomorrow for sure, folks. Just Bill's got Dalton. Interesting. Damn. Shit.
You got Kincaid.
That's the last thing we need to get is, and again, my question is
that's what we.
I like the idea. Mayer's I think better, but man, Dalton's got hands though. So I don't know.
He does.
See how that plays. He's got hands, dude. That guy. He catches everything that gets thrown at him. He did have some injury issues. I do like Mayer's body a little more. Well, that sounded weird the way I said that. The way I said that sounded
right.
Ooh,
you know what I'm saying?
I'm actually not a big fan of Mayer because he's really stiff. Like Mayer's not, out of all the athletic tight ends that are here, Mayer wasn't one of the more athletic guys in my opinion.
I said that all wrong. I said that all wrong.
Right.
The one thing about, and it's interesting, I'm just kind of surveying over the Chargers social media side of things. The first thing that they ended up tweeting out about Quinton Johnston is yards after catch. And they show videos of yards after catch. So it's kind of like they're trying to sell us a little bit hey, you guys should like this guy a little bit more because this is a yards after catch kind of guy. And I'm going to hang my hat on that as much as I possibly can, just because he was 10th best in college football yards after catch. 8.9 yards is pretty good. I mean, that essentially could be a first down every time after catch for us.
But we also know one thing as well between college and pros. The amount of space in college is different than space in pros.
Way different.
So you have to have a unique skill set, like I say, Flowers, that can be a person that can have, some type of skill set or move set that can get him free and be elusive in the open field to allow him to get those extra yards after the catch. If you're just a straight line guy that's just trying to run past people, that's not going to work as well in the league as it did in the college. It's just not.
Yeah, agreed.
And the whole thing, with Zay Flowers. What's up, dude? New subscriber, dude. Zombie Dragon 88, dude. Buddy. Appreciate it, man. Glad to have you part of the family here.
Yeah, I gotta get going, guys. You guys take care.
See you, Bert. Hey, hopefully the negative talk didn't stray you away, Bert. I'm sorry, bud.
No, you're good. You're good. all right.
Listen, you're not a new Chargers fan. You're used to it.
Yeah. Are you going? Are we doing this tomorrow again?
I don't think we're doing the second and third tomorrow. We'll probably just end up chatting about it. We'll probably do a live later on, probably on Sunday. We'll just chat about a full recap of everything. So
sounds good. All right, guys.
Cool, man. Yep. See you, Bert.
Thank you.
Peace, buddy. But the one thing that I think as Chargers fans, we wanted a guy who's a little bit of electric guy after the catch. We wanted a guy to be able to get the ball in his hands, a Tyreek Hill kind of guy that could just take it to the house. And we got a guy that we've already had on the team, like Mike Williams, basically.
Right. It's just a 50-50 go up and get it guy. He's not a big time after the catch guy either. You're not going to make anybody miss, and that's my biggest thing about picking Johnston is that he's not going to make anybody miss.
Yeah, he won't. Yeah. So again, there's a lot to be said about this. Now again, I'll just bring it back to the draft. I know Dalton Kincaid went to the Bills, which is amazing, dude. Like, oh my God, that team didn't need more offense, in my opinion. You know what I mean? Yeah. But so again, I do think though, Kellen Moore will clearly put together a pretty nice offensive scheme. Now, my other thought too is, I think there's a lot of good tight ends in this draft, right? We talked about Laporta. We talked about it with Kuntz, right? We talked about a ton of these other guys. Yeah. My boy from Georgia is still on the board, and we could easily probably get him in the second round, right? So,
Darnell Washington.
Yeah.
I would love that.
For us, right? So maybe there's a little bit of method to the madness here, guys. Like, okay, we know he's going to fall. Let's go after these guys, the second, third rounds and go from there. Now, but it is frustrating because you do want to see a little more explosive. And okay, so correct me if I'm wrong on this. I want to read between the lines here. Why are we frustrated with this guy? Is it because he doesn't have the speed and we want to see Justin Herbert bomb it 60 yards, 65 yards down the field, and we don't have a weapon like that, like Guyton, because Guyton's been hurt? That's partially why I'm frustrated. I wanted to see more explosiveness. Last season, 5-yard goddamn bombs down the field. I'm like, holy shit, dude, this guy's got a cannon and we're throwing 5-yard outs all day. Yeah. It's like, holy shit, what is that all about, dude? And so that's my frustration. That is my frustration. So what are your thoughts on that as well?
Yeah.
I feel like you want a guy, every NFL fan base wants exactly what they don't have. And the Chargers really haven't truly had that kind of guy. I mean, you could kind of count Eddie Royal, back in the day. He wasn't a burner or anything, but he was that shifty guy.
Eddie Royal.
Go ahead and say Travis Benjamin too.
Yeah, Travis Benjamin. Oh, dude, how many balls did that guy drop, dude? Oh my gosh,
all the time. And again, not to put a little fuel to the fire. I mean, we still got Austin Eckler. I read a lot of articles that he could be traded today or during the draft, right? So we're getting into the second round. They might say, "Hey, we'll switch. Can you give me Eckler? We'll give you our second round pick." Yeah, that could happen, guys. And
I don't think he's worth the first round pick, just based on his contract situation, not on the player
and his age. He's 28.
Yeah,
NFL. That doesn't happen.
You got to extend him if you're having a trade package up for him, and I just don't see at this point a team that's willing to do that at this point in the process. He's just going to come back, play his contract, and we'll play for somebody else next season.
Mm.
Yep. And Moses, this is a great point too. We talk about our offense in the third quarter. We were freaking abysmal. What was it like? 8 games in a row, we didn't even have a touchdown in the third quarter. It was
most of the season, honestly. It was most of the season we had that problem.
But it just goes to show you that Lombardi did a terrible job of adjusting to the defense and doing anything inventive. So now that's completely different. Moore, I think, will do a lot more than that. Here's the thing. He's going to try and dictate what that defense has to do to stop us. Okay, bare fronts, we're going to run a completely different run scheme. They're running tight fronts, we're going to run a completely different run scheme. They're running quarters. We're gonna use specific plays. I mean, watch those 2 videos from Brett Coleman, and those are great videos explaining what he did to exploit what they're doing on defense. That's the right way to be an NFL offensive coordinator, in my opinion. And if you're not that way, which Lombardi was not, he just kept saying, "All right, let's do curls. How many times did we do curls at the red zone?"
Yeah,
all curls. Like it was like a Madden play, like all curls. Just call all curls.
Yeah,
curls.
So in that point, now you got 3 wide receivers out there that are freaking tall and big, and you got Parham, who's huge,
6'8", 6'8".
Yeah, so who do you cover at that point, right? So I think it's good. Yep.
My thinking tells me that considering they got a big body early on in the draft, that they're most likely going to double dip and take another speedy receiver later on.
I sure hope so.
You got to.
I think if you go 2 and 3, if you go round 2 and 3, and I would say that maybe if we can pull off a deal of some facet to trade Austin Eckler for like somewhere in the second round, I would double dip on a receiver and a tight end in that round based upon how things are falling.
Absolutely,
that's what I would do.
Absolutely,
and I see a severe lack of having a slot type receiver on this team, whether he's a yak guy or not. I mean, you definitely have Allen, but he's a true number one outside receiver that you can move inside. But I think we should get a guy that's a slot guy, a shiftier guy that can, make yards after catch the ball at the, 2 yards past the line of scrimmage and turn it into 15, 16 yards. I like Charlie Jones out of Purdue. That kid's really good. You guys should look into him.
Yeah. And by the way, this is a great comment, and this is exactly what I've been saying, Papa. You got Quinton Johnston, Nolan Smith, Branch, Banks, Kincaid sitting there. The move was to trade back because some of those guys could have fallen even further, right? What if you trade back?
Yeah, I would have traded back.
Pick. You can get Laporta, you can get whoever's on the board at that point, and somebody else. You gain another body that could probably start, week one. And so, yeah, again, Papa, you and I are exactly on the same page. So.
I don't see what the issue was with having Zay. I don't get that. But let's say that they didn't like Kincaid or Zay, trade back.
Yep, exactly.
Trade back. Trade back. And by the way, looks like Cowboys got Mozzie. He was
Mozzie.
Wow.
Okay.
I like that.
The line.
Okay, well, listen, they try to stop the run in Cowboy Nation.
Yep. I was just thinking about him. I was like, man, I would like us to go after him in the second round, but well, see you later. I was going to say one other wide receiver that's a very, very deep, probably late round kind of guy. I don't know if you guys ever looked at Xavier Smith out of Florida A&M. Smaller kind of guy, 4.3, 4.4 type speed guy. Had 2 over 100K yards. Really good kid. Great downfield threat. Really good body control all around. 5'10 kind of guy. Could fit as a very late kind of wide receiver guy. And I do think that we will double dip because we do have to find a punt returner still too. So you kind of think that is something we do need to find. Obviously DeAndre Carter is now gone. Can we find a guy that could just be a speedy, small kind of guy late round? So
I thought Zay Flowers can be both of those things. I think he was a really good
exactly. He
as well.
could have easily been that. He could have easily been that.
I like Trey Palmer.
Zay Flowers could have done
Great
it
point.
all for us.
Yeah.
Trey Palmer would be nice later on.
Trey Palmer.
I like Trey Palmer. I like Marvin Mims. I like Charles Jones, like you said. Jonathan Mingo. Jonathan Mingo is 6'2", 225, runs a 4.4 40.
All big bodies.
Mingo looks good too. Yeah.
So original one likes QJ. We'll see, man. I mean, and again, H4 said 4.5 isn't speed, right? Not in the NFL. So again, okay, so we're wrapping up the draft here. Jags are on the clock here at this point. So what do we think we get next, right? Let's talk about day 2, day 3. Again, we know day 3 is going to be depth across the board. Let's go around the horn, have some discussions. And what do you think in the chat we're going to go after these really day 2? I think edge rusher and I think tight end is what I think. We have. I like Ojulari from LSU. I think that guy. So here's the thing. My argument with Nolan Smith is a smaller body, but Ojulari is a bigger body right out of the gate. So and Brandon Staley likes big bodies, and so I think that sounded funny the way I said that also about the whole mayor thing and so too. I'm talking about all these men's bodies.
Yeah, body issues today for some reason.
Andrew likes them thick, man.
I'm body shaming all these fools, dude. I don't know what's going on.
There you go.
I need therapy. Okay, that's fine. No, but okay. So let's just go around the horn, guys, and also in the chat, guys. What do you think is going to happen day 2? Okay, what do you think we go for? Just let's talk about it. We got a wide receiver now. What's next? What do you guys think?
I think we got to go edge in the second round.
Yeah,
you got Tuli Tupelotu. I think he's probably gone by the time we pick. But there's another guy that I really, really like, Felix Nudike.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I don't know what it's.
He has a complicated name. He has a complicated name.
Yeah, that guy right there. He has the best bull rush out of any of these guys, in my opinion. He's got raw strength and power. He just blows up double teams. Now, he doesn't have a lot of, pass rusher moves overall. And, he really didn't super, stand out in the run game. But that guy's bull rush is super disruptive. And I think adding that guy to the team would be really good, and someone that might be available there at the second pick.
Yeah, I like that. Robert, let's go to you.
Did Miles Murphy already get taken by chance?
No.
He is not.
If he's available, I say him or BJ Ojolari in the second round.
Yep.
Agreed.
Yep. I'm into that. I mean, I think you guys have pretty much said everything I would like to go with too. I mean, Miles Murphy could be a great guy too. BJ Ojolari could be awesome. I mean, I sound like I'm just parroting what you guys are saying, but I mean, I think we have to go defensive end in second round. I do think it would be interesting to see if Mayer does fall into the second round. You want to think like, hey, maybe possibly finding a way to trade up to be able to go after him.
No,
no,
not for Mayer. No,
not for Mayer. Okay, all right, we're good.
Yeah, but there's a lot of people. You got Laporte, you got Foskey. I know 4H likes him.
I'm telling you, Luke Musgrave is a pick here. I'm telling you, he got a lot of Travis Kelce comparisons in college. So Luke Musgrave is a play, and my dream pick. If we had 2 picks in the second round somehow, some way, I think we definitely need to go tight end or edge. But if we're gonna go edge, I'm gonna go with a slightly different pick because he's just super versatile. Adetomowa Adeboare out of Northwestern.
Oh yeah, that beast.
Oh man,
how do you pull that one there, man? That's a tough name.
I've been practicing.
I'm with your mind, coach. Oh, sorry, coach.
Yeah, that dude can ball, and he can play every position on the D line. He can line up inside, he can line up outside. Runs a 4.40 at 280 pounds. Yeah, give me that guy all day if he's there at that pick. Yeah, I'm all for that. Sign me up for that.
Give you guys an update to Kyle here at the event. Actually he got a signature here. I'll pull it up here in a second. Just keep talking, guys. I'm going to pull it up. I'm going to throw it out here so you guys can check it out.
By the way, though, too, Coach, we did pull Rashawn Slater out of Northwestern. So I always kind of feel like there's some way, some connection somehow that he's got a little insight on this guy or whatnot. And obviously he's a left tackle. He kind of probably worked on him a little bit.
I'm sure they've gone against each other in practice a bunch of times. And he was probably 2 years younger than he is now. Because when I say his combine was great, but his film was better.
Yep, agreed.
And that speaks volumes to me. The fact that his combine was out of sight at 280 pounds, but his film was that much better. And I saw him line up at every position on the D line, and he was dominant at every facet. We're talking 3 technique, 1 technique, 5 technique, wide 9. It didn't matter where he lined up at. He was getting to the quarterback and getting to the quarterback in a hurry.
I'm a big fan of what on film. In-game film more than the combine stuff.
Absolutely.
Underwear bowl is just, dudes running around in underwear. Underwear bowl is nothing big, dude.
I like that.
There's underwear bowl. you can get some things out of it, but it ain't game speed kind of stuff. It ain't wearing helmets and pads. I
think for skill positions, I think you kind of want to know how fast these guys are and how they move. But as far as D linemen concerned, I'd rather see field drills, and tape on O linemen and D linemen.
Agreed.
For
sure. Agreed.
Yeah, his lateral agility, getting to whoever has the ball, he finds them and he's there like that.
That's motor.
When you're closing in on
motor
Patrick
is ridiculous.
Mahomes, his motor's ridiculous. The guy is just like his hair's on fire.
It is.
Yeah.
If Patrick Mahomes is standing there and he hits him, I'm all about that pick, man.
Yep.
He can close in on Patrick Mahomes.
Oh man! Can you imagine having him, Morgan Fox, Bosa, and Mac on as a rush package?
Yeah,
can you imagine that?
That'd be
scary.
Oh, I'm there for it.
I love that pick, Coach. That's a real good pick.
Yep.
So guys, just so you know, Kyle's there. He had a conversation with Matt Money Smith. That is Matt Money Smith's signature.
Nice.
Sounds like we're having some conversations in the background. We'll see what happens. But I thought that was pretty cool. Signing the Bolt Bros hat.
Don't talk to Telesco. We need to have a chat.
Yeah, we need to get Telesco. Yeah, I love that. And again, guys, you guys all. Hey, look. Let me just say this, man. You guys are so smart. I love doing this with you guys because. Everyone in the chat, I just love your comments, man. You guys are doing a great job. Musgrave's got injury issues. And, Darrell, dude, this guy right here, Darnell Washington might fall to us, second round, and I understand the frustration, but at the end of the day, you know, you kind of hope there's a method to the madness, right? So
yeah,
it's going to be interesting.
If we're gonna go to the theme of building a basketball team on a football team, then get Darnell Washington. Why not? 6'8", can run, powerful, strong, can run block. Let's just line them up, man. Line them up, man.
I mean, he's
we're
an
gonna
offensive
dunk on everybody. We're dunking on everybody.
Ride or die.
Yeah, we've always been that basketball team kind of prototype with their wide receivers. So they're just staying true to who they are, I guess.
Antonio Gates was a former basketball player too, so there you go.
True. So hey, because I mean, if you did know the definition of insanity, you're doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. That's my biggest problem.
Yeah, and one of the things I will say about our wide receiver we drafted, Max Duggan was throwing him the ball. He was arguably one of the worst quarterbacks.
That's true.
You know, 100%. He was not good. He was all right, you know, but he might not even go drafted this season, right? So, you know, I think there is a little credence to that as well, too. And again, another reason why we got Josh Palmer, remember in the third round, I think it was the third round we got him, right? And we got him way earlier than most people. But again, the argument was that he did not have a good quarterback throwing him the ball. So we saw the talent that is there. But, you know, you got to ask the question. By the way, I think Max would be a good backup for us. Him or that guy from Georgia or the quarterback from BYU. I think he would be pretty good in the 7th round as like a third guy. So
Miles
like
Murphy to the Bengals.
Murphy.
Yeah,
and there it is. I didn't think he'd make it out of the first round. In all honesty, I really didn't think he would.
Not even at all, man.
Yeah, a lot of these high upside pass rushers are falling down because they're not complete players for sure. These edge rushers that we have available, but they have some good traits where you're just like, you know, whether it's agility or athleticism or, you know, there's some good picks coming up that we could take at edge.
Yeah, and I feel like the edge is the next position, but you got to wonder though if there's just going to be just a run on edge rushers here pretty shortly, right? Where it's
for sure
becoming major.
Yeah, maybe top of the second round it could be.
I see it
think
happening.
Yeah. Like I said, Ojulari's still on the board. You know, Thule is still on the board. Felix Uzama's still on the board. So yeah, Will McDonald got picked, right? Somebody drafted Will McDonald, right?
Will McDonald.
I saw that. Yeah,
he went earlier than expected.
Yeah, Foskey's still out there. Derek Hall.
What if the Chiefs take an edge rusher here? You know,
very possible. Very possible.
Take an edge rusher.
Yeah,
they could. They could take Nolan Smith, although he's not prototype what their defensive coordinator likes. They could take Nolan Smith.
Yeah.
I like Derek Hall too. He's a savage.
Yep, he's pretty good too.
Yeah,
there's
good to see a 619 too. Yep. Yeah, and again, I think there's arguments both ways, right? You know, you are trying to find somebody that's could step in, you know, because we're going to lose Alan Williams. So this is an interesting point. I do believe though that there was a comment here. Oh man, give me a second here, guys. I apologize. I thought I had a good comment here I wanted to throw out there as well. This is good. Chiefs going to get Ryan Leaf. Good God. Oh, let's
go.
That's funny.
Dude, that'd be fire.
Like how Denver got Lombardi.
Brian Brzez's still out there, dude.
Yep.
Brian
who's still out there, Marcus?
Brian Brzez.
Oh, yeah.
D lineman.
He's still out there.
Yep. Clemson. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, DZ. This is exactly what I was thinking too, dude. Watch this. Oh my God. Casey's going to get Nolan.
Oh, man.
That'd be wild. That'll be wild.
That would suck.
I really hope not.
God.
Yeah. Chris Jones, Karlaftis, and him. Yeah, that's very bad business.
Yeah, I think the Chiefs look to add to their young defense for sure because last season they got so many contributors in, you know, days 2 and 3. And this year they could really kind of finalize that defense into a good young defense.
Really
the Chiefs are scary. They're a scary team.
Well, it's crazy seeing Brian Branch is still available out there.
Like, that's wild too. I think the Eagles take him at their pick if he's there at 30. I think the Eagles take him.
Yeah,
I could see that.
They lost Chauncey Gardner-Johnson in the offseason. They need a guy that can fill. There'd be a hybrid safety for them. So I think they take him.
I could see that. Damn.
So James,
I love that guy.
Were you here when we started talking about what we pick in the second round? Edge.
A little bit. I mean, I was chatting with you on that. we went over just a couple different names and everything like that. But I mean, I think defensive end is kind of where we need to key on. Add something on the edge. Now we got a wide receiver. You know, I think that we have to go in the edge. It's just like our conversations that we've been having, that we've been talking about. I mean, next year is going to be a salary cap situation, both the edge and the wide receiver position.
That's exactly what
we have to go edge.
You were taking the words out of my mouth. That's what I was trying to remember. I thought there was a comment around that, and I should have just said what I thought. Yeah, see, again, guys, when you look at the salary cap, maybe we should look up Sport Track real quick and look at our salary cap situation.
Oh, don't do it. Don't do it. It's painful. It's painful. It's painful.
It is. Cornerback is our number one paid player this season is J.C. Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
Dude played all of 2 games last season. And secondarily, we got Allen, Williams, Mack, and Bosa. That's over half our cap, just those 5 guys alone. And we got to pay Herbert.
Yep. Herbert.
So,
yep.
I hate to say this, but I could see both J.C. Jackson, Keenan Allen not being on the team after this season.
I agree.
Really?
I agree.
I definitely see Keenan being an option, but JC, that cap hit for JC is brutal.
Yeah.
It's brutal. For year 3, year 4 of his contract, he had 5. It's a 5-year deal.
Yeah,
it's a 5-year deal, and it was like $80 million or something crazy like that. So it's very punitive to year 3 to cut him, or even trade him for that matter. So
or trade him. I mean, somehow just move on from him somehow.
Yeah.
You know, you love seeing the work that JC's doing, though. Like you see him.
I hope he can come back to form. I really do.
I really hope so. That patellar tendon is no joke, man. That's a tough one to be able to recover from, and
it is.
You know, you hope he's got that edge in him that he wants to come back and be the player he is, and he the one that he used to know. I mean, Mr. INT. I'd love to see him back, and I'd love to see him on our team. It's just going to be. It's a hard road. It does take about 6 months to be able to recover from it. Now, that's not even a full recovery by any means. That's just basically saying you are at where you need to be, but at the same side, you still got to trust your knee at that point, too. So,
I personally think it all comes down to value and who you're going to get the most value out of at the end of the day. Because when you're going to look at what the dead cap's going to be for certain players, I'm not going to pay a player to not play because I need cap space. I'm going to find a way to keep him on the roster, and I'm going to build a younger team around him, whatever I got to do, whatever guys are not going to be re-signed to keep a guy like Allen. What if Quinton Johnston becomes the true number 2 receiver on the team and you move Keenan Allen to a slot position and he mostly just plays slot with Mike on the outside? That could be an option for us. Into it. And if he outperforms, the other receivers on the team, then, you let those guys go when their contracts are up.
Yeah. So Papa, this is a good thought here. By the way, I did a video, was it about a week and a half ago? Maybe it was Monday actually, about Austin Eckler. Eagles wanting Austin Eckler. So
Brian Brees to the Saints.
Brian Brees to the Saints. Okay.
Yep.
So the Eagles did want Eckler. There was a lot of discussions around that, guys. So who knows? That could be the conversation. They might say, okay, cool. We'll trade. We'll give you. I mean, who knows what the trade would look like? But I do think that could happen with Eckler.
It's not as far-fetched if you look at it, because Rashad Penny's coming off an ACL injury. They got Gainwell and Boston Scott. Eckler would automatically be their number 1 guy.
Yep.
So it's not far-fetched as if they really wanted to maximize their potential at running back, they could.
Yep.
They definitely could.
I think it's kind of funny how we're all just like, we want to see something else happen for us.
We want more excitement, guys. I mean, my girls didn't fail at this point, so we definitely need to keep the party going, right?
They treating us like that one night stand. They left in the hotel in the middle of the night and didn't even give them a ride home. They're treating us like that right now.
That's sick.
We're getting done dirty. We're getting done dirty, right? But this is a great point. Like, how the hell is Mayer still on the board? And you got to wonder that. You know what's funny, because everyone was talking about this draft being so big with tight ends, but I think a lot of people thought, dude, there's value in the second round. Let's take other people.
I think there's value all the way up to the 4th round from a tight end perspective.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. I just think Laporta is more polished than some of those other guys like Musgrave and Coons. I think he's the second or third best tight end in this draft. Maybe even better than Mayer. I don't know. That's just my opinion from a receiving perspective. The guy has shiftiness. He's got moves. He's got contact balance. He's a great player.
Yeah.
And by the way, Papa, that's exactly what my whole video on it. I did a whole video on Eckler. I think was that Monday, James. I did that video. I don't remember.
I think so,
Monday
yeah.
or it was. Yeah, I think it was Monday because I wanted to review all the trade scenarios, and the Eagles were one. In fact, they were the newest trade scenario as well because it was like the Bills, Cowboys, and then really I think the Eagles are the other one as well too. Because you know what, a guy like that, dude, he would be great with the Eagles. Break my heart because you're just making that really good team even better. But at the end of the day, it could happen specifically. So, we'll see, man. Here we go. Eagles are on the clock. Let's go. Come on. Dear Lord, baby Jesus. 6 pound, 8 ounce baby Jesus.
There you go. We need some of that right now.
Please trade the pick.
Day good night type of bird.
And then we get Mayer here. We got Mayer here. So. Yeah, but I mean, honestly,
I think they
that's
stick and
absolutely
pick,
fascinating.
man.
Yeah.
I don't know, dude. Very interesting. Oh, hey, I noticed you got your jersey on there, James. What's up?
Yeah. Still got it on, dude.
Imagine they trade.
Is that a Jamari Salyer jersey?
Yeah.
Yeah, Salyer.
Nice.
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah, it's his practice squad jersey. I found a dude here locally. For some reason, he had it, and he's like, "Yeah, I got this. I'm not a Chargers fan, but hey, go ahead and you want to buy this?" And I was like, "Yeah, absolutely." Oddly, it fits me. I don't understand how that works because he's a pretty big dude. So I don't understand how it works, but it's awesome. It's really cool to be able to find this jersey.
Well, they do say that they would wear the jerseys pretty small, so you can't grab them.
Yeah,
so
exactly. Real tight. Tight.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yep. It was interesting. I was thinking about and I am still thinking about the pick here. So thinking back in history, when we picked Justin Herbert, I was like, I don't know, man. Like, when was the last time a good Oregon quarterback came around? It's been a lot of misses.
I can't remember
last time, basically. Like, I mean, Mariota, whatever, Joey Harrington, whatever, kind of picks like that. And I've been proven wrong. So I'm really hoping that's the same thing that happens with this Quinton Johnston pick, that we get proved wrong and he comes out and just balls on us and he's better than we thought. I don't know. My hopes.
I hope we're all wrong, but I don't like our chances.
What the hell do we know? We're just
Yeah.
over here.
We're just fans.
They're seeing the pick.
100%.
But hey, I was when Patrick Mahomes was coming out of the draft. I saw that he had pre-draft visits for us. I'm like, I don't want the Chargers to take him. He's going to be a bust,
dude.
Right? How
This
about
might be a
that?
trade.
Shows what the hell I know.
Yeah.
I was like, damn, he's been at the facility because I saw a pre-draft visit. He was at our facility for 2 damn days.
Yeah.
I was like, he's going to be our pick. And then the Chiefs trade. We didn't take him. We took Mike, and the Chiefs traded up and took him away from us. That was a sad moment.
It's funny about that, Marcus.
In retrospect, look at that. Yeah.
In retrospect, I was like, that would be a trash pick.
Yeah.
And that was when Rivers came off a really good season too. So I was like, we're good.
The funny thing about that whole pick for Mahomes, I mean, that season, I was kind of like, personally, I feel we should have moved on from Phillip Rivers with that draft, and we should have gone towards a quarterback. Now, I didn't pay enough attention to that, but it sounded like Mahomes was at the Chargers for quite some time and visiting with them.
It was. A couple days he was there.
That's insane. And so Andy Reid, he traded up after we chose the whole Williams pick because he was like, I swear the Chargers are going to pick him. Like, I swear they were going to pick him. And they didn't. And what did he do? Now we have to deal with them for 15, 20 years or whatever it is.
And he's the best quarterback in the NFL.
Easily.
Right.
Easily.
Easy.
And it's
Easy.
putting to a
Jalen
point
Carter.
where he could be like greatest of all time kind of conversations.
100%.
Just because, dude, 5 years in a row, AFC Championship game, 3 Super Bowls, won 2 of those. Like, that's elite level, in my opinion, already. Like, potential greatest of all time kind of conversations. I mean, Oh, it's tough. It's tough. I know. I hate seeing that.
I think Philly's going to get Nolan Smith here.
Yeah, they are. Looks like that's it's coming in. By the way, my ex-girlfriend was a Philly fan. She sucked. Actually, she was a little crazy.
In what way? In what way? That's not all bad.
Hey, look, hey man.
Hey, Bolt Bros, we don't kiss and tell, bro. We don't kiss and tell like that. Not on live, bro.
Yeah, crazy as hell, dude. Ask any of my friends, like, oh shit, not her, dude. All right, that's cool, whatever.
Right.
No, but they're just getting scary. They're just getting scarier, guys. The Eagles.
They got Nolan Smith. You got Hassan Reddick,
Dude.
Nolan Smith,
They got Nolan
Josh Sweat, Jalen Carter, and Jordan Davis
Is
for
that
the
the
foreseeable future.
Yeah.
That's
Damn, all right.
insane.
And they got so many guys in suits in their draft room. Man, it's like
That's the business.
Everybody
They know
wears
how to run a
suits.
business.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
big
We're from
right
business.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just
big
went to the
business.
Super Bowl. They could bring a couple more dudes in there.
Man.
Oh my
Man.
gosh, dude. You know. Okay, so all right. So are we gonna go see a trade? By the way, all my trade scenarios, there was always a trade down scenario. With the Chiefs, are the Chiefs want to get Austin Eckler? What do you think?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Send them
No.
to the arch rivals.
Yeah. Keep them into our division. There you go.
Yeah,
If
that'll
we're
work.
sending Eckler to the Chiefs, I want a future first-round pick and a second-round pick.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no
the price
doubt.
is high.
Do that.
The price is
They're
high.
paying up for that.
Yeah.
Eckler is going to come with revenge, man. He's already not happy about the whole thing.
That's exactly right. Well, and and again, very good point here, Aether, as well too. There's nothing to do with matters, management. I mean, he wants to get paid more money. The guy's 28 years old. He's out playing his contract. He wants to get paid.
It's a tough sell.
And yeah, it's a tough sell. At 28 years old, running back in the NFL, ain't nobody gets a big contract. I mean, freaking Zeke Wilson, Zeke is still sitting out there. Zach, good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you.
Yeah,
That's
that's
the only
an
one
interesting
stoked.
thought,
You might be the only
Zach.
one stoked.
Yeah. Oh, you go back to Zach's comment. He kind of talked a little bit about it. Like he seems more positive than a lot of us. He's like, "What up, Bolt Bros? Just got off work. Stoked for QJ. He's a deep threat, not a Mike Williams clone. He's going to be electric with Herbert and more."
Yeah.
The whole X factor to this thing is, my opinion, more. We don't know what more brings to this offense. We know and understand what he got with the Cowboys. He did talk a lot about that. Speed's great. It's a kind of a luxury item, but there's ways to create yards after catch too.
Nolan Smith.
My hopes is Nolan Smith. There you go.
Dude.
More
upside.
Potentially just know what he needs, and maybe QJ is really going to do a great job for us to be able to really be a good fit for his offense. I don't know. And my hopes is that we do have a much, much more yards after catch based offense than we realize. So I don't know.
Here we go.
I'm starting to warm up a little bit to the pick, but it's one of those things where he wasn't really on my radar, so I was definitely taken off of it. And he doesn't really possess anything at the time when he was drafted. From what I thought, I didn't know he was a yak guy, to be honest with you.
Yep.
I thought,
guys, dude, how stacked are the Eagles now, guys? Holy
Ridiculous.
smokes,
He's
bro.
stacked and young. Like that's
Chargers need to take a lesson.
They stacked and young.
100%.
Because you look at it like they got the first round grade on Jordan Davis. So that's 5 years with a 5th-year option. Got 5 years with Jalen Carter. They got 5 years with Nolan Smith. So you can tell me the next 4 to 5 years, at least them guys, and then however long they got Hassan Reddick on the contract.
Yeah.
Even with losing Fletcher Cox and the other D tackle, I'm losing his name at the moment. Fletcher Cox and another guy, I can't remember his name, but even losing their veterans, they're good for the next 5 years. Easy.
Yeah, you got to keep up with San Fran over there.
Yeah,
team to beat, and I think they're definitely better than San Fran.
Yeah, I mean, because they have
talent on the defensive line.
Get hurt. Definitely they paid their quarterback. They're sitting pretty. They're sitting pretty.
And they got a lot of picks too. That was a big reason why Austin Eckler was the trade guy for the Eagles, because they have a lot of picks. They have a ton of picks. They could trade away like a 3rd and a 4th and get Eckler. My
Hey,
God.
do you guys think the Eagles have the best quarterback in the NFC now?
Oh yeah, easy.
Yeah.
I think they
Now
do.
Rodgers is gone. Now Rodgers is gone. Oh, easy.
Dude, they're good, bro.
Yeah. Like barring injury, I think they're all penciling them in for the Super Bowl.
Yep.
Yeah.
Barring injury, that's a good point. Yeah. Boy.
I mean, who's the next best quarterback in the NFC? Let's think about that hard. Like, that's not. I mean, we talking Dak Prescott, Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, it's not Dak Prescott. I'm sorry.
I don't agree. I don't agree
Yeah.
either. But you look at the tier like Baker Mayfield, Desmond Ritter, like I mean, Kyler Murray,
Matthew
Smith,
Stafford, maybe.
Tyler Murray's in that conversation for sure.
Yeah. Jared Goff.
Yeah, Jared Goff. Right, Jared Goff. Justin Fields.
Yeah.
You know, so
Yeah.
that's
Cousins.
Justin Fields has the ceiling, but he plays for the Bears, so
Yeah, that's tough.
He needs a team around him for sure. 100%.
Aether, I'm praying that we get redemption tomorrow. I'm praying because right now I'm not happy. I'm not happy at all.
Nope.
And they talking about these edges talked about the Chiefs getting Jalen Hyatt, which will make me even sicker because he was my next guy up. I was saying that JSN was my dream, Zay Flower was my realistic pick, and Jalen Hyatt was my third pick in the grouping that we could have got to play slot for us.
Yep.
I can't seem to understand why when there's talent right in front of them, they just like go past it.
They go blind. They got
This is like
blinders
the
on.
third time in a row. Like this has happened under Tom
Got blinders on.
Well,
hey, you have no idea how funny I think that comment is. James and I talk about that all the time, dude. That's hilarious. Joe Byron.
I
Joe
like that
Byron.
comment.
Joe Byron.
That's hilarious, dude. Joe Byron. Oh my God.
Mm.
All right, are we going to see some moves here from the Chiefs? All right, last one in. Let's see what happens. We got 2 minutes on the countdown. Anybody who sees what it is, let's go.
Yeah, they're not on the look like the GM's not on the phone with anybody, so they might be making a trade.
Could be interesting to see, guys. I mean, look, okay, so I think we should let's see what the Chiefs pick is, and then we'll do a kind of a wrap up on all this, right? Because boy, it's going to be interesting.
A long first round stream here.
Jalen Hyatt here. Is Jalen Hyatt or Brian Branch for me?
I think
They
so,
either
too.
make their young defense better because Brian Branch, of any safety that I've watched the past couple years,
If
that
they
guy
get
stays
Brian
so
Branch is a
square.
problem too. Like he can play slot, he can play corner, he can play
Very
safety.
versatile.
Yeah,
Oh,
like,
man.
he's
like
not
a
just a
Sean.
safety, man. He can play in the box. He can play deep. He
He's-
plays underneath. well.
You look up hybrid in the dictionary, and Brian Branch's picture is like, "Hi."
He reminds me
That's
of,
the word.
he reminds
I'm
me
a
of
true
like,
hybrid.
It's thrown a lot. That term gets thrown a lot around with safeties. Like, oh, I'm versatile. I'm versatile. Yeah, because you're
No,
DB,
he's
bro.
versatile.
You know, but
I
he's
tell you how
actually
versatile he is. At the combine, he worked out with the corners. He didn't work out with the safeties. He worked out with the corners.
He's
Branch
cornerback
great.
drills.
he reminds me
Brian
of like a,
Branch is a certified dog.
he
That's
reminds
a
me
fact.
of,
That's a fact. That is a
reminds me of a
fact.
Bob Sanders, Sean Taylor type of safety.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but he's taller than Bob.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah,
Boy, I
Which is even
miss
scarier.
Bob. That was a fun couple of years we had with Bob and Takio. Those were
Yeah.
good years
Oh, yeah.
back then. That was
Good old
real
days.
NFL defense.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's two-hand touch.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
And I feel
No doubt.
like that's what the league's moving into, these smaller guys, these receivers that are 180s, these corners like Forbes that weigh 110 pounds. I don't care. He's tiny, bro.
Soaking wet.
He
Soaking
looks
wet.
weird as hell when he runs. I
He
just
does. It look like it hurts his legs when he runs. It's just weird.
And
All right.
that could have factored in the Quinton thing,
Yeah. The pick is in.
Pick is in. That's a
I
lot of
didn't
people
get
out there right now. Check that
Yeah,
shit
it's a-
out, dude.
Yeah,
That's a
there's a
lot.
lot of people. A lot of
All
red
those
too.
Chiefs fans been waiting.
Yeah, there's a lot of red out there. I see that.
They want another ring.
Yeah.
They're well on their way to get Brian Branch. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
You know,
no
I'll tell you
doubt.
what,
For sure.
he's freaking good, dude. And
Mm.
so my thought was the Chiefs probably would have gotten Nolan Smith if he was available. Because think about that.
Yeah.
You got two badass edge rushers, but since the Eagles got him,
Yeah.
Yep, not a bad take. Not a bad take at all.
yeah. But
Sure,
I think my pick is Branch because their defense needs some help. I think their offense is fine.
Juan
their offense is
Thornhill
definitely
moved on.
especially in the secondary. I definitely like that pick for them.
And think about that. They got Isaiah Pacheco in the 7th round last year, and that guy was a freaking stud.
That's
dude.
crazy.
And it's like, clearly they got better scouts. It pisses me off.
Yeah, the guy over at Alex from Guilty as Charged predicted Pacheco. He's like, oh, yeah, take Pacheco late.
That's here we go. Anthony says Mayer. Anthony says Mayer. I mean, the only problem with Mayer is you already got Kelsey there, but the successor to Mayer, you run 2 tight end sets. That's fine too.
I mean, Kelsey's getting up there in age. I mean, you start thinking about his age. I mean, he's an absolute stud, but Travis Kelsey is getting older. I mean, they got to think, for the future too. I mean, what is he, born in 89? So October is actually his birthday. So he is 33 right now. He'll be 34 this year. Wow.
I thought he was younger than that.
Yeah. He'll be 34.
The Chiefs are getting pretty good production out of their second tight ends. I forget.
He is 34. Yeah.
It's just insert big generic white tight end dude. And they've been playing pretty good. They take some snaps from Kelsey, and they're pretty good players as well.
Joker said they got Exama.
Okay.
Oh my God!
I told you, Coach.
You did.
It's scary.
You did.
Yeah, they're really trying to stop everybody.
Yeah.
No, that's a really good pick.
I mean, they've really built their defense extremely young. So, and I think it's a good pick if they go that route. I mean, if they go that route with just more youth on their defense, I mean, their defense is not great. It's just good, and it's good to be able to find a way to get those stops when necessary. And, I do think the Chiefs do get a little bit of calls too. So, as we see against us too, they always get the opportunistic calls when it's the right time of the game. But that's a conspiracy. That's my thought, I guess.
Yeah, Barnaby, good comment here as well too. Lombardi just wasn't a good offensive coordinator. I said that from the jump. I never liked his offensive scheme. He should have been fired, in the bye week. It's just his whole view of what we did was completely horrible. Now, I think part of that's also on Brandon Staley. Brandon Staley's the head coach. It ultimately falls on his shoulders.
Yeah.
But, Lombardi just had a very bad scheme from the jump. So, and again, I think you're right about Pacheco. We had a shitty offensive run scheme, and we had a shitty offensive pass scheme, right? And luckily, Justin Herbert's good, and he could actually get the ball downfield correctly. Damn. Golly, guys, it's just unbelievable, man. I mean, maybe we should stop here and kind of wrap up some thoughts here at this point too. I know I'd like our guests to go first. Maybe Marcus, Robert, and Coach, and then James and I will wrap up at this point because
that's the pick, Felix Uzama.
Yep, Uzama.
Yep.
Okay.
I thought he would fall enough to get to us, but obviously they saw what I saw.
They did.
That guy's bull rush is absolutely absurd. If you go back and watch Andrew James, you guys will see what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
He takes on double teams like they don't exist. This guy's stronger than 2 offensive linemen.
I mean, he's Big 12 Player of the Year. He's Big 12 Player of the Year last year. So
yeah, he's a freaking sort. I liked him better than Nolan Smith.
Yeah.
Do you really?
Yeah.
What do you think? He probably said
6'3", 255. You got the size.
Yeah.
Matthew Carter. Okay, so Marcus, why don't you give us your final thoughts on day 1 and what you expect from day 2 and day 3, and then we'll go to Robert, Coach, James, and then I'll wrap up.
Yeah. So I mean, my initial reaction was a little harsh, and I think it's more because he was a little bit off my radar. I felt like him being a wide receiver 1 was more of a early draft conversation smoke screen for certain teams to be picking him early. And, I really saw us building, a wide receiver core that has a little more diversity. And, I don't necessarily see that with him, but I will do some research into him. Honestly, I haven't studied much film on him, so I'm not the best judge on that pick, but he wasn't the guy I necessarily wanted, but who knows? He could really develop into a guy that, gets those intermediate catches, gets us a lot of, 15, 20-yard gains that, end up in points. But, in terms of day 2 and day 3, I think we should be targeting another target for Herbert. And I think we really need to go tight end, whether it's second or third round. My guy is Sam Laporta. I just think that, he's not necessarily the best blocker, but the way that he was utilized in that scheme is they just used him as a move blocker. So, they'd snap the ball and he's actually would move off the line of scrimmage, and, the tackle would push the defensive end or edge rusher outside to him. He would take him and then he would roll out into a route, get 5, 6 yards, 10 yards. I really, really, really like that guy a lot. I could see him fall into the third round for sure, based on how the tight ends have been pushing down the board. So that'd be my guy in the third round. Second round, I look at some of the edge rusher guys that are available. Tuli Tuipulotu is one of the guys that I'd really, really like. I also see DJ Turner and Joey Porter on this list at corner. That could definitely be a pick that we could take for the future if we're moving on from some of the corners that we have on this roster currently, especially if they have that slot versatility. That's just my thoughts.
Thanks, Marcus. Robert?
Initially, I was definitely caught off guard as well, much like Marcus said, because I didn't expect him to even be there. And knowing that they already have enough big bodies on the field, I figured they might need a bit more of a flashy pick. However, considering height kind of does have his advantages at times, I feel like he can mold into a number 2 wide receiver at best, I would say. And with that being said, I just hope they find edge before all the better talent's gone, and then go third round tight end, I think would be a better strategy from this point on forward.
Yeah. Coach?
I'm disappointed. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I'm going to be honest and be realistic. I'm disappointed.
I'm disappointed. Yeah, okay.
I'm disappointed. Just based upon just sheer, options. The options that you had at that pick, and that's what you landed on. Again, I get the definition of insanity. They keep doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results.
Yeah.
So, again, if you want to pick a guy, like I said, a first round guy needs to be a prototypical starter, and we're not even guaranteed this guy's going to start. If Mike and Kenny are healthy, Josh Palmer's been in the system. He's his third year. And Jalen Guyton's coming back off his injury. If he's there, we talking 3, 4, 5 for him. I'd start a training camp. And that's not something you should be thinking about when you pick a first round guy. And I'm just curious about what they thought about, what they didn't like about Zay Flowers, Jordan Addison, and Jalen Hyatt over Quinton Johnston, outside of him just being taller. Because he's clearly not faster than any of those guys, and he's just, he's just a big body. And I get the whole succession plan thing, but you find a succession plan in later rounds when you got guys ready to go right now. You don't find a succession plan in who's not going to play right away in the first round. First two rounds should be bona fide starters. Anything after that is depth. But I just is very curious about what they saw in Quinton Johnston outside of the sheer size, that they thought it was going to be a person that's going to just be line up and play significant snaps day one. So I'm very curious about it. And I just hope that they be smarter about their picks going forward. Like I said, we definitely have a deep need at tight end. I do like Laporta, although he's 6'3". I like my tight ends be a little bit taller, in my opinion. I like 6'5" and 6'6" guys, big targets. And there's a bunch of those guys in the draft. Tucker Kraft is another guy that we didn't talk about that I like in the later round. He's really good. I think he's a combination inline blocker and a good receiving threat. Of course, I love Luke Musgrave. He's a guy. Zach Kuntz in the later round, 6'6". Bona fide. I think I might argue that Zach Kuntz runs faster than Quinton Johnston does in the 40. Like he might. He just might. So if your tight end runs faster than your receivers, that's a problem. That's a problem. So I'm hoping that we be smarter. Just curious about what they're gonna do with Austin Eckler. I see a couple of running backs that I like in the later rounds as well. Sean Tucker's been on my radar since the end of the season from Syracuse in the 4th or 5th round. If you're gonna have a succession plan for Eckler, and that's my goes back to my original point. You pick a running back up that has got decent value in the 4th or 5th round if you're gonna have a succession plan for Eckler. You don't do that in the first round when the guy's there and ready to roll. He's gonna play out his contract and that type of thing. So I'm like I said, I'm disappointed, but I hope that we smarter. Maybe pull off a trade or two, get a multiple second and third rounds and fill some needs, because we do need an edge rusher. But I think offense is more of a need from a tight end perspective, and maybe another slot receiver if they're there. Like say hypothetically, Tank Dell, Jalen Hyatt, or Marvin Mims falls, and we can get those guys. I would shoot for that. So we'll see what they do in the draft. But if this is a prelude to what we're looking like for the next 7 rounds, it's gonna a lot of liquor and be involved in my life because it's gonna be sad times.
I will be severely inebriated. Yes. Okay.
Exactly. That picture of Seinfeld with Elaine is underneath the cabinet with her bottle drinking, crying. That's me. That'll be me. That'll be me. We'll see. I'm gonna keep my fingers crossed that they do better in the next 2 rounds.
Yeah. My thoughts are we talked a little bit about Tom Telesco's, and we did a video about his first round picks that he's done, and he's actually had some pretty good hits all around for first round picks.
For sure, man.
And he's not been bad at all. DJ Fluker could be kind of one of those guys. Jason Barrett was kind of one of those guys that you kind of think like had all the talent. Oh, actually, that was the last TCU player I think we've drafted.
Yeah.
Right.
Don't forget Tillery in that.
Man, I love that pick coming out.
Yeah. He was an absolute stud, right? Like, he was exciting. He was great when he was on the field. The guy was in the NFL for, I think, 7-8 years still, even after all of his injury issues. The guy had talent for days. But my trust is that Telesco knows what he's doing. He's got the guy that is going to fit right for Kellen Moore. We hope that he's going to be that guy. I'm hanging my hat on things of like, oh, he's one of the top wide receivers in college football for yards after the catch. Hopefully that transitions over to the NFL. Hopefully that he's going to be that guy for us. Hopefully we don't think he's that 50-50 ball guy. I'm once again with Marcus saying, hey, like I didn't do much research on him because I didn't either.
Really didn't, brother.
Never thought about looking at him because I never thought he was really going to be that guy. But it does make me a little nervous about kind of the comparisons of them saying Alshon Jeffrey like kind of wide receiver. That gets me a little bit nervous. There's even that idea of saying that he's more of a wide receiver 2, probably not going to be a 1. Are we just trying to fill some holes in the ship right now and just putting a little putty on there, but not really trying to put a better engine on the ship or better sails or make the ship move faster? Yeah, right. Better stereo. We wanted 15-inch subs, but we ended up getting a bass tube. That's about all we got. We got a bass tube, and so
no treble.
Right. But my hopes is that this is a better pick than I realize, and I do go back to when we did pick Justin Herbert. I was a little like I'm not very sure about that. I feel a little uneasy about that, and I was like, well, we know where he's at now. My hopes is that it goes well. I did look around and I did see a video that and I don't know it's on Daily Motion. I'm not sure which format it is, Sports Grid, but the headline of it says Justin Herbert can get unleashed with Quinton Johnston. Hopefully these experts are proving us wrong, and hopefully these experts actually do know that he's actually really, really good. And he was rated as the number 1 wide receiver in this draft.
He was a consensus number 1 for a while.
Yeah.
Still on some draft recently, he was number 1.
Yep.
And then it was replaced by Njigba.
Yeah. So hopefully he's going to be that number 1 guy that's just going to prove us all wrong. And I'm looking forward to see that. I'm going to be probably looking at many videos and many other chat boards, videos, whatever it might be, just to learn more about him. So hope for the best for day 2. Hopefully we go defensive end. Hopefully we get some tight end. Hopefully maybe even some defensive line help wouldn't be bad too. So we'll see where it goes. So let's go. Bolt Bros. Let's go.
Yeah. No, and this has been great, guys. First of all, Marcus, Robert, thank you for hopping on. You guys are always supporting the channel. Awesome. We'll have you guys on too, for sure. You got to connect with us. I think our email is down in the description below too. Yep. So email us. Make sure you email us. We can have you on some other shows. Awesome. And Coach obviously comes on all the time too. Look, this is why we did this channel. We didn't do it to make money, become millionaires. We did it because we want to communicate with fans, right?
Thank you for having us.
Yeah. Glad to have you guys here, man.
We're all bros here. It's all about
right.
Battery, man.
100%.
We're all bros.
Now, I want to feel as excited as Chris in the chat, but look, I think what I feel like this is a Keenan Allen, Mike Williams 2.0 pick, right? We know one of these guys is not going to be here, so let's get some depth there, right? And that's fine. I get that. I get the argument there. But
it feels a little safe. Maybe that's the right word for it. It feels safe. Oh, we're just getting a safe pick,
Sure.
Because again, selfishly, I want to see Herbert bomb the ball down the field, and maybe Quinton can do that. He can, right? And you can create space. Now, I will say this: I think tomorrow we're going to see probably a tight end, probably an edge rusher. Very interesting to see who that's going to be. That's my pick, but. Gosh, you never know, man. I mean, Quinton Johnston, he wasn't even on my radar at all. He was just like
I don't think he was on anybody's
Zion.
radar, including other teams.
Just like Zion. Just like Zion.
Just like that. We're like, what the hell's that? Who's this dude? Yeah, and so my point is, like, at the end of the day, I will say this. We are in a unique position in this team that we have a lot of veterans ahead of a lot of rookies.
Yeah.
And that's a hard position to be in a lot of ways, because right now we're playing our veterans. So, you want depth. And I would argue our last two drafts have been nothing but depth for the most part, right? I mean, think about that. People who've actually gotten field time, JT Woods. You know what? They're pretty high on JT Woods. So I also think we might not get a safety because JT Woods was picked. And who knows? Maybe he's progressed. I want to see what he can do. Let's say we get John Johnson III. Who knows how that plays out as well, too. Clearly, Brandon Staley likes veterans. So I just feel like this is a depth pick, and maybe a pick to give Allen and Williams a little breather, a little breath, maybe get them ready for the third and fourth quarter that they can step in and win the game. So, and Chris, I hope you're right. I'm gonna highlight your pick here, bud. Look, I hope you're right. I'll say this. I ate a throw when we picked up Josh Palmer in the third round. I was like, what the shit? I remember that was not a popular pick, dude, because people were like, that guy could have gone fourth or fifth round easy because he didn't have good stats. Yes, he was tall. He had a big body, all the above. But, we'll see how it plays out. But, guys, this is the NFL, man, and we're just fans. And I know we have things that we want to see happen, and it is what it is. But by the way, we've been on here for 4.5 hours. And it hadn't even felt like 4.5 hours,
bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro, I'm telling you, I'm here. I hope everyone enjoyed it, right? I hope everyone enjoyed it. That as well, too,
Absolutely.
guys. I mean,
absolutely.
You guys are awesome, and we wanted to have you back. The whole point of this channel is to get people like you guys on here, right? And hell, we can even help you start your own channel if you want to do your own channel as well, too. We can teach you what we know, and we just want to grow the community and just appreciate what you guys do as well, too.
Yeah, this is truly like an outlet for myself, too. And I think for all of us, too. I mean, we are such a spread out fan base that it's just kind of nice to be able to connect with everybody. Like Coach Defense, you're on Atlanta, right? Or Georgia, right?
I'm in DC.
DC. Okay. So DC, there's probably not a lot of Chargers fans out there. And
what DZ's out here, he's out here in the area too. There's a couple of guys that's out here, and not Brian Callahan, but I think Rob Carpenter's in Virginia. So yeah, there's a few of us out here.
It's probably a little thinner than being closer to the West Coast.
I agree. Definitely that. Definitely that. Yeah.
But I love it just to be able to connect with everybody, outlet to be able to speak on what we love and talk about the Chargers. And I'm all about positivity on this team or this channel and talking about this team, but I also like to be critical about them because I don't want to be able to have a fairy tale every single year thinking where this is going to be the year we win it. And we would love to be able to win it.
Hey, James, you said it, boy.
Yeah.
You said we were winning it all.
Yeah, we're going to win it all this year, boys. Let's go. But I love connecting with everybody, and it's great. And obviously, if we're at SoFi and everything too, we kind of walk around Thunder Alley. We connect with everybody there too, and it's great to be able to even talk with some fans and stuff too, face to face, and hang out with you guys. So, but it's even better to be able to do this way too. So anybody can connect anywhere. It's great. So appreciate it, guys. Appreciate everything here, Andy. Andrew, did you want to push the button to get it moving?
Yeah, I'll hit the button, guys. As always, we're the Bolt Bros.
Let's go.
And thank you so much.
We're all bros. We're all bros.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you guys.
Let's go. Woo!